How do I change my title? I can do 360 video. Hey, YouTube chat. Manage. Edit title and description. Then oh my god. Okay, did you get a notification for this? That's fascinating. I worked out how to stream to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. You can hear my microphone, but you can't hear anything else right now. Is that correct? I think that's currently the thing that I have to offer. Okay. Well, that's cool. So my issue with streaming to YouTube was I couldn't work out how to listen to music on Twitch without the audio track being broken on YouTube. But I believe I am now streaming on Twitch with music and to YouTube without music. Holy shit, we live in the future. Alright. Now, a little announcement. And then I have to work out how I can see both chats, I guess? This is going to be a mess. Just in time for Frost Crasher #1 of the night. Born too late to GoPro at CS 1.6. Born too early to upload my consciousness into Frosthaven. Born at exactly the right time to watch Jorbs play Frost Crasher for the 8th time. Alright, cool. This is Frosthaven. It's like XCOM meets Slay the Spire. Two things I am known for playing on this channel. We're playing on unfair difficulty. Which is basically like if my characters were level 7 instead of level 1 at the start of the campaign. We need to make some new characters, and I got a big bribe for one. Great Scanardo bribed me for one. Scanardo drops a fairly large donation halfway through the previous mission, saying, seems like time to get in bribes for the next lot of characters. And was right. Congratulations, Great Skinardo. I like the Boots of Speed on Banner Spear. Banner Spear has a bunch of like 15 initiative cards. You want to have as low initiative possible some turns so you can go before the enemies, and this lets us go at 5 instead of 15. And Banner Spear is a pretty important character to go before the enemies sometimes, because you have the ability to tank fairly well, you have the ability to command move actions for your party members fairly well to get your party's like DPS carry or whatever out of danger if the enemies are doing something dangerous. It just seemed pretty good. So I have generally enjoyed them. Our retirement quest we got was to get 150 experience from ability cards, which is something Banner Spear can do, but which may take a while. Next. I think I mean starting at level 1, not starting at 7. The enemies think I'm level 7, and the enemies like level up according to my level. So the enemies are much stronger, but I am actually level 1. Yeah. Is my first 4 pretty much set in stone? So I like to start with Banner Spear. Banner Spear does very well on the first mission. How I do it is I have like all the characters active in town, and then I choose who to bring on a mission depending on what the mission is. Banner Spear I find to be pretty important for the first mission. I find Blink Blade pretty important for the first mission. Very good in the first, like literally on the first turn. Blink Blade's pretty good. But also just very good with the level 1 card pool. Blink Blade's like a super fast assassin kind of thing. I am sorry, YouTube chat, that you do not get to put on the screen as well. I'm actually not sure I'm allowed to put YouTube chat. I'm streaming to YouTube as well, in case you're wondering. I'm not sure I'm allowed to put YouTube chat on a Twitch stream. I think possibly my account can get deactivated or something for that. The hell, Pokemon nerd. Hello, Brown Stocks, Headline PC, iPod. Hey, Negatinate, hey, Funeral, hey, Black Dove, hey, Never Knows Best, hey, Bacon Working, hey, Butlow, hey, Mars, Greek God. Hello, David, and The Suffering, and John, and Noxus, and CR, and Efree Baron. Also, my chat interface isn't as good for YouTube, but we'll just do our best. Hoopa subbed recently. Hoopa already got a character once? I don't remember. I feel like I always get Merchant Class on Blink Blade. Merchant Class is fine. Team building can be done without actually bringing someone on a mission, so we don't really need to take team building with a party member who's going to come on missions. We can put that on a weaker character who rarely actually goes anywhere. I'm gonna go Wing Shoes and Leather Armor on Blink Blade. I did just lose my campaign because I didn't have a Poison Dagger on Blink Blade and had to duel an enemy with healing and couldn't poison to stop the healing. But I think I'll just not use Blink Blade to do that next time. That seems like the way to do it. In terms of the other 2 characters, though, I think the other 2 characters can be whoever. Geminate does very well in turn 1 as well. Yeah, I'm going to bring Geminate. Twitch partnership comes with chat exclusivity rights. For a long time, Twitch partnership meant streaming exclusivity rights, and actually exclusivity for 24 hours after a stream even. It takes literally forever to do Explore the Reaches. Like I've never even been on a mission that requires a boat climbing gear or a sled in all the time that I've been streaming the video game. So I think I'm just going to click team building since that can actually happen, and like we will get started on accruing this. Explore the Reaches can go on a character after somebody retires, maybe. Geminate, I think I liked... What do I like on Geminate? I have no idea. Amulet of Life and Leather Armor. Amulet of Life gives me a heal for 1, which is a really big deal because Geminate will debuff itself, and Amulet of Life can heal off debuffs. And Leather Armor is just like good armor. Just kind of worth, I don't know, 1 HP every time you long rest or something. What happened to the last campaign? We died to a Chaos Demon 1v1. Blink Blade was unable to defeat it. I think, okay, out of the 3 remaining characters, I think we can reasonably expect to win the mission with any of the 3. I do think Drifter is the strongest, but I'm not sure that that means we should bring Drifter. I kind of want to bring a Deathwalker. I think getting Deathwalker leveled is kind of sweet. And this first mission is one where Deathwalker definitely can do okay. Also, I just haven't played Deathwalker that much on the first mission. I feel like there's like a lot of room for me to do better. Deathwalker can be Kaorn. Jonathan. Dangerous game? Kill 2 Algox guards, 2 lurker claw crushers, and 2 robotic bolt shooters. It seems like a thing that I could do. Okay, so we have to remember Deathwalker. It's also very thematic for Deathwalker to want to kill things. I like that. We have to remember, though, that Deathwalker is in charge of killing Algox guards as much as possible this mission. Weighted Net does very well on Deathwalker. Immobilizing melee enemies with ranged attacks just often CCs them in all the meaningful ways on a turn. So I think I'll just go Weighted Net. I think that's fine. And we start. The Deathwalker does not actually... It's like so goth that isn't goth again. Deathwalker is killing things not because it enjoys killing things, but because it enjoys settling the souls of the dead. By killing things? I'm not sure how that works. We'll go Exterminator on Banner Spear for combat goals this mission, killing 1 or more of each enemy type. Pretty doable. There are 3 enemy types in the mission. I definitely want Driving Inspiration in my deck for another ranged attack with 4 party members. That's kind of a big deal. I don't think I need Set for the Charge. 6 initiative card. Mostly it's a 6 initiative card, and I have the boots, which make it so all my like 15 initiative cards are basically that already. Incendiary Throw is very good. Kind of like a build around card. Deal a bunch of AoE wounds to things. I usually drop pincer movement on Banner Spear just because getting this pattern where you're on opposite sides of an enemy I find to be very difficult. Also, the thing it doesn't even have that good, like 5 damage and muddle. It's good, but compared to Rallying Cry, which completely disarms an enemy, I feel like that's a much bigger deal than muddle at +3 difficulty at least. Go Resolved Courage instead. I'm coming around to this Resolved Courage card. The template attack is like okay, pretty regularly hits 2 things. And then the bottom half of it, +1 to the next attack ability performed by you introduce an ally this round, also pretty good. Especially if you're trying to make Incendiary Throw hit things. Roadmap for Frosthaven, pretty hype. I looked at it. It looks like it'll take a long time. Is there any current way to buy my book? The thing I've been telling people to do, rather than bothering with republishing it myself and everything, because my publisher went out of business, is to pirate it, and then if you feel like paying me, there are a bunch of ways to send me money on the internet, right? Subscribe or super chat or whatever. I think Egoist is pretty safe with Blinkblade. Collect more loot bags than any other hero. I think Blinkblade ends up doing that accidentally a lot of the time, and this time around, my Blinkblade is trying to become a merchant. So I think actually the only person in this party with a quest which requires picking up loot. And also, if I actually take the combat goal and deliberately I'm trying to pick up loot, then that makes it even easier. I have a good link for pirating it. This is going to get me in trouble with the book cartels, I'm sure. But you can just type the name of a book and .pdf into like Google search and get it for free. Like almost always. Support your authors, but also you can do that. Never enter a hex occupied by a figure or obstacle. Tends to be pretty bad. on this mission. There's a very, very tight corridor I need to get through. Never perform an action with a lost icon. Maybe. Apply a different negative condition to an enemy that already has one. Yeah, this will almost certainly happen. Okay, we'll go Tormentor on Geminate. Thanks for the 5 gifted subs, Crow's Tongue. I appreciate it. I've been dropping Firefly Swarm. I don't know if it's right. But I like to get Smoldering Hatred into the deck early, although I'm not even sure that that's good. I like does okay. Hits 2 different targets for 4, but you are muddling yourself and cursing yourself, which certainly is a cost. I meant to not use... No, I meant to apply a debuff to an enemy that's already debuffed. Well, Reckless Jab seems like it would be good at that. This can disarm an enemy. Disarm something that's poisoned. Seems easy. Bilbo Baggins. How are you? Hey Ninja Weasel. YouTube Jorbs streaming same time as regular Jorbs. Actually, YouTube Jorbs started the stream slightly earlier. Collect fewer loot bags than any other hero. That's very doable. The only question is, do I want to go for Prepper? Deathwalker doesn't do much other than attack. And there are 2 Algox archers hitting me at the start of this mission. I think that might be a bit much. Collect fewer loot bags than any other hero. Alright, let's do it. It does mean it's going to be a little bit hard for my Deathwalker to get equipment early. Actually, that's not true, because of how... No. That was actually fine. Actually, I'm very indifferent to who picks up the loot bags on this mission, I guess. So Deathwalker tries to get 0. Blade tries to get a lot. Banner Spear and Geminate can get like 1 or 2 each. If these 2 each get 2, then Deathwalker is allowed to get 1, and we'll still succeed at Ascetic. Town in Flames, you're excited to see how this new mission plays out. Me too. The sounds greet you first! Muffled metallic pang is a voice howling. It's difficult to make anything out with the wind rushing past your ears, but you'd know that tune anywhere. There's a fight up ahead. The fight means people, and if there are people, then the town must be close. You hear more. A scream. The crash of steel against stone. A deep, earthy growl. You're running now. Your legs are wasted from the hike, your shoulders ache from your gear, but the sounds are close now, and up ahead you see the gauzy orange light blooming in the air. With one last push, you round the final bend in the trail and see it. Frosthaven, engulfed in flame. Great petals of fire burst from windows and crawl over roofs. People stream from the town's ruined gate, their faces bent in panic. A moment later, you see the object of their terror. A massive creature with 2 legs and 2 hulking arms covered entirely in thick white fur, 3 gnarled horns crowning its head. Algox Raiders! Cries an elderly porter beside you. We're doomed! They're stronger than anything else alive! We've come all this way for nothing! As if to prove the point, the Algox you've been watching catches a fleeing outposter with one hand and hurls him backward as if he weighed nothing. 10 days you've been hiking. 10 days, and this is what you find. You breathe out a thick plume of foggy air and hoist your weapon high. Time to get to work. Let's go. Hey, D. McDouga. Does anybody have playlists for YouTube music that they really like? Like music that won't get DMCA'd? Soliciting YouTube music playlists. Anyone has any? Easier to get health than get back cards. Is this the rare game where losing cards isn't the best thing ever? You have a health bar? Our starting characters will be having between 6 and 10 health, as you can see here. Algox Raiders, we're doomed! When you take damage, you can either take damage to your health, so if you get hit for 5, you can go from 10 health to 5 health, or you can lose a card from your hand, permanently exhausting it for the rest of the mission. It's not exactly permanent, but exhausting it for the rest of the mission in order to take 0 damage. Or you can lose 2 cards from your discard pile, which we don't have any cards in our discard pile yet, so that doesn't end up being a thing at the moment. but after turn 1 I'd be able to. Which, yeah. The problem is you have to play 2 cards every turn, and in order to get cards back from your discard pile into your hand, you have to rest, which will lose you permanently for the rest of the mission, one of those cards. So with 10 cards starting, we can play 5 turns of 2 cards each, and then we can rest and have 9 cards, and then we can play 4 turns, then have 8 cards, 4 turns, then have 7 cards, 3 turns, and have 6, 3 turns, and have 5, etc. Ends up being that 10 cards is 25 turns of combat readiness, max, is the way the addition works there. But then there are other things going on, like for example with Banner Spear, I am likely going to use the bottom half of Rallying Cry this turn. Thanks for the 50 months. Hey, Dank Dad. I am reading YouTube chat. Caleb D MTG playlists? Oh, that's an excellent idea. I am going to do that. Is that YouTube music or white music? I recently attended Caleb's wedding, which was a lovely time. So anyway, I'm going to use the bottom half of Rallying Cry here and make a Banner of Strength, so all allies within 2 range add +1 damage to one of their attacks each turn. But that has a little red X on it. It also has like an infinity symbol on it. That means it stays in play, and that if at any point it gets like destroyed or something such that you no longer have it in play, it's lost. That's the red X. The yellow symbol means stays in play. The red X means if for some reason it stops being in play. You can dismiss it at any time. If it's a summon, it might get killed by an enemy. Yeah, that's the yellow symbol stays in play. The red X means if it stops being in play, it is lost instead of going to your discard pile. So I'm going to use this on turn 1, which means I get 5 turns, and then I have 8 cards left. So I'm losing 4 total turns of combat readiness. So my Banner Spear will only have 21 turns max combat readiness. Which is fine. Wow. Like, okay. Geminate starts with 14 cards, but Geminate has 2 different forms, so you can only play the melee cards when you're in melee form, and then like the top half of Dragdown has an exclamation mark wings? I honestly don't know what that symbol is still. If anybody knows, you can tell me. Anyway, an exclamation mark whatever that is means it will swap to the other form at the end of our turn if we play Dragdown. You assume YouTube Caleb is too cool to just listen to white music. Caleb is also a white guy, but like, not in a disparaging way. So I've played turn 1 of the campaign a lot of times at this point, unfortunately. I regretfully admit. Try to put the banner here. We'll put it here at 22 initiative, and that way the banner will be here when Gemini goes. Oh, the other thing you need to know about the cards. 2 more things you need to know about the cards, actually. Living Eidolon. Hello. I am Gregorio. Hello. I think I'm still gonna build the full 7. It's the symbol that you have when starting and looking at the Gemini. Also played floor 1 of the Spire an awful amount, that's true. You play 2 cards per turn. You can use the top half of 1 card and the bottom half of 1 card. So you can use 1 top half and 1 bottom half. I don't have to select which card I'm using the top half for, though. So if for some reason Dragdown top half ended up being very poor for me, I could use its bottom half instead and use the top half of Hornet Stingers. But like my plan with Gemini is to use bottom half of Torrent Stingers, move, all attacks targeting me this round gain disadvantage. On average, that's like I take -1 damage from them roughly, vaguely. I think it might actually be -0.8, but you know, on average, that kind of order of magnitude. And then I have to select one of them to be the initiative value I'm using for the turn. So I can choose either 23 or 34. I'm going to choose 23. Which means Blinkblade's going at 12 initiative very early. Blinkblade's plan is to run forward and go invisible. So we'll run up here and take this hex and go invisible on it. It's going to make it harder for the archers to attack my party because they can't stand on the same hex as me. They can walk through the hex, but archers don't usually move 3. So probably they'll like move up to here and then not actually be able to hit anybody with an attack. I think like 3 times in 8 or something, they successfully attack on turn 1 against my party. Once Blinkblade's gone at 12 initiative, Banner Spear can go, summon a Banner of Strength, Incendiary throw this. Then Geminate also gets the Banner of Strength buff, and then Deathwalker can do something. I wonder what. I tend to like... I think I'll just do my normal thing with Deathwalker, which is play the bottom half of Fluid Knight. This is a card which stays in play but isn't lost when used. Whenever you receive damage, you may teleport to a hex with a shadow. If you do, remove the shadow, negate the damage, and discard this card. So it just like gives me a buffer stack for later after I've put a shadow in play and everything. It's hard to do much with the bottom half of a card. Bottom halves of cards tend to be like moving around, and I don't really want to run forward into the archers right now, so I just want to stand still, which means the bottom half of cards is not going to do that much. And the top half of Call to the Abyss, which is kind of like my character's build around power. When you or any of your summons attacks, you may mark the target of the attack. When the marked enemy dies, place a shadow in or adjacent to the hex it occupied. This is going to get me some of those shadows that Fluid Knight wants to use. Alright, that's turn 1. Lively. The 2 forms have symbols like yin-yang. But what are the symbols? What is it an image of? ACTV, yeah. Okay. So over here, the enemies are using a deck of 8 cards to decide what they do every turn, and it doesn't always reshuffle. So the guards are doing nothing special and won't have... They have 2 nothing specials, but they won't have that one next turn. The archers are using Twin Bolts, which is going to miss me regardless of what Blinkblade does. And the priest is using nothing special as well, just moving and attacking. In this room, the priest has a city guard to fight against. The special rule for this scenario. Pretty much every scenario has at least one special rule. The special rule for this scenario is there are a bunch of allied city guards. They don't take actions, they just stand still. They have 9 health, 2 shield, and they do have 2 retaliate. So if they get melee attacked and survive the attack, they'll attack back for 2, but this is going to shoot it at range, so that doesn't really work here. One's a tentacle and the other is a pincer slash claw. Claw? Exclamation mark claw? I'm still very happy for Blinkblade to run forward and go invisible. It deals 1 damage to all enemies within 2 range. For some reason, the card wasn't good enough, it was just invisible, I guess. So we deal 4 somewhat relevant damage. And we're set up there for next turn. Incendiary throw means that the Algox guard is bleeding. Drag down means that the Algox guard is immobilized. And there unfortunately isn't a place I want to move here. I'll move here. Calipers would be good here. Maybe true. We'll have to find them to know, I guess. Geminate has swapped to range form because we used the top half of drag down. Enemies are mostly doing nothing, except... Ugh. At +3 difficulty, the city guards don't survive very long. How's it going, Thermodone? Insect wings is a good guess. Okay, so I happen to know that Algox guards don't take any aggressive actions faster than 30 initiative. They do have a defensive action or 2 at 15 initiative. I can't really go that fast. Ooh. I should not have moved, maybe. I think the plan here is for Deathwalker and Banner Spear to kill this, and we can probably kill it pretty quickly in the turn. Deathwalker has a lot of attacks which benefit from Dark Element being channeled, and the bottom half of Call of Doom is a move which also channels a Dark Element. So I'm going to plan on using the bottom half of Call of Doom to get Dark for next turn here. And then with my top half of a card, I want to deal some sort of damage. I want to stay within 2 range of this Banner of Strength. I have Combined Effort. Okay. So Banner Sphere can bring the Banner of Strength forward as well. So we can use it later in the mission. I guess a different option is to use the bottom half of Lingering Rot, move up here, poison this, and it's taking a little bit more damage. I like that more. So we're going to move here, poison this, and then attack it with Shadow Step. Shadow Step has a move and an attack. There aren't any shadows on the map, so we can't use the move, but we can still use the attack. So it'll be an attack for 5. 3 plus 1 from the poison, plus 1 from the banner. And then I think I'm using Driving Inspiration on Banner Spear. And I want to use it slightly after Deathwalker goes so that I'm getting poison on the attack, so I'm dealing more damage, but I want to use it earlier in the turn than 30 so that we're not letting the guard attack us. So we'll go 25 with Regroup, which also grants 2 allies within 3 range and move of 3. So after this is dead, I can move the Banner forward, I can move the Geminate forward. Maybe Banner goes there, so it's less in danger. Geminate goes here. It does kind of feel like if I'm moving everybody forward that quickly, my character is going to get killed by the archers. Yeah. Maybe that's bad. Well, I don't have to move forward, I guess. Geminate, I'm going to deliberately go pretty late in the turn because I want to potentially be close to this priest. And the priest is going to tie-break its attack targets based on range to them. But if I'm in 2 hexes and the guard is also in 2 hexes, it's going to tie-break based on lowest initiative value. Guard has 50 initiative value every turn, so I just want to be slower than 50, so that it will attack the guard instead of me. I'm going to use Harvest the Essence to move and heal myself, because there's a decent chance that I'm getting aggro from the archers and just taking a billion damage here. And then I think Scarab Plate attacks 2 targets at 3 or 4 range. Well, 3 targets, but 2 targets. For 2 damage each. This feels like a playable turn. And if the banner is up here and Blink Blade's here, then Blink Blade's actually in range of the banner too. I feel like every time I play this, I get better at it. Blink Blade's also going to go pretty slow. I'm going to use Sap Speed. You're welcome to the lore. Are the August Guard decks the same every time they appear? Yeah, the enemies always have the same deck, like total. Although if you fight Algox Guards in one room and then open a new room and there are Algox Guards in there too, the deck doesn't reset in between. So it might be missing some cards to start with. Blinkblade's special thing is that we have time tokens. We can gain them by going slow. This gives us a time token. And depending on whether we are slow or fast, which costs us a time token, our cards do different things. So when we're slow, we're using the right half of cards. So Sap Speed, instead of attacking for 3 with advantage, is attacking for 2 without advantage. It's still dealing some damage. What if I used Overdrive, actually? Confuse all enemies instead of healing myself for 2. That might be more useful. Although, like, probably they're all dead anyway. I don't know. We want to go slow with Blinkblade here because Blinkblade's still invisible until after we take our turn. So Blinkblade's standing here in danger, surrounded by enemies, but they'll all move before we do. So Blinkblade won't get hit, is the idea. Alright, the priest is going very early in the turn, using Drain Speed to immobilize the guard, whatever. The archers are using Shoot Foot, which is one of their reshuffles, so their deck will reset after this. They're moving and attacking somebody for 3 at 5 range and immobilizing them. There's no way for me to stop them from making 2 good attacks with that. Algox Guard is using Throwing Axe. It's only a ranged attack. So it will attack for 4 at 2 range. Hopefully it's dead by then, though. I think what I've done stacks up really nicely against this turn. Unfortunately, there was never a chance for the city card. I'm not saving you that fast, friend. I'm sorry. Alright, Deathwalker's gonna step to here, so we're still in range of the banner. Poison this. I can't move with Shadow Step because there's no tile with a shadow on it for me to move to, but I can attack. Oh, wow. It's already dead. Kind of a high roll. I mean, I suppose that's a good thing. Now I'm trying to work out how it changes my turn, though. I think if I go ahead and kill this with Banner Sphere, it's kind of a wasted attack because it's already dead. That's also kind of not. I get to kill 1 or more enemies of each monster type for a combat goal, so that's kind of nice. It gives Deathwalker a shadow, and then Deathwalker can move up to here. And Deathwalker has the thing where we can teleport to a shadow after we're attacked, right? So Deathwalker can actually tank for us this turn. We'll move the banner forward as well. Oh god, it's a crit. Oh god, it's a crit. Ah, that's not good. Is that the first attack that they've made on me this campaign? Yeah, I have cancelled all that damage and moved back, but now my banner gets attacked. Oh, that is lucky. I could have lost my banner there. Also, unlucky that the archer moved here and this is here because now sap speed doesn't actually work. Oh yeah, it does. Well, sap speed does, but scarab flight doesn't, I guess. Move Geminate up. Get this, push it back. Pick up a loot. 1 snow thistle, nice. Interesting. I didn't think Banner of Strength would work here. Like I am, as the crow flies or whatever, within 2 hexes. But I assumed it would have to go around the wall to count. Or maybe that I'd have to have line of sight to it, which I don't believe I have. Yeah, I don't have line of sight. Hmm. Cool, I guess. Just have to decide which one is taking +1 damage. Okay, it got -1 from the modifier deck anyway. Round 3! This has gone very well. I guess maybe the only issue is with Deathwalker immobilized, it's very hard for me to mark these again. And it works through neutrinos, midichlorians. If you press L on a hex and then move your mouse cursor around, the little lines are being drawn between... Line of sight is from any corner of the hex to any corner of the other hex, basically. Without intersecting a wall. Okay, the archers can go pretty fast. They have a 14 initiative and a 16 initiative action. So Mind Spike is not necessarily fast enough to go before them. Also, actually, Selfless Offering is just as fast, effectively. 27 is the same as 18 with regards to their cards. This turn's a little bit less reliable. Realistically, Power Leak probably kills them. But there are 2 cards they can play that go before Power Leak, so... I don't know what the takeaway is there. I couldn't have kept Experimental Adjustment. I'm going to use Kinetic Transfer as well. We're fast this turn, so we'll get the left side of the bottom half of it and deal all adjacent characters 1 damage. This is a song that repeatedly says something about backseating, isn't it? It's kind of weird. I don't believe I can use Call of Doom to channel Dark this turn for next turn, because I can't move. So if I play it, I won't execute the move, and the Dark won't channel. Pretty sure that that's true. So my Deathwalker is very limited on what to do, with no shadows in play. I basically just don't have actions. I'm going to use Black Barrage to hit something for 2. It's about what I can do. I'll go later in the turn rather than earlier in the turn. And Banner Sphere probably wants to move 4, I would guess. Do it with Resolved. No, I'm not. I'm going to do it with Javelin. So at 21, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I can kill whatever hasn't been killed by Blink Blade. And also, I'm trying to kill 1 or more enemies of each monster type, so that's kind of perfect, isn't it? Archers are going at 44. It's lucky. They will probably be dead by then. Priest is going at 74 with a calculated strike. Hits for 5. A little iffy. Probably okay. So Blink Blade is poisoning itself to make 2 attacks. Oh. Okay. Sure. Well, rest in peace, Elgox Archers. I guess I don't get a kill on the Banner Sphere for one of them then. But I'll take the crit. I don't really want to move next to the Priest. The move next to the Priest is going to target Blinkblade, who is poisoned. I just want to check that I have a loot card available for next turn. Yeah, I can use Temporal Displacement while slow next turn to loot all the targets around me. I can get all 3 of these next turn. I don't have to worry about like moving in order to do that. So I'm just going to pass my other card. Banner Sphere is walking up. Banner Sphere is the tankiest character I have. 10 health. Putting myself right next to this Algox Priest is fine. Smoldering Hatred only attacks at range 4 or 5. I guess I have to walk backwards. And then I will muddle myself for +2 damage on it. Oh, nice. Decent damage through 2 shields with a level 1 character. And the Priest crit missed. That is lovely. Weighted net refreshes on long rest. So I could definitely immobilize this. And then probably long rest before I open the door to the next room. Question is just like, is it actually worth it to immobilize the Priest for some reason? Probably. If I don't, it'll try to walk backwards from me after I walk up to it. To start the scenario that you've seen, it's gone pretty well. Also, I have practiced these 3 turns several times in my life at this point. Oh, maybe I had to mobilize it on it anyway. Resolved courage. How far can you move? Actually, this is a move 3 with jump, which means I believe I can ignore the terrain cost of the difficult terrain here. So moving 3 here will get me there, which is melee range. It'll also transform me back into ranged form for next turn, which is not necessarily a thing I want. And I can use Reckless Jab to wound and poison myself to disarm and gain 2 damage for the attack. That 38 initiative, which is not necessarily faster than the priest. But if the priest goes, it'll just attack Banner Spear, which is fine. I think Banner Spear is using combined effort to move here, and then grant a move for 2 to the banner, maybe? Maybe bring the banner in a little bit more. I could just use Resolved Courage. Let's just use Resolved Courage. Walk here, and I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know. I'll go at 83. And that way, Geminate walks forward, Geminate is here, and Bannister can move up and use the template attack on Unbreakable Wall by standing next to Geminate. Seems okay. 42% human, thanks for the 5 months, appreciate it. Here, Blinkblade is just... Let's move 1 and heal with Twin Strike and use Temporal Displacement to loot 1 before we do so. You got all the loot. Deathwalker already marked this. With no shadows down, the character is really not that good. I haven't needed it to be good in this stream, unfortunately. I'll just use Eclipse to move 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 over here. And then use... Well... That doesn't even work. I don't know what I'm doing. Was I moving the banner forward? I think I was moving the banner forward. Oh, this works extra well because I'm going really slow, so I can go after Blinkblade has picked up the loot, and I can give Blinkblade a move with combined effort and the banner a move with combined effort. Okay. The priest is healing itself. It's a little bit irritating. It does have 2 shield. My characters are certainly not, like, the best in the world at dealing damage to things with shield. Unfortunately, I'm still muddled from last turn, so this attack draws 2 modifiers and uses the worst one. Not bad. Just use Amulet of Life now to get rid of the poison and wound. Fear not the man who's practiced 10,000 scenarios, fear the man who's practiced 1 scenario 10,000 times. I wish this game had 10,000 scenarios. That would be so cool. 10,000 scenario win streak incoming. Some lumber and metal for Blinkblade. I want to wound it instead. Maybe I want to wound it instead, actually. The thing I particularly like about wounding the priest there is it just used a heal. Honestly, the heal is a reshuffle, so... that doesn't make it much less likely to use a heal next turn anyway. Oh well. Banner Sphere does want this kill for kill one or more enemies of each type. Geminate wants to debuff the enemy. That seems kind of hard. Hail of Thorns would muddle it, but that's a loss. Oh, I already did Tormentor. I don't even remember that happening. Sometimes Tormentor just kind of happens by accident, though. It would kind of benefit me to swap into melee form next turn so that I can play a card instead of resting. I guess I'll have Into My Embrace on tap, just in case. This is disarmed, so maybe I'll actually go slower with Banner Spear and try to set it up. Like, get it a little bit lower before Banner Spear goes. With help from my friends. Although, my friends don't deal very much damage. 1, 2, 3. Go after. Dominate, I guess. Yeah, it healed itself again. Well, unfortunate. It does take 1 damage from the wound first. Then it's back to 6. Okay, for Geminate to make this attack, I need to be 3 or 4 range away from it. I also want to be in range of the banner, so let's move to here. I think I'm going to fail to kill it. Upsetting. +1, okay. +1 again? No! No! I think Blade's killing everything too well. Damn. Alright, let's place a shadow here. So I could have had Exterminator done this room if Blinkblade hadn't crit twice. But Blinkblade has crit twice. Now I have to get through the next door somehow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think next turn everybody's just long resting. And then turn after next, I can go open the door with a Blinkblade. One loot for Banner Spear is fine. If I got 1 loot for Geminate now... Wait, actually... What's my combat goal? Fewer loot bags than another hero. Oh. So part of that combat goal actually is Banner Spear and Geminate have to get 1 loot bag. I'm glad that I worked that out before it became a problem. I guess Geminate doesn't have to rest yet. Can probably just long rest next turn instead. There's not going to be that much to do next turn. I could short rest with Blinkblade. Does Blinkblade have any items to get back? No. Maybe I just short rest with Blinkblade. Because I don't have anything to do next turn as it stands. The way that this room works is there are a bunch of city guards in the back. And there are a bunch of enemies here. And so if I open the door... Just noticed you can fog of war peak the difficult terrain. It's kind of weird. If I open the door and then go invisible, a bunch of the enemies are going to walk backwards to attack the city guard, and a few are going to come this way, and we can break it up into 2 manageable fights. That's typically how I play the room. Isn't, like... You don't have to play the room that way. So I could also just actually set everybody up at the entrance to the room. The main reason I play the room that way is with Banner Spear. I have a banner back here, so I don't really have the ability to run quickly into the room. I have to bring the banner with me all the time. Yeah, I'll go slow. Alright, Geminate's just wandering around, because we start with more cards than the rest of the party, so we have longer before we have to rest. A Gamandizer. I am streaming on YouTube as well right now, and I am reading the YouTube chat. So if YouTube works better for you for some reason, try it out. I don't know if I'll do this all the time, but I worked out how to solve one of the tech issues that I was having with it. I think I want to make a Sunless Apparition, probably. Sunless Apparition's kind of sweet. It's for 3. It's so much damage. Just lose Dark Fog. Or the Sun, thanks for 2 years. Appreciate it. Alright, so if Blinkblade goes and opens the door very early in the turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have to use our jump shoes to get there, but we do have jump shoes, so we can do it. All the enemies will likely move before something like a 67 initiative card happens, but I don't want Tip of the Spear. Bannersphere has trouble moving slow this turn. Well, we'll use Regroup to bring the banner forward a little bit. Probably bring Geminate forward a little bit too. Deathwalker, through the first deck cycle, the later that you lose your cards with lost icons, the more like value you can get out of them total. Because I already played Eclipse once, so now I can lose it and it's a bit less painful. Do I want the Sunless Apparition first though? I think I want Eclipse. We're placing shadows and hexes within 3 range, and the idea is that we can set things up so we can attack stuff in this room with Deathwalker without actually having to be in the room. Place a bunch of shadows, move a bunch of shadows maybe. Seems pretty reasonable to me. How's it going, Error? Go long rest here. And other than regroup, I can kind of just do whatever. I think Banner Spear is largely not taking a turn. Oh, interesting. You can use Resolved Courage while next to your Deathwalker to put +1 damage on an attack on, like, on the other side of the map or something. I don't know. There isn't really a top half of a card that makes sense. I'm just going to use Javelin on the off chance that the guards move in really fast. I think if they use Hasty Assault, maybe they're in range. Although I'm at 25 initiative, so that just doesn't work. Oh, hey, fine. I think I'm just wasting a card there. That's okay. We're gonna use our flying shoes. Move to here and open the door. You run inside the gate, and the breadth of destruction becomes quickly apparent. The town has been sacked. Smoke burns your eyes. The structures still stand bright with fire, and the rest smolder, their frames like black torched skeletons. And all about the wreckage howl the Algox, celebrating their victory in an unrecognizable language. We have 2 Algox guards elite. They're moving 3 and attacking for 6. We have 2 Algox guards regular, moving 3 and attacking for 4. They're also strengthening themselves, so they'll crit next turn, more likely. The Algox guards are standing still and attacking at range 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so this will be able to shoot that. But we're blanking the attacks from the other ones. And we've got some priests who are healing, which is not a huge problem for us on this turn, because none of the enemies have taken any damage, so who cares? Actually, it's really good for us, because when they heal, they make a melee move. Like, they're moving as though they're attacking enemies in melee combat, so they'll all walk backwards. So we will have the guard elites come toward us. The archers will stand still. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think actually this one's going to leave. So it's actually just this one. Okay. Just trying to like compute. Okay. All seems pretty good. The town has been sacked. Yeah. Bad time to be the town. It is in flames. Only there had been some context clues to help us understand that this could happen. If I want this to come forward, I think I could make that happen by moving Banner Spear forward right now. But I think I'm okay. I'm okay with killing the archers without them having too many tanks in front of them. Bye from... Oof. If only the guards hadn't cowered so defensively, maybe the town would have been okay. There's a sub-goal for this mission, protect as many city guards as possible. It's not going very well. It doesn't really matter. In fact, it's for reasons related to the exact game mechanics, it's actually better to have all the city guards die. I think we're just pushing all these forward. Gemate is long resting. Worst card. I don't know. Maybe Harvest the Essence. I have to remember that Deathwalker is trying to get 2 guard kills, and Banner Spear is trying to get an archer and priest kill. My big idea here was to use Anger of the Dead, wound all enemies on a hex with shadow, and whenever enemies enter a hex with shadow, they gain a wound for the rest of the turn. I kinda wish that I had more value on it, but I mean, I don't, so what am I gonna do? And then I actually kind of don't have a good top half of a card. I can use Call of Doom to muddle the Elgox Guard, I guess. We want to go at 14 initiative, I think. This archer is very able to just move to here and then shoot me. So it won't necessarily stand on this tile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pretty good chance this archer also doesn't get wounded. Might only be 1 wound. Can I move all my shadows again? Doesn't look like it. Okay, Blinkblade's gonna go slow since we're invisible, and then when we finally take a turn, let's... I'll use the bottom half of Temporal Displacement to attack for 2 and the top half of, I think, Kinetic Transfer. No, I want to be able to push something with Kinetic Transfer next turn, actually. Like, I want to use the top half of Kinetic Transfer to go 1 to push you, and then walk backwards again. Sort of. I just use Twin Strike. Deals a bunch of damage. I do want to encourage the archers to move forward. I want it to be as likely as possible that they move forward. They have 2 move. They are... looks like half the time they will actually move 2. Hey, Noel. Playable city guard class with cards, cower defensively, please, devs. Oh, that's not in the game. I just kind of assumed. It seems like a slam dunk. So Blinkblade is likely to still be there, so doing something like Hornet Stingers, which will poison allies in its AoE, is probably not the right way to do it. I'll just drag down the guard. Should be okay. Pretty much no matter where it is. Since this can shoot us anyway, I think it's fine for Banner Spear to move forward and be the one who gets shot by it. Banner Spear is the tankier of my characters. And I'll just use Driving Inspiration for an attack with advantage. Since this is getting wounded anyway, there's no reason to Incendiary throw it. You get to choose the form. After you long rest, you do get to choose the form, yeah. But I think that I want to drag down. Maybe I don't want to drag down. Okay, fine. I'll choose the form. Little backseat as a treat. If we move 3 and then use into my embrace on this, we can pull it here and it will get wounded. This mean Geminate's in danger. Another thing I can do, I guess, if Banner Spear moves to here, we lose the lose a lot of things. What if Banner Spear moves there after the archers are likely to have gone, but before this is likely to go? This isn't quite working. The thing is, if I stand here and here, the Elgox Guard isn't allowed to stand on the hex with an invisible thing and can't attack the invisible thing. And it can no longer get to a hex past the invisible thing to make a melee attack from. So not only will that cause it not to be able to attack me, it will actually make it leave. It'll go attack the city guards since it's impossible to attack me from any hex over here. Unfortunately, it puts me in range of the archers in a way I don't really like. So I kind of want the archers to get to go first. Okay. Weird watching a game you don't know anything about versus normally when I play games you know. This game's really good. If you like the other games I like, you'd probably like this. Hey Rez, how are you? Where's Mini Jorbs? I don't know. I have to ask Mini Jorbs. He stopped returning my calls. Okay, it's only move 1 from the archers. The priests are using perhaps their scariest card, Angry Hex, which attacks 2 targets and curses them. The archers are using Calculated Strike, and the guard is using nothing special. So, I am going to get shot by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am going to get shot by 3 archers with how I'm playing it. Like, I don't love that. I will lose at least 1 card. I suspect the thing I'm getting out of it makes it worth it. And like, the city guards don't have infinite health. Okay, I can split their aggro. Because if I go here, this one doesn't see that hex. So 2 will shoot Banner Spear, and 1 will shoot Geminate. Which I suppose is fine. Alright. Whether it's fine or not, it's something I can do. In this exact situation, that attack is not as scary. The elite priest has armor piercing, but the regular priests do not. Okay, so I'm using Anger of the Dead. That gets wounded. Anything that enters a hex with a shadow on it for the rest of the turn also gets wounded. I'm going to consume Dark on this attack. And I can use the Banner of Strength, even though the attack's made over here, because I'm, like, my character model is next to it. And I can mark it. I did a lot of things. Cool. Yeah, unfortunately it's already wounded, so, like, my incendiary throw is just garbage here. Well, too bad. Shit. Ow! -1's good. -1 might mean I actually lose 0 cards here. Crit miss is good. Okay, 2 -1s. I got quite lucky. Banner Spear will not be wanting to tank very much for the next little while. But if we do get attacked, we can lose cards. We don't, like, lose the mission. Even if Banner Spear exhausts, we don't lose the mission. And healing exists. And Banner Spear has ranged attacks. was like mostly fine. Blink Blade is a menace. Wow. I'm gonna... This is like iffy. But I think I'm going to stop attacking this and try to give the kill to Banner Spear. It's iffy. It's wasting damage I could use on something else next turn. I could definitely use it on something else next turn. Third crit OP. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck Blink Blade's doing, but it's going well. Do I ever just believe? Here's the thing. It's like, it's worth quite a lot to get 2 perk marks right now. I'm gonna skip the attack. The mission's going well. So far. It can stop going well very quickly if I do things like choosing not to deal damage to the enemies. This turn I'm going to push this archer way back here and then just walk back again. I'm going to walk up to this and disarm it. Although not necessarily fast enough to actually stop it from doing stuff, unfortunately. I'm going to kill this and walk back to get my banner. I teleport into the ram. I'm not entirely sure how. Any hex I teleport to that's next to a shadow kind of gets in the way of everybody else. And I would like to go earlier in the turn rather than later, but maybe it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's like every single action kind of is terrible here, actually. Maybe I'll make a summon. Sunless Apparition. If I can keep the Sunless Apparition alive for a while, it can do some really good stuff for me. And I'll use Fluid Knight, maybe? So that next turn I have Fluid Knight and I can tank an attack. And I can like walk in with Shadow Step next turn and have Fluid Knight teleport back after I tank a bit. That seems alright. The guards are using a Venom Shiv. They are standing still and hitting a very large attack. Archers are using Twin Bolts. They're standing still and hitting 2 targets. Priests are moving Calculated Strike. So the enemies are attacking for a lot of damage this turn, but I think I can fade almost all of it. Oh, a thing you can do with Banner Spear that I forgot is at all costs can heal at range. So first I would have to get at above 1 health. But I could use at all costs to heal the city guards a bit. Keep them alive longer. Got the kill! Nice. As I've played the game more, I've gotten a little bit greedier with stuff like that. I don't know if it's actually worth it to bring this banner into the next room. It eventually starts mattering, but before it does, we have a bunch of time where the banner just isn't here. Crit miss. Fortunately, not on a very important attack. I don't really want to let it attack 2 city guards. I also don't want to let it attack me. I could put it here? Here seems like the best of both worlds. Oh, all allies gain additional move. I didn't consider that at all. I could probably have done something with that. Too late now. Time Warner! Thanks for the 77 months. Beat all of Silksong. You're so cool. I think that's pretty cool. How do you feel about the game? A+? A++? A+++? I'm assuming if you beat all of it already, you kind of liked it. Did I kill you? Sorry, 100 V-bots. You weren't actually on the mission where I lost. I don't know if that makes you feel any better, though. A+, but there are some faults, so not A++. Very measured. Oh, you think the reason I lost the mission was that you weren't there? Look, maybe. Huh. If I actually move up next turn, Sunless Apparition's going to up tanking the damage actually. So weird. The Sunless Apparition moves first. And in order to make an attack, it's going to go, like, all the way up there. Alright, I guess I move in. Wait, this isn't adjacent? It's probably fine. Is it fine? I don't really like it. Man. I don't know about that. I'm gonna use bottom half of Fluid Knight. And I will summon a Shadow Beast. Round 10. So, at all costs heals all allies I can see and choose to heal for 3, and I take damage equal to the number of allies whose hit points were increased by this ability. Which doesn't say the number of allies I chose to heal. So if I heal the poisoned ones, it doesn't actually cost me any health, because poisoning something stops it from healing the next time it's healed. I'm gonna Power Leak can heal a little bit. I'm going to... Geminate's turn's probably the hardest one to work out this turn. I think maybe I like fly here and drag this down so it can't move away. It does put me right in front of this archer. I think that's okay. Geminate has to move before Deathwalker for this Shadow Beast to be able to attack this archer. So I guess my play is go at 50, use Strength of the Abyss, and Shadow Step to move in. When I use Shadow Step, there will be 4 shadows on the battlefield, so Strength of the Abyss will hit for 5. And then when something attacks me, I'm just going to teleport back again. I think it's kind of cool. Even if it isn't good. Points for cool, yeah. Priests are moving at 8. They are draining strength. One of their more irritating cards, so nice to get that out of the deck while they're still attacking guards. Archers are doing hasty assaults at 16 initiative. Guards are doing their psych up to move and strengthen themselves and stuff again. Hey, Neutral Chaotic, how are you? So, we heal there, we heal there. We don't heal anybody else. I could heal other people, I'd take damage, but I would just lose a card to block the damage. I think this is probably better. Huh, the archer's going this early. Ew. Does mean that when Geminate moves forward, we're not getting attacked by this immediately. So I guess that's kind of nice. As played, I can choose either my Shadow Beast or my Blink Blade to get an attack on this archer. One, two, three, four, five, six. I'd rather the Shadow Beast did. Otherwise, the Shadow Beast wanders into the middle of everything and dies immediately. Deathwalker's resting next turn. I'm probably long resting in the middle of the map, which is kind of funny. Ah, kind of irritating that it left. But okay. I bet Blink Blade would have crit too. The archer was 1 initiative point faster, unfortunately. Do you think I would enjoy playing Silksong where if I died I had to reset the entire run? I've been thinking about it. You think no? I think I would. Alright, so we're using Shadow Stop to run up here. Place a shadow. And then hit this somewhat hard. I guess I'll mark it because I can only mark one thing at a time. Actually, this probably dies before I go again. -3. Deep dip style. True. When will the skip be released? I will use the reactor boost to teleport straight into the final boss's mouth. I wish my friends hadn't all left. Blink Blade's slow this turn. Actually, I think I'm just long resting. I think a Banner Spear has to kill this for me. Okay, maybe a Geminate can, actually. Mind Spike hits something, Scarab Flight hits 2 things. Then this comes and hits me, kind of rude. Not sure what else I'm doing, though. We're gonna long rest on Deathwalker. And we're gonna short rest on Banner Spear. Because I need Banner Spear to walk in and kill that, potentially. Do I? I feel like we could just trust Geminate. The thing about this card is when it dies, it goes in my Deathwalker's discard pile. So if it dies right now, kind of sad. But also, I don't know, kind of fine. Deathwalker needs to kill 2 of the guards. Banner Spear needs to kill 1 of the priests as the like targeted kills left in the mission. This game is so good. The biggest pinch point would be the bosses, since you'd only get to see mechanics for a second or 2 and then have to run through the gauntlet again. Yes, that would be kind of miserable. But also you'd get to play Silksong for such a long time. Runbacks are longer than the Fire Giant runback in Elden Ring. That runback isn't that long. Hey man, Freddy, how are you? Wow. Yeah, what sort of notifications did you get on YouTube? I'm curious. My first time doing a YouTube stream in a hot minute. I'm gonna swap into the other form. Do I actually want that? Alright, new plan. Banner Spear kills this. I use Scarab Flight and Hail of Thorns. I'm going to channel Light with Banner Spear, so I will be able to wound something with this. It doesn't really matter if the Shadow Beast dies. This way I move to here, which is further up, but I think it's actually safer, because this way the Algox Guard comes and hits Deathwalker, who will just teleport backwards when getting a hit. I stay in ranged form, which is a bit better next turn, I think. I think this is a bit better. Okay. And Banner Spear is still needing to short rest. And I have to not lose Driving Inspiration, which, like, out of my control. Okay, Incendiary Throw did not perform this mission. Oh, Banner Spear has to get 1 loot as well, right? No, Banner Spear has 1 loot. Geminate has to get 1 loot. Geminate has 1 loot. Okay, cool. So I've got that done already. Accidentally becomes speedrunner, casually playing Silksong his own way. Should you try Dark Souls with the same idea? I haven't played it. Do a Jorbs run Dark Souls with a full reset every death. I mean, if the game's fun, it should be fun to play it, right? People spend too long playing games that aren't even fun. That's my hot take. The current any percent runs are 130 for Silksong. Sounds doable. The priests are healing. At this point in the mission, it's a little bit more irritating when the priests heal for sure. They will heal whoever is missing the most health compared to their max HP. Also move as though they're making a melee attack within 3 range. I think they're going to heal this guard. Also, are they both moving this way? It is irritating. Need a +1, please. I got 2 modifiers. Well, that's frustrating. Oh yeah, because Deathwalker long rested, so they will move that way. If I care about the Shadow Beast staying alive, I could use Scarab Flight to kill that archer. The archers didn't move yet. I can also use Hail of Thorns to kill it, I guess. I don't know which one's better. Just gonna use Scarab Flight. Well, I could say that I was playing blind, but then not actually play blind. I bet none of you would work it out. Like, surely it wouldn't be suspicious when I just successfully pathed perfectly for the any percent speedrun. Ow. This shoots so hard. Losing our card and teleporting to here, maybe? Death walking? They're running out of guards to attack. This is, I suppose, the thing. Oh, nice. Didn't even occur to me that I was getting that attack. I guess it was a crit miss anyway. Deathwalker can unsummon that if I want. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It would get me another turn before I have to rest again. I think it's worth keeping in play, though. This is when Deathwalker starts to actually kind of pop off. With all the shadows everywhere. Oh no, there was loot on that tile. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so I need to get one more loot with Geminate and Banner Spear to succeed at my combat goals now. I didn't see that there was loot there. Walking backwards, not that unlikely to happen from here. I'm gonna use Javelin, and I'm gonna walk backwards and get my banner and bring it forward. And once that's further forward, get extra damage on Lingering Rot, potentially. Let's move all shadows, 2 hexes, and use Call of Doom this turn. I want to try to set the shadows up to wound everything next turn with Anger of the Dead. Which could be a little bit complicated, but that's okay. Complicated game. Holy shit, Geminate's not in not in a great position. What I can do with Geminate is use the top half of Mind Spike. It does lose the card, but it immobilizes 3 targets at 4 or 5 range. I like walk back here and immobilize 1, 2, 3, and potentially stop 3 full attacks this turn or something. Or I could go 1, 2. We'll work it out. Also, the enemies don't necessarily do anything I care about this turn anyway. It is very possible for the enemies to kind of whiff their turn and fail to do anything I care about. I'm wondering about the top half of experimental adjustment. Mobilize and muddle all enemies within 2 range. That also feels like it could be kind of good. Or I could just use the invisibility from experimental adjustment. Get some AoE damage and like be in the middle of everything for next turn. And then there's the turn after that, which is iffy. Permadeath platformers used to be normal. True. Do I feel I made any strategic mistakes last campaign, or was it purely tactical? Oh yeah, like I'm not playing anything right. We decided to play +3 Gloomhaven Permadeath based off of the latest video. It's been going great so far. 2 attempts out of 17 got past scenario 1, both died on scenario 2. Gloomhaven scenario 1's harder than Frosthaven scenario 1 by a long way, in my opinion. I don't think that's controversial. I think that's just correct. I could also just like go for broke. I could just run around wounding everything and then die. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could just move here, attack and wound, move, attack and wound. I mean, it's a little questionable. I think we can take our time. We still have lots of time. In fact, I'm going to use temporal displacement to loot. That's how much time I think I have. I might not have that much time, but we'll see. There's still 1 city guard even. Alright, the guards are psyching up again, so this turn they're not hitting that hard, but next turn they'll hit for more. The archers are doing nothing special. In a while since they reshuffled their deck. The priests are healing again. It is irritating when the priests start healing every turn at the end of the mission. How far do they move? 3. 1, 2. These deck at range 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, but also this is just attacking there. So as it stands, I'm only getting attacked by 1 thing this turn. Without even having to worry about other stuff first. Alright, this seems pretty fine. I do have to move back from this Algark Scarred Elite though. Actually, no, that's difficult terrain, I don't. I could just stand here and deal damage. Wild. And then what? Next turn would be less good. Oh shit, next turn I can use Flailing Tendrils? Wound everything within 2 range? Oh shit. Wait, that's kind of hype. Nobody! Thanks for the 9 months, I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. I'm kind of into that. I'm basically sacrificing my entire Geminate to apply 5 wounds. But, I mean, I am applying 5 wounds. It's a lot of wounds. And yeah, like, there's no... That is an unfortunate attack with disadvantage. There's no... bonus for the Geminate not exhausting in the mission. I'm not playing with like permadeath for characters or anything. Hey there, Bri! I'm doing pretty well. Hope you are well also. I can move Deathwalker, but honestly, not sure why I would want Deathwalker on a different tile than this. Rude. 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 Watch the YouTube breakdown of the Frosthaven run, and you watched to say you appreciate it even if this game is too much brain lift for you to parse outside of the sensory deprivation tanks to trap neutrinos. Well, thank you for watching. I suppose we all strive to be in a sensory deprivation tank that traps neutrinos. The real crime here seems like it's that you don't get to be in one of those all the time. I had a friend who invested in sensory deprivation tank companies in Seattle. He like made a bunch of money with Bitcoin and then used it to put $200,000 into sensory deprivation tanks. Didn't I say I was only getting attacked twice? Or once, rather. I remember thinking I was only getting attacked once. I'm friends with a billionaire. Not quite. And I'm not sure that investing the money he did have into sensory deprivation tanks helped with that, really. Oh. Shadow Beasts? Kind of OP. Is he going to take the money out of the tank again? Maybe. Okay. So I'm using the bottom half of a card with Geminate to apply 5 wounds this turn. Then Geminate is presumably like dying-ish. We have a lot of cards. They are unlikely to deal more than 1 card worth of damage to us each turn, I suppose. I think I'm also going to play Lingering Rot right now. This seems like a Lingering Rot turn to me. So that'll consume this shadow to make 4 attacks and apply poison with all of them. So Deathwalker is also getting pretty close to exhausting. And I'm consuming a card this turn, which is not going to help. Think Blade can walk in and Power Leak, maybe? Link Blade also playing a little bit loose with cards. I could maybe keep the Shadow Beast alive, though. What if I go at 24 instead? That way Blink Blade has higher initiative than the Shadow Beast, and the Shadow Beast stays alive for another turn. Geminate's going to be wounding the Shadow Beast though, so I guess that doesn't actually work. Sorry, Shadow Beast. The Shadow Beast has 1 health, so if it gets wounded, it just immediately dies. I think it's a growing market. Sensory deprivation tanks? Very possible. Canister's just like still chilling. I don't know. I should probably have all of my people attacking at the same time. But isn't applying 5 wounds to the enemy kind of like having all of your people attacking at the same time? I've lost Reckless Jab. That's a really good one this turn. Drag down's almost as good. Sure, I'll lose it. "12 isn't actually fast enough to stop the priests from potentially going before Geminate." A little awkward. The priests are healing again. Is that the 3rd turn in a row? I think that's the 3rd turn in a row. The archers are mobilizing me. The guards are going at 15 with venom shivs. Ew. That means drag down doesn't do anything. And the priest healing this turn is irritating. Alright, is this bad enough for me to like want to leave instead? Nah. That's a valuable card. Sorry, Shadow Beast. The Shadow Beast was dead to Venom Shiv anyway. Okay, actually the priest healing this turn means I'm not getting attacked very many times. Gemi's only getting attacked twice. Affirmative? Yes. I already responded to that. Ow. So next turn I'm in ranged form, which means I could use Hail of Thorns. And then I could just leave. Oh, actually I'll be immobilized, so I guess I won't be able to leave. Alright, Bloodblade's getting in. I could go all the way to here. Attacking targets with shield, unfortunately. It's very rude. Alright, -2 wounds already. It's very rude. Deathwalker does have to rest next turn. Oh my god, they all have shield. Who do I want the thing on? Probably this. Well, it's not wounded. Neither is the archer. I don't know. I feel like the priest's healing 3 turns in a row. is somewhat reducing my belief in the system here. But that's got to be a pretty decent turn. And a banner spear. I'm gonna heal myself. Summon Charles Reinforcement. Am I going to summon Charles Reinforcement, or am I just gonna move? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if I put this card in play, I only get 2 turns before I rest next time, but I have a summon to tank a hit. I think a summon to tank a hit's pretty good. Oh god, they're not done attacking me. Alright, so Geminate's in trouble, but that's no one. I have a preference on where you watch me? Nope. Watch wherever works well and enjoy the show. It's my only request, I guess. Use Sanity Hourglass to apply wound to another thing, and then all enemies with wounds will suffer 2 damage, so that's 8 damage. So you healed 2 wounds, unfortunately. And then I'm gonna use Experimental Adjustment to walk here. It's kinda iffy, but I am looting that way. Probably reasonable for Deathwalker to be short resting. Did I ever long rest? I do have a weighted net. Oh, Deathwalker can't be in charge of picking up the loot either. Banner Spirit definitely short resting. Deathwalker could use bottom half of Anger to wound that, and then Blinkblade doesn't have to go fast anymore. Blinkblade could just go slow. Which is probably better. I can still use Sand in the Hourglass, but I have like a real turn next turn. Congrats on getting to start another campaign. Hey, thank you. I am a big fan of the start of the campaign, fortunately. It would be a worse game for me if I didn't like the start of the campaign. We have Anger of the Dead to apply another wound. We have Fluid Knight to attack from the shadows again. We have like a Javelin and a... I don't know. Having inspiration. I feel like all of my characters are running out of cards here. Blinkblade's healthy, actually. Yeah, Blinkblade's the healthiest character, I think. I'm possibly not playing this room right. But hey, something will happen. next turn I go regroup and javelin. Right. The guards are using calculated strikes. They're moving less than usual, but attacking harder than usual. The archer also using calculated strike. The priests are immobilizing. Geminate was already immobilized. So that doesn't matter too much other than the part where I'm taking a billion more damage. Yeah, this turn they have not failed to make attacks, unfortunately. I don't usually sacrifice Geminate. Sacrificing a character is a thing you can do. Idea being that your other characters can be healthy and still play lots of turns, despite the fact that your one character is dead. I don't usually sacrifice Geminate because it's the one with the most cards, so it's the one that benefits most from being able to play lots more turns. But it does still leave me in an okay position, probably. Was that good? Feels like it might have been good. If one blade walks back from this, we'll go attack Charles' Reinforcement, which is fine. I'm gonna use Sand in the Hourglass. Look at how many elements are channeled. What is even happening? What on earth? Is this new? Did I just make that? I just made that. Wow. I've never seen that many elements on mission 1 before. I just made 5 elements. Crit miss is nice. Named him Winston in your campaign. I love that naming Charles Reinforcement is a like constant of Gloomhaven play or whatever. Alright, Geminate's dead. Somewhat believable, unfortunately. But these enemies have a lot less health than before. Deathwalker wants 2 kills on Algok's guards. There's one right there. Linkblade wants to pick up loot. Kinda. I wonder how good it would be to just walk backwards now, actually. I spent all this time bringing Banner Spear through the door. I kind of just want to walk the other way. Did Gemini collect some loot before they got squished. Yes, but Gemini actually wanted to not collect any loot. Oh shit, no. No, it was bad. I failed one of the combat calls. Oh well. Oh well. There are, like, kind of sensible reasons why. Divine Energy heals all allies within 1 range for 1. What an incredible card for completely fucking all of my plans. That would heal wound and poison off of everything. Fortunately, the guards are just going to walk away before the priest gets to do that. Which way are you going? I have to decide now. Priest is the only one with a brain cell? Apparently. Just thinking maybe I want to go after Deathwalker. So I have like a backup if this doesn't die. Nah, the boots could matter later though. Who needs a backup? Just don't fail. Forehead. Dealing damage 1 at a time to 6 different enemies is kind of fun. Never, like, really expect the enemy to die, and then all of a sudden it does. So I want to step back a little bit. And then I'm just going to keep on... Oh, you know what I want to do? I want to javelin this. So I can kill it here, and it's an attack for 3 instead. And I can channel Dark again. Probably good. Woo! They all gonna stand on the shadows. Oh, it's so beautiful. So beautiful. So I want bottom half of Anger of the Dead to apply wounds again, and then probably Call of Doom to muddle them all. I can long rest here. If I go slow, I can sand in the Hourglass, though. I could also just short rest and go fast, I guess. It's kind of good. I'm just going to short rest and go fast. Definitely short rest here. Oh, wait. Everybody short resting. This point of the mission, we start having to rest pretty often. We go Anger of the Dead, we go Fluid Night. Remember, Deathwalker wants to get last hits on 2 guards and has last hit on 1 guard so far. I think Banner Spear is fine with tanking the hit here. Actually, I can go Driving Inspo and Charles Reinforcement, and Charles can tank a hit. little bit concerned about how hard it is to pick up all the loot, which is, you know, a nice thing to be worried about. So these are wounded already. The guards are passing turn. The priest is angry hexing, which actually means it manages to move before Blinkblade. The archer is also moving before Blinkblade. Wow. Fun fact about digital version of Gloomhaven, you couldn't summon on a tile with loot. I think you still can't. Weirdly. So Blinkblade's invisible until 17 initiative, which happens to be until after all of the enemies have gone this turn. That is kind of wild. I'm gonna go faster so they don't have a double or shield, single shield. When I go... Alright, it looks like I can summon with that tile. Nice. Oh, Banner Spear needs to kill this. Oh, shit. Does move forward. Right? Moves 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait, okay. Change of plans. Banner Spear's not going to go faster. Oh, I have to click all the cards again. That's kind of irritating. Not too hard, though. Why am I doing Fluid Knight instead of Call of Doom? Seems wrong. You like... So the priest comes forward. Deathwalker applies 2 more wounds. It is not that important to get the kills on guards this mission. There are guards next mission, and the mission after that. So maybe kinda sensible. Just spread the damage out here. Maybe I'll just crit anyway. Could happen. You never know. Okay. Oh. I don't think... Well, I don't know. It clearly knows where my Blinkblade is, despite my Blinkblade being invisible. I'm not sure if it should. Yeah, I don't know. Ow. The more I've played this game, the more I've just, like, felt like the thing that matters is wound synergy and nothing else matters. Look at this shit, is all I'm saying. Kill? Kill. Alright, they now can't heal. So we have a max possible of 3 turns left in the mission. Which means I have to do a lot of looting pretty quickly. Anastasia doesn't have a loot card. could try to stack them on a loot tile that's already got loot on it, I guess. Blinkblade wants to just like walk over here and use temporal displacement to loot. For sure they can't target Blinkblade, but technically a trap card just says to set trap toward closest enemy. That does vaguely seem like how the game is coded. And by the game is coded, I mean the rules of the game are coded. Maybe a Banner Sphere can get this one, actually. And Blinkblade can get this stuff. And then come back for this stuff. So Banner Sphere can go here, here. I don't have flying shoes though, so it takes 3 turns. Here, rest, here. And then the turn after I go at 10, which is fast enough to pick that loot up. But I'm not getting the loot from the archer that way. And I'm not currently picking up these. Blinkblade would get them. And I'm not picking up that loot. So Deathwalker would have to go get that loot? That seems impossible. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ugh. Maybe a Deathwalker just gets this loot on the last turn. Banner Sphere gets this, this. Blinkblade gets this, this, and then comes back for this. Alright, the guards aren't attacking. The archer's doing something I don't care about. I can, I think, stop noting their moves now, probably. What's the archer doing? 31 initiative. It might matter when thinking about what initiative it's going at next turn, I guess. Yeah, unfortunately I failed Deathwalker's combat goal, which was to pick up less loot than other people. Which does mean, though, that it's fine for me to pick up loot as Deathwalker now. Crit miss? Kind of irritating that it went back there, huh? Windstrike has a top half move, so I should probably keep that. Although so does Cascading Reaction. And it has the bottom half. All allies gain 1 to their move abilities, kind of thing. Okay. I'm slow, so I'm going here, and I'm looting 3 loot. It was all 1 coin. Bit awkward. Deathwalker might not be alive to pick up loot on turn 1. Or turn last. Turn last? Turn the final turn? Turn last. We'll call it turn last. What if I go there, there, and then next turn, Deathwalker unfortunately doesn't have a turn. It's impossible for Banner Sphere to pull this onto a place that already has loot while picking up loot. You don't have a push. You don't have a usable push. I'm just thinking Blinkblade could go... Yeah, Blinkblade can definitely get these 2 loot. Not definitely, but almost certainly. So Blinkblade will get these 2. Banner Sphere will pick up this. Deathwalker will pick up this. This will take a wound. Banner Sphere will pick up this. Deathwalker will exhaust. We almost got it. Deathwalker did have a loot card, but I lost it when I rested last time. We've just missed one loot. It's not the end of the world. Definitely not the end of the world. If I'd brought my loot card on Banner Spear. If only, right? Oh, I could get the last guard kill right now, I guess. He did not to crit miss there, nice. I don't think it's worth 2 loot drops to kill this. Ow. Just remembered Banner Spear's retirement cost is to get 150 combat experience. That's another thing I could be thinking about. Wait. I don't have combined effort. That would have been a cool way to do it. Grant Deathwalker remove with Banner Spear, but I don't have it. Still can't pull this to stack it. I feel like there was a way to get all the loot, and I missed it somewhere. Thanks, T-Joel. Rock root's really nice to get. That's a potion that I wouldn't have gotten otherwise. I had the 2 snow thistles, but no rock root. And you don't want to combine 2 of the same ingredient to make a potion at the start of the game. Your potion will not be very good. I wonder what lags every time anything happens in this game. Camera? Probably camera. The camera is so bad. Yo! We crushed it! Fast Raid! You're thinking of Frostpunk. Different game. Alright, here are my previous campaigns. And now we're starting a new one. Important thing. What color should I use? I feel like this one will be good, so I'm going to use a darker blue with white text. Yeah. Yeah, this campaign deserves that. We have a Banner Spear, a Geminate, a Blink Blade, and a Deathwalker. Everybody got some of the way toward leveling up. Realize they don't have a camera in this scene. There you go. Defended the guards totally. Yeah, same actually. We got 6 out of 150 progress toward completing this quest. This is like, I don't know. How do you complete that ever in your entire life? We did get Exterminator. We didn't get Ascetic. We got Tormentor and we got Egoist. And we won. That's a total of 4 perk marks. A lot of wound synergy stuff too. Oi. I got one Alvex guard kill, but didn't get the second. This was a thing I could have done, but didn't. Stats? Max damage by the Deathwalker. Deathwalker deals damage. You do have 0 HP, but with Fluid Knight, I also, like, tanked a little bit. And the summon tanked a little bit. Geminate feels like it always deals the, like, second most damage just barely, and then doesn't get first in any category because of that. Feels bad. 10 loot for Blinkblade. We got 18 loot total. If you get all the loot in that mission, you get 19 out of a loot deck of 20. Probably the worst thing that can happen is not getting the rock root, because then you don't get to make a potion for mission 2 and 3. But I did get the rock root, so no problem. You lower your weapon and breathe as the remaining Algox retreat, scurrying from Frosthaven like giant white mice. They'll be back, you're certain of it, but for now you can rest. You wipe the soot from your face and take stock. Frosthaven is almost exactly what you imagined, a knot of grey stone and timber surrounded by sharpened palisade walls, a place where mere survival is an everyday concern and where only the desperate could feel at home. Thankfully, though, the townspeople are tough. They are already on their feet, dousing fires and picking through rubble. In fact, one of those townspeople is marching right for you, a sharp-featured human woman with a fighter's muscular build, close-cropped hair and dark skin, approaches and offers a gauntleted hand in greeting. "The sea be praised," she says, crushing your fingers with enthusiasm. "We couldn't have held out much longer without you." You nod and ask what happened. "Oh, just life up north is all," she chuckles. "I'm Satha, mayor of this fort, now that my predecessor and his lieutenant have fallen. As for the Algox, they've been at us all winter. Took them months to break through, but they finally did. Probably killed a dozen or so of my men, and would have done worse if you hadn't shown up." "Explain who you are, that you've been sent from White Oak." At the mention of the capital, her face scrunches up in displeasure. "It's about time they sent someone to help fix this mess they made," she says, then tries to lighten her mood. "I don't mean to be ungrateful. I'm overjoyed to still be among the living, but a lot more people would be alive if your employers, the Merchants Guild, never stuck their noses in our business. I spent my whole life here in what was once a fishing village, living and letting live with the Algox, until last summer, that is, when the Merchants Guild sent some garrisons and bureaucratic types up here to see how Frosthaven could be of more use to the Empire. One of their expeditions proceeded to muck about in an Algox burial site, and the next thing we know, righteously angry Algox are attacking us. The Inkstains immediately hightailed it out of here, leaving just a handful of soldiers behind to keep us safe." Satha clenches her gauntlet tighter and tighter as she tells the story, but now releases her grip. "I've had to learn a lot of things in the last year. The hard truth is that the Algox refuse to be reasoned with. The only way to stay alive and keep this place I call home is to win the fight, regardless of who started it." Her face softens and she clasps your shoulder hard. "There's not many of you, but I'll take what I can get, especially now that our garrison's been thinned. As it happens, I have an idea." She turns and gestures to the town's smoldering walls. "We took a beating in that fight, so if we're going to survive much longer, we'll have to do more than just sit around and wait for the next attack." She sizes you up carefully. "I've already sent a scout to track the Algox back home to the mountains. Drop your gear at any longhouse that's still standing and rest up. As soon as you're ready, I want you to get over there and find a way to slow these attacks." Bunks in the remaining longhouses are all occupied by the injured, but you find a dry stretch of floor to lay your heads on your packs. You doubt you can sleep after the horror that greeted you in this little outpost, but before you know it, a young Valrath man is nudging you awake. Satha's scout has returned with his report. You tracked the attackers to the foothills of the Copperneck Mountains, where they entered a cave at the base of Snowscorn Mountain. Interestingly, a smaller band split from the main group before they reached the cave and hiked around to the mountain's deadly eastern face. The scout didn't see where they went, but he suspects a secret entrance to the Algox stronghold. "One last thing," the Valrath says as you wipe the final dregs of sleep from your eyes. "Oh, it's a Valrath scout, so this is when you meet a Valrath for the first time." Another group is moving towards Snowscorn. They were Algox, no doubt, but they're dressed differently than the ones who attacked us. They carried long sticks and had some wild animals with them. I don't know if they're going to attack the mountain or reinforce it, but either way, you'd better get there quick. We get 2 morale. We've unlocked Algox Scouting and Algox Offensive. These are like... It's like a mini mission chain. You can choose one or the other, and they both lead to the same place.
Incoming merchant ship tipped the town fishermen off to a dense school of large fish about an hour's row up the bay. Captain Olmsted
I've had this event before. This is the event that I know of in the Summer Outpost event deck, which can cause your town to get attacked. So I'm going to say no. I don't want to get attacked. I lose a morale. Does that fuck up my first play? I think it does. Fascinating. Fascinating. So I just like crit failed my starting build, kind of. What I want to do here is if you build 2 buildings in town in the same phase, it costs you 2 morale to start the second build. So I wanted to build 1 and then start a second, causing myself to go to 0 morale, which causes a town event to happen, which gives me a bunch of resources. But I can't. Which means I can't put resources onto my characters to buy equipment with them. Which is bad? Question mark? Seems kind of bad. Now let's upgrade the craftsman so we can get better items, although potentially not many of them. Okay. Banner Spear has 1 wood and 3 hides. So crude hide armor is not a terrible start on Banner Spear at all. Next 2 attacks targeting you, the attacker gains disadvantage. That would be fine. Usually I go for metal armor on Banner Spear, but I'm not really sure why. Like, this seems good too. I guess the reason is hide armor eventually upgrades such that it doesn't put a -1 card in your modifier deck. That's what the -1 × 1 means when you look at this item. And Banner Spear has an ability which negates that anyway. So giving Banner Spear the heavier armor, which never gets that, leaves the hide armor for other characters who benefit from it more, maybe. But, I mean, I already have leather armor on Geminate and Blinkblade. Hey, Dami, how are you? Let's see who our other characters are. We have a Bone Shaper. Naming characters after recent subscribers and the like. Crow's Tongue just gifted 5 subs. That seems like a recent subscriber. Have 100 gold in your possession? This is very doable on +3 difficulty. The way that gold works is loot cards have coins on them, and depending on what scenario level you're at, a coin is worth a different amount of gold. And because I'm at +3 scenario level, the coins are worth way more gold at the start than usual. So this quest is like very doable, very early. So I think I'm going to take it, which does mean I have to bring Bone Shaper on missions, but that's kind of okay. Como and us, Jorbs. How do you walk? Bone Shaper is a summoner, so usually we start with Warden's Robes, which makes one of our summons gain 2 shield against an attack once per long rest. And then our Drifter, who I'm going to call 42% human, because I think that's a funny Drifter name. Our Drifter is, I guess, searching for the oak. Because Explore the Reaches I've been trying not to do early because I just, like, it takes a long time before I'm actually doing this. I'll retire someone and get this quest on them when I'm ready to actually do boat climbing gear and sled missions. There's a long-running joke in your circle of friends that me naming a necromancer-esque character leans just a bit too heavily into. Oh, I get it. I get it. You actually are a necromancer in real life, is what you're telling me. Cool. That's legit. Respect. I want to take a Poison Dagger and Drifter. Poison Dagger is a really good dueling item, and I need somebody to duel the Chaos Demon that I lost to last campaign. And Drifter's going to have that job. Okay, so I have to bring Kyorn on this mission to kill 1 more Elgox guard. Kind of mandatory. Geminate doesn't have to go on missions ever to complete this. So Geminate might be a bench warmer for a while here. Banner Spear has to go on missions in order to complete 150 experience. Blinkblade has to go on missions to get enough equipment to build a merchant with. But also... Actually, here's the thing. If I don't have a push from Geminate, I just have to bring Blinkblade to this mission chain or else I'll fail it. I was thinking, like... If Bone Shaper wants to pick up the loot, then it's kind of Weird to also have Blinkblade want to pick up the loot, but okay. Sure. Deathwalker has to come on this mission to kill an Elgox guard, that's fine. And then Bone Shaper is the other one who needs to go on missions to level. I'm not bringing Drifter. I could bring Drifter instead. Drifter needs lumber. 8 lumber to proc the Sacred Soil mission chain. I have no idea if that mission chain's like doable or not. I have never played it before, but there are 4 lumber loot cards in this mission. I should have like a town scene that doesn't have the spreadsheet up and see a bit more. Hey Hans, how are you? Alright, I think I'm gonna go with these 4. The Bone Shaper's weird on the next mission, but we're equipping a party for 2 missions in a row. Bone Shaper's pretty good at the one after this one. Deathwalker I think is great here. Yeah, Deathwalker does well. Blinkblade does great. Banner Spear's fine. So if Geminade's like never actually coming on a mission anyway, I guess we can use Geminade's resources. Oh, Geminade didn't pick up any loot. Okay, never mind. No Geminade this campaign, feels bad. So these are resources we have to work with. We need 2 lumber, 2 metal, yeah, I think so. And 1 hide. The hide is easy. Nah, let's actually put the metal on Blinkblade instead. Or use Blinkblade's metal. Wait, what? I'm getting confused. I think the last 2 loot cards included a metal, right? No, there's only 3 metal in the start deck. Okay, sure. Build. We're upgrading the craftsmen so we can get better items onto our party members. In the meanwhile, though, let's get a crude hide armor on Banner Spear. I think I'm also going to build a crude bow. Like, it's that or don't build anything. During your turn, add 1 range to one of your ranged attacks. Ward Square, thanks for the 17 months. Appreciate it. That is intentional, Ward Square. Hey, Grot. Nil and I. That looks interesting, a little bit more involved in Gloomhaven. I think it's a lot more involved in Gloomhaven. Keep in mind that, like, nothing's unlocked yet, basically. Okay, I really like the crude spear on Blinkblade. I think this is a key item. And I could build a bow on Deathwalker, but I already have a weighted net, so kind of committed to not doing that for this campaign. I don't know. The bow's pretty good. We have 1 lumber left. We have 24 gold on Blinkblade. So I can drop Blinkblade from my comp and still get the retirement quest done. By using the gold to buy items to craft new things with. Remember, I need to get 3 head items, 3 body items, 3 leg items, 3 hand items, and 4 small items. Speaking of small items, there's also a potion available before I go on the mission. This will refresh my items. Refresh 2 of my items anyway. Blinkblade, I think, has the best items right now. kind of just doing this based on what's better right now. I think, yeah, like taking the good right now stuff early just leads to snowballing. So let's go. Algos defensive. There's a random item on this mission as well. What this is and who gets it can make a pretty big difference to the campaign.
Camouflaged into an outcropping of a stone cliff face.
Gold. That is the worst riddle that I've ever heard. Like 3-year-olds have told me better riddles. The riddle's like a bunch of stuff, and then like it weighs its weight in gold, and it's like it just is gold. Like all of the other stuff also describes gold. Like the thing tells you what the answer is at the end of the riddle. The first time I had to solve that riddle, I was playing the board game, and so it doesn't have different options you can click. It just has like the card, and then you have to say what the answer is. And I was like, well, it's gold, right? And then I spent like 5 minutes being like, but that would be too dumb. And so I think I said like something else in the end, and then I turned it over and it's just like gold, and I was like, oh, fuck this. And I just said that I won. No one could stop me. Anyway, Bone Shaper's trying to get 100 gold, so that's a pretty good start. Pretty good start to that. This mission has 4 enemy types. So I actually need to make this interface element larger. Board game privileges, yeah. Hey Belafan, hey Senjik. Julian Gallop making PC Frosthaven makes you so hungry for something like a Frosthaven Long War. Frosthaven's already Long War. Also, the thing I'm doing with permadeath, like, makes it even more Long War. I think Wallflower and Duelist are very hard to do, and each of your turns adjacent to a wall or obstacle, I want to fail that on turn 1, for what it's worth. Never exit a hex adjacent to an enemy except through forced movement. Also incredibly difficult. But Ritualist? Kill an enemy while 3 or more elements are strong or waning? That's not that easy either, and it's only 1 perk mark. So I might just like go for Duelist and fail it. I don't know. Like, I'm going to fail it. There's no way I'm going to succeed. Just unthinkable. First last. Wallflower, Blinkblade worked that one time. Wallflower is doable in some other missions, but this mission, the first room is just completely open space with no obstacles in the middle. So you literally just have to walk around the walls. Just kind of can't do anything. An undamaged enemy with a single attack action, never happening. Lose a card to negate suffering 5 or more damage, probably happening. Kill an enemy that has 2 or more negative conditions, almost certainly happening. Acrobat is a thing that I could kind of like make happen at the end of the mission. I think Bully will just happen naturally without having to worry about that. Kill an enemy and open a door in the same turn in either order. 2 perk marks. And I didn't get any perk marks on the first mission. Ooh. And no more than 3 of your turns in the hex in which you started the turn. I think Deathwalker ends a lot of turns in the hex where they started the turn. Enemy and loot the loot bag. It drops in the same round. Deathwalker is not one of the people who wants to pick up loot here. Okay, let's try Overachiever. I don't really believe in it, but maybe. Hey, Alan, you're welcome. Miser. Never exit a room with loot bags in it. I think we can do that. I, in fact, think that that is very much our plan with Bone Shaper. For this mission, it is an escape mission, so bringing another move 4, not a bad idea. Although with Bone Shaper, like, we kind of have to escort the Bone Shaper out. That's a great cons, thanks to the Prime. Appreciate it. Most important thing with Blinkblade is to have kinetic transfer. Pretty much. Like, the other stuff is whatever. Kinetic transfer is very important, though. Sure. Deathwalker. Typically how this goes as Deathwalker is I try to set up for one of my masteries at the end of the first room, and then I burn like 2 cards to get the mastery, and then I run out of cards and get very, very close to failing the mission. Yeah. I don't know. Sanjik, thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. I don't know anything about Slay the Spire. Well, I actually probably know less about Slay the Spire 2 than most people because I haven't been reading the newsletters. I've been deliberately making it spoiler-free for myself. Malicious Conversion is a move 5 sometimes, so I should probably hold on to it for an escape mission. The next enemy dies this turn, all adjacent characters suffer 2 damage. I usually like Wrath of the Turned Earth, which prevents next sources damage to one of your next 3 sources of damage to one of my summons. It's gonna be a weird mission though. I don't really want to summon anything in the first room. In the first room, you just kind of let the enemies kill each other. If I could time Exploding Corpse right, it could be really good in the first room. Eh. You heard I don't know anything about Slay the Spire and missed the 2 for a good minute? Well, I didn't say it too. Yeah, that's on me. Alright, if we get all of these, it's 7 perks. I don't think we're getting all of them. I do already have 2 perk marks on Banner Sphere. So you get 1 perk mark for completing this mission. I think. I'm pretty sure that's true. Which means I will have a perk for the next mission. If I get this, which I probably will, I'll have a perk on Bone Shaper as well. If I get this, I'll have a perk on Deathwalker. If I get one of these, I won't have a perk anyway. So just going for Overachiever seems reasonable. Overachiever very well may kill me. But yeah, it's fine. You don't have Telescope, right? Shit. And then Blink Blade. Blink Blade does need to complete Bully to get the perk. Alright, let's go for it. They'll be tired from the raid! Wait, what? After hours of tracking, you find yourself before a cave. A wide black stain on an otherwise pristine mountainside. A crowd of Algox moving around in front of it. Getting a bit closer, you realize there are 2 different groups of Algox gathered at the cave mouth, and they seem to be fighting. The defenders look like the Algox who attacked Frosthaven. Huge, brutish things with fur-covered muscle and vicious strength. They're throwing punches that could flatten a longhouse. You've seen it happen. But you can tell their strength is flagging against their assailants. The attackers, on the other hand, wear leather robes and move their clawed hands in intricate patterns. Covered in the same white fur as the defenders, they stand their ground outside the cave, guarded by wild beasts as they hurl magical storms of snow. You're even close, and the battle begins to shift. A flank has thinned out on one side, and you can see a path into the cave ahead. It won't be easy to break through the fighting, but if you want to see what the defenders are guarding without getting your hands dirty, this is the best chance you're going to get. This mission's usually pretty easy. I don't think I've ever failed it, but it can get surprisingly iffy at the end. It can also go really badly at the start, actually. I failed it in tabletop with people who are playing it for the first time. Because how this all works is there are 2 different sides, yellow and red health bars, and they're all fighting each other. but they're also all fighting you. So if you aren't careful about, like, trying to make them fight each other instead of hitting you, they will start hitting you. I got a bow? I did get a bow. So I really like that this is the second mission because I feel like it forces you to learn a lot about the targeting rules and everything like that. Enemies want to target the closest enemy to themselves. They will tiebreak based on initiative order. So I want to be further away from enemies than something else. Like this right now is 3 away from me and 4 away from that, so that's going to attack me. And failing that, I want to be tied and going slow to try to make the enemies attack the other stuff. The priest also can go so fast that Blinkblade can't repair this situation. Because what I want to do is use kinetic transfer, move up, and push the priest. But it can go very early in the turn order. So there's no like guarantee that I can do that. However, I will try, and then I will just walk away. I just use the bottom half of overdrive. How fast does the priest go? I want to go before 23. If I go after 23... So much shit going on. Alright, if I go after 23, it might tend to the clan, which will actually make it move toward me into melee contact. I do not want that. So we go at 19. And then if it disarms me or immobilizes me, both of which it can do at 8 initiative, my play doesn't work anymore. So I want a different person to be standing next to Blinkblade and going faster than 19. Little tiebreak to attack Deathwalker instead. And I guess I'll just call to the Abyss. It's kind of fine. Alright, cool. What if I went at 20 instead? And that way we can use Shadow Step and keep Anger of the Dead. I think Anger of the Dead could be useful to get wounds on stuff later. I don't know. It seems more useful than Shadow Step. I don't want melee attacks, I want ranged attacks here. Okay, the other exciting thing is... Banner Spear has Incendiary Throw, and if the target suffers damage from your Incendiary Throw, target and all of the enemies adjacent to it gain a wound. So I really, really, really want to hit this 4 damage with Incendiary Throw, but I'm a duelist, so I don't want to walk into melee range of this and then just be stuck in the middle of the room getting attacked by everything until it dies. That seems terrible. So I have a bow, which gives me +1 range on the attack. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I can hit this. I just kind of have to be okay with hitting that instead. The other issue is... like, I can't guarantee that I'm dealing damage to it. It's only an attack for 1, and my modifier deck looks like this at the start of a campaign. So there are 7 misses. That's 7 or 8. Oh, I even have an extra -1 from Crude Hide Armor. There are 8 misses. So what I'm going to do is poison the target first. So if Bone Sheeper uses Decaying Will, I can poison something. And then Banner Spear can use Incendiary Throw afterwards. And exactly which thing I'm going to poison and where Banner Spear is going to go and stuff like that, we're going to have to work out based on what the enemies do. Let's go at 80 with Bone Shaper and 83 with Banner Spear. This way they're going after the enemies this turn, so I can move in, do some stuff, and then hopefully use lower initiative cards to move out again next turn. And likely the guards will like walk away from the archers, and so I won't get quite as much stuff as I want. But we go that way actually. But I should be able to, hopefully, unless I -2 or crit miss, which is a 1 in 10. Actually, no, it isn't. It's a 2 in 21 because I have an extra -1 modifier in my deck. I should be able to get, like, at the minimum 3 wounds applied or something like that. And I actually can leave with Banister next turn because I have Unbreakable Wall. Oh shit, I have to have to keep Unbreakable Wall then. Important. But I can use Unbreakable Wall to push the archer away from me, and then I can walk out away from it without breaking Duelist that way. So, now I'm going at 71, which is different. I guess I'll go at 70. My positioning is fine for Incendiary Throw. I want to hit this, not that. Okay. We'll see what happens. Oh, also, there are a bunch of masteries to think about here. Blinkblade wants to never be targeted by an attack, which is, like, very hard to do. That is a thing that we can do. Deathwalker is going to work up to removing 7 shadows in 1 round this mission. It's pretty doable on this mission, although with Overachiever it's a little bit iffy. The mastery is basically worth 3 perk marks and Overachiever is worth 2, and you can only ever do the mastery once, so I'd kind of prefer to do Overachiever. Bone Shaper's masteries are very hard to do. Bone Shaper will not be doing a mastery of this quest. It's fine. Okay. The hounds are moving and muddling, which is fine. The priests are moving and immobilizing, which is one of the ones where the Blinkblade's going to get beat up, but that's fine. The guards are parrying and thrusting, which is awesome. That leaves them right where they were, and the archers are using Power Shot, which also leaves them right where they were. So we will be able to go for this Incendiary Throw at 71 initiative, and that is after all the enemies move. I think overall it's an okay turn 1. I'd kind of prefer that the hounds were attacking. Oh, the reason that it's important to Incendiary Throw this stuff is that the red side kind of always wins. It's bad that the priest came here instead of here, but that's not a thing that I'm allowed to control, unfortunately. Obviously bad that Deathwalker's getting attacked, but okay. It's pretty good damage. Lots of this stuff. Deathwalker is going to grab Call to the Abyss so that I can mark enemies, and then when they die, they'll make shadows. Blinkblade is going to move, get you, shoe over there, and then move back. Typically what I've found is that I end up wanting to be down here. Because I don't want to be here because these will start coming toward me. I want everybody to kind of slide to the right. And these priests can kind of be a pain sometimes, but they do die pretty quickly to the archers. Because the archers, out of everything in the room, deal the most damage by quite a long way. Frosthaven also answers the question, can I pet the dog, very early. The chest does not count for Miser. Alright, let's fade the 2 in 21, please. Oh, I'm sorry. I said earlier, like I explained the entire thing about where my Bone Shaper needed to stand, and then I just forgot. Bone Shaper has to walk to here. I'm gonna use Crude Bow to get +1 range. Oh, that's big money. Also, archers and guards can't heal. Priests can, but priests are on the other team. So those wounds are sticking. Now we're gonna try to get out of here rapidly. Bone Shaper's in kind of a weird spot. There's only actually one enemy who would hit us if we went at 91. Yeah, we'll just go at 91. Oh. The enemy that would hit us is an Algox Archer. Oh, I could push it to here and then it will shoot the Hound. Yeah, okay, we can just go at 91. Just like chill. Observe as I don't care about you. Maybe I'll make a skeleton, but like probably not. The problem with making skeletons is that they like walk up and mess with the enemy aggro. Hey Huji, how are you? I could also use Damned Horde to put 2 wounds in the guard and archer deck. Getting kind of exciting. It would be neat to channel Dark. The only way I really do that is by making a Wraith. Okay, I think we mark this archer. That'll be dead pretty soon. Once we have 1 shadow over here, we can like... Does I move here? Is that okay? Probably. Once we have 1 shadow here, we can move it to here and then start making attacks with it. With like All of Doom, for example, which I guess I shouldn't use this turn. Tried to use both of the cards that I needed to do the thing I wanted to do. Is 14 initiative too fast? I think it's fine. With where I'm planning to stand. Yeah, okay. Where else? Blinkblade. Blinkblade is just kind of chilling. We're gonna use Sand in the Hourglass, though. All enemies with wounds suffer 2 damage. That's the play. I guess I need Cascading Reaction to move next turn. Doing really well, Fampy. Not bad at all. Okay. Priests are going pretty slow. They're using Calculated Strike, yeah. The Hounds are using Pack Hunting, going relatively fast, but not faster than the Archers, who are using Hasty Assault. And the Guards are doing their Psych Up ability. Poor Hounds. Well, I don't want to fail Duelist, so let's push this away. I could push it here, actually. And that way it shoots at the Priest instead of the Hound. Which feels slightly better. Especially since the Priests are going to kite back, so they're going to be in this corner. It's going to be kind of awkward to hide behind them. Can't wait for the crab wipe this time. Frosthaven has had it too good for too long for Crabhaven. Yeah, I've been comfortably defeating the crabs, actually. Whoops. Because Banner Sphere went before Deathwalker, this doesn't work. Well, that's too bad. The cost of my turns not working here is just very low, though. So I guess it's mostly fine. Oh, actually, yeah, it's important that this hound doesn't die until the guard goes, because if it doesn't, the guard will come here and hit Bone Shaper. Which is bad for two reasons. One, it hits Bone Shaper, kind of mean. And two, then there's a guard in my face forever. Like, I can't really get rid of it. But the guard was immobilized. I guess they immobilized it before it moved last turn, and it didn't even try to move last turn. Alright, that didn't crit. That's good. Relatively low damage turn from the archers. Means Doggy gets an attack. Well, could have been better. There are no more hounds this mission. Ouch. Yeah, it turns out not to have been a low damage turn for the guards. Unfortunate. Decent damage from the priests though as well. And this walked right instead of down, which is really good for me. I think that's good for me. $10 damage with sands. I think Blinkblade's going forward. Seems like the priests need some help. Operative Blinkblade is on the case. I don't know if I want to make a shadow or not. Sorry, a skeleton. Let's just curse. I'll make a skeleton next turn. I didn't realize that if I cursed I couldn't move for some reason. Brain's not working. Alright, this is fine. I haven't wiped to crabs for a hot minute. I keep beating them. It's like I'm getting better at the game or something, I don't know. Time to deploy our heat-seeking missile. Funny that there's one mission where you're observing and commenting on an American football match, and later one where you are side B. Kinda funny. What if I open the next door? I kind of want to open the next door. I think it's good. Huh. The archers don't have hasty assault anymore, so if they're attacking my blink blade, it's with set trap. And only 2 of them are. I'm just thinking I could go at 19, so I don't have to use my Banner Spear's shoes of initiative setting. I think it's probably better just to use the shoes. I don't know. I'm making some choices right now. I want this to die on Deathwalker's turn. Oh, Anger of the Dead's already in my discard pile anyway. Bone Shaper's essentially not doing anything anymore. Summon a skeleton. Can't die to crabs if we die to Frost Crasher. True. True. Wait, the guards are doing nothing? The priests are kind of fucking shit up this turn. The archers are making traps. I'm not very good at pushing or pulling, unfortunately. Just realized the guards have just swapped between their reshuffles. Because the priests are attacking 2 targets, this one is going to come forward, I think, to here and hit Deathwalker and this. But maybe I can regroup Deathwalker away so that isn't true anymore. I mean, it just makes it attack Banner, or Bone Shaper rather, instead. But that's maybe better. And then this one's going to... I think this one's going to attack Banner Spear. This is kind of bad. What's Deathwalker doing? Attacking for 3. Alright, if we put Deathwalker here, this one's primary target is like this guard, and secondary target is this one. This one will move here, and then its primary target is that, and its secondary target is that, I think. Wait, actually the archers are earlier than the guards. So it will move here, and its primary target is that, and its secondary target is that, I think. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure. I don't quite know how the AI works if it has more than one target, because it's meant to be my choice. Oh, fuck. Okay, well that changes things, actually. Because now the priest doesn't have to walk away. There's so much brain space playing the game at this difficulty, your brain would just explode from the pressure. You're using it for random trivia. I'm quite bad at trivia. My ammo. It's really good for me when the enemies get like 6 curses on their deck, like just happened. I also got a couple of curses in my character's decks, but largely fine. Duck and weave, winding your way through the battle, dodging arcane blasts and enormous Algox fists, but you manage to sneak through without losing your head. Unfortunately, there are many more Algox standing in your way. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So my thought here was that I'd walk back out again now. But what if I just went and opened the next door after this as well? I mean... It is allowed. GL thanks to the 22 months. This game looks so good to watch and so impossibly difficult for you to play. Your head would explode. You're meant to play like 2 difficulties lower than this. 3 difficulties lower than this, really. And you're meant to only have to control 1 character each. Which would kind of make the game easier. Oh, I don't really want them to use all their curses attacking each other, though. Man. Maybe Blinkblade should have gotten open to the next stream as well. Hey! Ouch. Well, this was a wild turn. I kind of feel like I have to walk back to here now. Hans, you hello. I wonder if that one scenario went to my head. The one where you open all the doors. Possible. We'll see how it goes. I think I've just gotten much more open to the idea that the way to play the game is something other than doing one room, then resting at the door, then doing the next room. Which I think might just be me getting a lot better. I would like to believe that that's just me getting a lot better. Not just me getting a lot better, but like part of it is me getting a lot better. Deathwalker still wants to kill an Algox guard. There isn't a great moment for that right now, I don't think. Alright, so Blinkblade is currently here. Beautiful game. Just kind of hanging out. I'm going to use the bottom half of Overdrive to muddle all of Team Red, basically. We'll go at 90 initiative so that we go after them. And here, I think I should flow of the Black River to heal a little bit. And then I have a bottom half of a card, which I'm kind of just wasting. The next enemy that kills one of your summons suffers 2 damage. There you go. And then I can probably make a summon, like, walk into the red team. Yeah, I can do that next turn. Cool. The guards are not moving again. They're using venom shivs. The priests are using one of their very fast attacks again. The archers are using calculated strike. Monsters are cursed, they shuffle into their deck. Does that mean if the shaman is cursing guard, it curses itself to you? Enemies use different modifier decks for this mission. Team Yellow and Team Red have different decks. Team Yellow is technically using your ally modifier deck, actually. Okay, that walked up. That's good. One archer, Dad. Oh, that's so funny. The guards are standing in the way of the archers, so the archers can't move forward. The archers have a move of 1 and each guard is moving, or like perfectly standing in the way. I do kind of need the guards to come through the door so that they'll attack the priests. The priests are getting pretty close to starting to kill me instead. We're gonna move a shadow here. Some deeps. The idea here was that I would heal my friends. And then, yeah, I think my plan is actually, like, go hide over here. Cool. Duelist is still alive. I don't need to use this to heal anymore, so instead I could just use the bottom half to move the skeleton into the way of things. Which I'm not even sure I want to do. I'll just do this. Like, surely it's wrong, yeah? To go over here and open another door? How could that possibly be the right thing to do? And yet... I want to so bad. I mean, kind of nice to kill that. And we'll never know what happens if I don't do it. We have to do it. I have to burn a card. And I'm resting early. I think I'm gonna short rest here. I want Anger of the Dead. The thing is, I also want Anger of the Dead next turn. And then Blinkblade can just leave because it's an escape mission? Oh, does Blinkblade have Miser? No. Last time I did this, Blinkblade has Miser, and I wanted to do this, but I couldn't leave the room while there was loot in it. Man. Alright, I think I'm just gonna chill. Do something next turn, maybe. Kind of important to wound them, though. I wish Anger of the Dead could just always be up. You support me in pursuing the Siren Song of the Door. I love this for us. Okay. Oh, I have to redraw. Very good. If I'd lost experimental adjustment, I wouldn't have been able to do this anymore. So I have to lose Power Leak to get that far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can I explain the benefit of opening last door? I'm gonna run all the guards through a bunch of shadows to give them wounds. I'm gonna get to fight them all in this choke. They're all going to get to fight against the priests. That's basically the idea. Although, the archers didn't move again. The priests aren't attacking this turn. It's kind of just wound synergies. Numbers are thinning! If you can just get past this line, you should be able to push through into the heart of this place. Oh my god, I countered a guard spawn. There are only 6 guards total, and there were already 3 on the board, so one of them just didn't spawn. I guess that's another benefit. So really, I should have done it even faster. Important to note. Alright, now we know. Go here. Unfortunately, I don't want the skeleton to kill this, because this will come to me that way, and I want it to go that way. So what does it even mean? I'm putting the skeleton here? Okay. Deathwalker is slower than the guard. So this will prioritize moving this way still. Skeleton, no! That's our team. Even with muddle, unfortunate. It tied to the wraith thing. I didn't get my shadow. Why didn't I get a shadow? What? Hello? Bug? That was marked, right? Am I choosing the starting team classes? A combination of their retirement cost plus who I think is good on the mission. I guess I need to read this card. When the marked enemy dies, place a shadow in or adjacent to the hex it occupied. It'd be really nice to have that shadow right now. Just saying. That's kind of shit. Anything else marked right now? No, it was definitely that archer marked. That was like something I did very consciously. Blinkblade is having a grand adventure. I'm gonna want to like hide in this room for a second and then long rest and then go invisible again. That's my goal. We'll see what they do. If I have to short rest again next turn to get invisible again, it's like not the end of the world. But yeah, I'd like to end up like 1v1ing a guard over here or something. Or even just making the guards walk back and forth without attacking me would be good. Long rest or short rest? I think long rest. Yeah, I'm still just kind of burning cards over here. The priests are still alive, I don't know. I don't want to walk forward yet. The archers are making more traps. There are going to be a lot of traps. I think the guards are going to end up having to walk over traps, maybe. The guards are using throwing axes, and the priests are using nothing special. The priests have to heal next turn. They have used every other card in the deck. Imagine what the rest of the party is doing, thinking, looking at what the Blinkblade is doing. Yeah, imagine if this was like your first play of the game. You just like sit down at a gaming group with a bunch of people you're not super familiar with, and the Blinkblade in the party just like runs through the entire mission, opening all the doors. Can any character in Frosthaven deal with traps? One of the first characters you unlock is a trapper who makes their own traps. I don't know if that counts. You would assume at this point that the Blinkblade knew what they were doing. Maybe they just read the scenario thing and it said you have to escape, and they were like, well, fuck it, YOLO. I mean, it says I have to escape, not that I have to not escape. I am a little trapped here with how things went. I guess I'm short resting to get experimental adjustment back. I don't really want to walk over the traps. I can't really do this because I won't have a time token left. I haven't failed Duelist yet. That is a bonus of playing in whatever deranged way I am currently playing. I don't quite know what you would call this. Now we've got an rest end, maybe we go for a rallying cry and get our banners set up. Our priest tanks are very nearly dead. This is very close to just being a pitched battle versus 7 enemies. Feels winnable. I want to go late in the turn with Deathwalker so that I'll already have this shadow. Hopefully the shadows didn't, like, completely break. Hopefully they are still being created sometimes. You know what? I'm just going to assume... Well, I gotta move the shadow. I want to move the shadow and all of Doom from it. Is there a different way to move a shadow? Dark Fog? This has to move before 46, which it is likely to do. 5 times out of 7, it looks like. Here I kind of have to short rest or else I die. Right? How far can I get? I can't jump. I could cascading reaction. Cascading reaction. I mean, this doesn't seem like very good. Alright, short rest it is. And here... I might as well short rest. I think it's time to start making skeletons. You have control over enemy movement in the digital game. Control. So, you do not get to choose when they make moves with ambiguous targets. It's probably what you're thinking of. Alright. We're throwing a thing at an archer, we're going invisible again. 12 is fast enough to go faster than all of them. Time to make skeleton. Okay, the guards are moving. That's good. The priests, like I said, have to heal. And the archers are shooting feet. Which does go fast enough to go before the Deathwalker. But... I guess it's okay. 1, 2, 3... Okay, I think these will come through the door. Okay. You say vitamin or vitamin, chat? I'm pretty sure New Zealand accent says vitamin, which is like the US pronunciation. Kind of weird. Because vitamin I think of as American, whereas vitamin is British. Oh, hi. That's not really what I wanted. Do vitals and vitamins have the same root? I would guess so. I'm gonna put this right here. And then I'm going to completely mess with this attack. Nice. Wheata is Latinish or some sort. In fact. I wish this wasn't here. It's my own fault. I sure am. Right in the corner of the room. I have Duelist still. I want at all costs to tank a hit soon, and I want Unbreakable Wall to get rid of this priest. Get it on my face. Also going at 60 means I could put a skeleton close to it, so it'll hack the skeleton instead of my banner. Seems kind of nice. Make another skeleton. Go Anger of the Dead. It might work. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. Black Barrage. And here, the hope is I can like walk over here and just kind of be over here and fight one guard maybe. So I guess going fairly late in the turn order while doing that is fine. They don't know I am... They don't know that I am invisible. They don't know that I am going to deal damage to them 3 turns from now. Twin Bolts for the archers doesn't move. Nothing special for the priest. Alright, so the elites will probably kill... The elites will probably kill this, and then this can walk up here and hit this, and then this will move back and hit it, and then I'll go after that, so I want to go slower. I think that gets 2 wins. Could be worse. And maybe I shouldn't be using the banner strength there. Yeah, I'm not going to use the banner strength. This game is so funny. Unfortunate that the archers didn't move. Take 10, I guess. I don't think this gives it a wound, actually. Because it didn't enter. Hold on, I need to undo. No. This doesn't even matter that much, but it's just so cool. Watch a bunch of enemies move again. The summoner can have 2 of the same summons active. It has 3 different cards, all of which make the same thing. If I make the shadow here, I can unbreakable wall and push it into the shadow, which does give it a wound. Because it gets wounded whenever it enters a hex with a shadow in it. It doesn't get wounded when a shadow is placed in the hex it's already in. Honestly, at this point, I think if Blinkblade left, it would kind of be okay. I'm gonna turn our light into dark for Deathwalker. Sometimes Sand in the Hourglass has even more text. Alright, so I am going to have to go, like, hide over here. Or leave, like I said. There aren't that many enemies left. Everyone in my party is kind of still full. I go prevent the next 3 sources of damage to one of my summons and make a return servant as well. So the skeletons are very large amounts of damage per turn once we get here. Deathwalker needs to kill a guard. Vaguely important thing to remember. I think going late in the turn... Maybe I just run up, poison something that's near this, and then summon a Sunless Apparition from this shadow. And here... Incendiary throw for that. One of them isn't wounded yet. I could just combined effort for that instead. That makes more sense. I'll still use Tip of the Spear to go at 67 though. I want to go after them. Okay, Sand in the Hourglass seems like an unreasonable card. The guards are still doing their thing where they trade the shuffle cards back and forth. Archers are doing nothing special at 31 initiative. That means 1 archer attacks me. Blinkblade, I mean. Because I can go here. And be mostly hidden. I don't really want to attack this. It has 2 retaliate, I have 3 health. I'm slow next turn. I guess I want to go like as far away as I can. Oh, I could have used my spear. Sure. And this attack does seem worth getting retaliated against for. Ow! Attacks at range 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Move here. Just have to be a little bit careful that I don't outright die with Blinkblade. I think this will be okay. The elite archer can't make a move closer to Blinkblade to attack, and then the regular one was muddled but still hit. Oh yeah, the guards are still like over there. Is it time to start moving forward? I guess so. Here goes nothing. I could move 4 and make a melee attack. I would just get retaliated against though. I do want all the loot on Bone Shaper. Is that true? Bone Shaper gets 20 loot? Good luck. It's gonna be a lot of walking around. Bone Shaper starts with 12 cards and hasn't... No, we did lose 1 card. Okay. I mean, Bone Shaper could get a lot of that loot. Like a lot of that loot. What's Bone Shaper doing this turn? Oh, I didn't use Wrath of the Turn to Earth yet. I'm gonna try to get Bone Shaper like all the loot. Hey, Bean Joe! Oh, CTL, hello. This is +3, and I reset if I lose the mission. Moon Shield, hello. I haven't checked YouTube chat for a bit. I still have my give a summon a loot action thing. Grant a summon a loot action, you gain the loot collected. It's a lot of loot. Is Blinkblade gonna aggro all the enemies and then dip? Yeah, that's the plan. You got it. We also wounded a bunch of the enemies. Worth. Alright, not gold. Beautiful. The Bone Shaper only actually cares about gold. We're not allowed to leave a room with a loot bag in it, so... I mean... I think it's okay for the rest of the party to help pick up loot a little bit. Just like a little bit. A couple of loot for the well-meaning party members. Hide, okay, good. As long as we don't pick up the gold, we're good. Another incendiary throw? Someone's gotta do it. This should be an achievement, right? I think that's only reasonable. Do I want to go later in the turn? I think so. That way Banner Spear can tank. Does this go first? Elite, elite, elite. I think I might lose my banner though. If this comes and hits that, then this will come and hit that. To lose my banner. In which case I'd want to go before them in the turn. Oh, I can think about which cards they have. I might need a move +1 maybe? Which is only Hasty Assault. 4 move, 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. Maybe I shouldn't have moved where I did last turn. So move -1 doesn't do it. They would need Hasty Assault or nothing special. They're 30 and 50 initiative. Does it even matter? It don't even matter if the batter dies. Look at all these wounds. Only 6 enemies. I still have 4 healthy characters. Well, okay, maybe not. But reconsidering that claim right now. I still have 3 healthy characters. I'll actually use Shadow Step. Shaper is also kind of not healthy, huh? Okay. That doesn't matter anymore. You know, I'd be dead. I didn't realize how bad this was. It's better to long rest? No. Uh... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gets me closer to this than that. Alright, we have to go at 19. Shit. Potentially very bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could just go here. I need Deathwalker to tank for Blinkblade because Blinkblade can only lose 2 cards this turn. A thing I did not realize. We do have Sand in the Hourglass. We're going at 54. If we go before the archers, we're good. So Power Shot doesn't kill us. Calculator Strike doesn't have range. Close-in doesn't have range, I don't think. Shootfoot. Ooh. Shootfoot I would have to bring Deathwalker in for. Hasty Assault. Because of the current layout, Hasty Assault doesn't have range, I think. 1, 2, 3. No, Hasty Assault kills me. Although it'd have to be Hasty Assault plus the guards also doing something, which isn't guaranteed. Guards only kill me on 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. So it's 50% for the guards, plus like a 1 and something for the archers. That is close in, not Hasty Assault. And the guards are doing nothing special. I think that's fine. So this goes first, but it can't move into range. So this then shoots. This moves here to shoot, and this goes and attacks. But I have 2 cards I can lose. That's fine. Oh yeah. Oh! Well. That is substantially better than being dead. I am going to start running out of cards kind of fast with Deathwalker here. We don't have to worry about our banner, fortunately. I'm just wondering if I use Eclipse for the shadows, or if I try to be greedy and not use it. Next turn, resting. Like shadow, shadow. Shadow, maybe? Charge reinforcement there to stand in the way of this. Countersphere still hasn't failed Duelist. That's kind of hype. Oh, interesting. Maybe I keep the Shadow alive. Maybe that's worth more than Incendiary Throw. And then I can also bring this skeleton in. And Incendiary Throw can just go here. And it doesn't, like, apply the wound and everything, but I think keeping the Shadow alive is more valuable. Wait, I had a bow? I don't think the bow had main range anyway. So the archer failed to attack again. Sure. Maybe it'll miss. Perhaps I should have moved the banner up so the skeletons hit harder. Do I care about this 2 damage? Blinkblade's actually going to kill it already. So the chest on this mission, I happen to know. The first time you get chests in this game, it's like a little loot box. You're not sure what's going to happen. But they do always give the same thing on every mission. Sometimes the thing they give is like a random item. In this case, it's 3 random items, 3 random cards from the loot deck. But, I mean, the loot deck is just going to be empty after Bone Shaper picks up all the loot. And we're trying to use, trying to succeed at Miser, so I think instead of going to the chest, I might as well just go pick up a loot. One skeleton down. Oh. I guess the Shadow does die. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, the random blueprints are random. But they are also always random. I have to kill an enemy that has 2 negative conditions. I'm okay with undoing for that. I'm not going to undo to put the shadow in a different place, but I will undo for this. Because that was just me forgetting. When I am forgetting a combat goal and that changes what I want to do, I'm okay with changing my turn. But when I am just making the play wrong, it feels a little weird. I don't know. Sometimes I'm more okay with it than others. Is this the same campaign as the YouTube lurker video? No, that campaign is dead. This is a brand new campaign tonight. Bully successful. Successfully bullied. Oh, a shadow. What? Why can the shadow be played in the exit tiles? That's kind of weird. It's got a little bit of healing in on the way out. It's a little bit sad to fail untouchable, but also keeping like the guard and archer stuck over here. Blinkblade single-handedly killed an archer there, by the way. Seems worth it. Oh, it's the next turn already. Okay. Feels like a short rest. Also feels like a short rest. And I'll use the bottom half of Eternal Torment, probably, every time I can. But that does kind of ruin the rest of my turn, so maybe this time I don't. Giving them curses is good, getting more attacks is good. Go at 26. There are 2 enemies who aren't wounded. I don't have Sands of Time anymore anyway, though. Unbreakable Wall. Okay. Lingering Rot. I think Lingering Rot I would like to play right now. But also, I'm set up okay to remove 7 shadows in 1 round. I have failed Overachiever. Fuck you, Blinkblade. So I think I will avoid risking losing Anger of the Dead or Shadow Step, which would break my ability to do that. No pushing into traps with Unbreakable Wall. True. The traps on this mission are only 3 damage, though, so I don't think it's that big a deal. Go bottom half of Anger of the Dead to hopefully put a wound on this Call of Doom. Feels reasonable. Overachiever's too much most of the time. Yeah, Overachiever's pretty hard. Ooh, combined effort would be a way to wound this. Feels like the best option to me. I wonder on average how many turns it takes for this to get into combat again. Archer moves and attacks at 5 range. Shoot foot. Guards are using Hasty Assault. That's the best thing they can use for getting into combat again. 1. Unfortunately, it only has to move to here to make an attack. So Anger of the Dead won't work on it. It would work on this, but this already is wounded. Do I ever choose top or bottom based on the card's sexual preference? What a great question. And one that honestly doesn't get asked enough. Which one's being highlighted? That one's being highlighted. So this is Algox card number 1, so it will be targeted by my summons. So I guess I want to kill it first. I guess it's actually Algox card 5. That means this one's 6. Sure. As long as it's ahead of the other one in the turn order. It gets summoned first. Or targeted first or whatever. This doesn't do anything. Feels sad. Surely it would be bad to deliberately not pick up loot right now with this much loot on the ground. Right? Right? It feels like it would be wrong. Huh, I needed Deathwalker there. It was wrong somehow. I guess technically I've seen what the loot is now, but it doesn't really matter. I want to go here. Here. I want to go here. Honestly, I might not know what I'm doing. We're gonna Javelin. What you loot, what the game tells you pre-mission doesn't match what you pick up in the mission. I think it does. If it doesn't, that's a bug. I've seen at least one mission that is bugged though. I just drew 3 -1s, so I guess next turn's going to be good, I suppose. I don't know. It won't though, because all of my skeletons are going to be dead. Okay. I like crit miss. Here they come. I'm not allowed to leave this tile because I'm duelist, so I guess I'm staying here. Summon Charles Reinforcement to do a little bit of tanking again. Deathwalker is allowed to leave. I don't like have to? Weird. Three characters feels like slightly fewer characters than 4 characters, is a thing that I'm noticing as I'm trying to kill the enemies here. Just gonna keep on making skeletons as much as possible. You know, I could summon the Banner of Hope. Do some healing. I think just killing the enemy is probably a bigger deal. What's the icon required by the Undying Executioner? Goal. Kill at least 15 of your summons. There's an icon. Oh, you were thinking about Dawn's Harvest maybe? That's Shadows for Deathwalker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 Shadows in play already. Alright, the guards are doing nothing. The archer is also doing nothing, I think. I guess parry and thrust isn't nothing. The archer does miss. I mean, it's mostly nothing. They're standing still while wounded. Pretty good for me. The crit! Alright, which one is that? Alright, so the skeleton in Texas, which probably means Deathwalker doesn't have to deal damage to it. Mobilize this. Buys me another turn before it's in the fight. Kill? Sure have a little pile of shadows. I believe it's only around 13. I thought it would be later. I'm like slightly low on cards on Banner Spear, but I don't think it's an issue. Still have 1 million on Bone Shaper. Just top off this to heal. Use bottom half of Angry Spirits again, sure. Sure. 1996. A good year? Was it a good year? That goes okay. We got calculated strikes from the guards, and we have calculated strike from Algox Archer too. At the moment, Algox Archer would be out of range for everything. Yeah, I think Algox Archer is out of range for everything. +2! Damn. Celine Dion had a big year in 1996. Hype. I believe this is still out of range. I've heard of Celine Dion. Is she the one with that music video where, like, her lover was in a motorcycle accident or something and then she's really sad? If so, that is one of the greatest pieces of art of all time. Oh, the crit! Well, I guess it's dead. That's kind of awkward. I didn't actually want that to die yet. Yeah, there's definitely a bug with that exact card, which is causing it not to generate a shadow. I still want to go Shadow Step, Anger of the Dead, but now I'm kind of running out of time to do it, because I need 2 enemies alive for it to work at all. 1996, the first animal was cloned. What a path that set us down. I'm gonna end up using Eternal Torment while I have no summons in play, huh? Seems wrong. We'll go Damned Horde just in case. Can't believe I've still not failed Duelist. Duelist is usually very failable. Wasn't Dolly the Sheep a hoax kind of deal? I don't think so. I think maybe it was kind of like overstated how much of a thing it was. But I don't think it was a hoax. I did want to use Black Barrage this turn, but probably I can do something else. I get bottom half of Fluid Knight. Oh, that might not work. Probably doesn't work. Alright, so I guess I have to move a Shadow and Call of Doom in order to mark something. And then next turn, someone has to go very fast to kill a thing, and then I get the Mastery. If the US president worked on cloning himself, I have a really bad joke here. It's just right there. Actually, don't mind that dying. And I wanted Charles to die as well. Have to kill this next turn with Driving Inspiration. Probably happens. More like clowning himself. Indeed. So I need to make sure I can still leave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ah, that's pretty easy. Okay. Skelanton is gonna loot for me. Thank you, Skelanton. No gold. Rude. Actually, I want it to die before I long rest because the card will be in my discard that way. Gets me one more turn before my next rest, although it doesn't feel like it matters. Alright, so this turn we're going for Deathwalker's Mastery. We do that by killing this with Driving Inspiration, and that's actually the only, like, RNG that it requires. I'm going to Shadow Step and Anger of the Dead. So when this dies, it creates a shadow. I can only have 5 on the board at once, so that will basically remove a shadow. And then I use Shadow Step to remove a shadow as well. That's 2 shadows removed, and then I use Anger of the Dead to just hit something for 7. And Bone Shaper is also here. It will be going after everything else is gone. 50 for the guard, 56 for the archer. Oh, I forgot Banner Spear could move faster. I guess that gives me other things I could have done to achieve the same thing. It's an attack with advantage. Okay. Sure thing, Banner Spear. Banner Spear didn't want me to get the mastery, I guess. I don't think I have a way to do it. But there's no reason in particular, in my opinion, not to cash in all the stuff with Anger of the Dead now. So this is guaranteed dead next turn. Well, guaranteed dead this turn. There's no way to Shadow Step. Anger, no, that doesn't work. Yeah, I can't do it anymore, I'm pretty sure. There was probably a way with higher chance. If I used Fluid Knight. Yeah, if I had Fluid Knight in play right now, it would have. Would it work? Shadow Step. And Anger that, then Fluid Knight. Yeah, if I had Fluid Knight in play. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That just kind of puts me in danger. Let's just kind of go. I'm actually gonna unsummon Charles. That's the tile I want to stand on, it turns out. Oh, that also has loot on it. Shit. Charles come back to me. Bannister wanted her own mastery. She's not getting one. I wonder, does Shadow Step like give experience and just not say? Kind of weird for this card not to give experience. Feels like it would give experience. Alright, I'll put one loot on the wrong thing in order to get more experience, I guess. Boom! Sure. Doesn't matter. Holy shit. The enemies are all dead. Oh my god. Well, getting the rest of the loot could keep me busy for a while. There's essentially no reason not to long rest. This might be a new record for most rounds I've ever played in the mission. Alright, Deathwalker is just walking out, failed Overcheer, failed our Mastery quest. Banner Spear, I think, also just walking out. I'll put regroup on Bone Shaper, maybe. Someone have to disarm loot bag. That one? I have a loot card. I can grab it from next to it. Not an issue. I don't... There's a loot bag there as well. I want the skeleton to be exactly there, I think. Kinda weird not to pick up the chest when everything's this free. This game keeps changing. Keeps on like being different every time I play. A wild game. Alright, so Banner Spear is going to leave. Bone Sheeper is going to walk to here and summon something there. Deathwalker is also going to leave. I think, like, even though I could have the characters stick around to watch Bone Shaper pick up all the loot, I might as well just leave. Just get me out of here. Not only did I never exit a hex next to an enemy, I also never exited a hex next to the starting tile. Almost true. I tried turning the graphics down to see if I can get rid of the stuttering, because it's a little bit stuttery every time I input something. Not graphics related. I don't know what the issue is, but the graphics didn't help. Can I heal myself? Yes. I could use Fluid Knight to get 1 experience. The thing is, I'm not even sure that experience is good. Issue is early access. Probably doesn't help. Get me out of here! About Dolly the sheep, and is apparently pretty much legit. The most scandalous part so far is that she was named Dolly after Dolly Parton because she was cloned from a mammary gland cell, which yikes. Yes! Yikes seems appropriate. I think it's like up to Dolly Parton to be offended by that, if she wants to be offended by that, though. 12 gold. We're getting there. I also found a rock root and 2 arrow vines. I guess Banner Spear's retirement quest is to summon or to gain a bunch of experience. So I probably will actually summon a banner on the escape tile before I leave. Having the worst day-night ever, and you need some Jorb to make your heart stop racing. How do you feel about slow breathing? Like that. God, that calmed me down. And I wasn't even, like, stressed. A thing I got taught to do was also this. Just, like, gently pull your head. Get your shoulders straight and everything, and then gently pull your head to your shoulder. Shoulders are kind of fucked right now. That was a good little body scan. Anyway, yeah. Those are my go-tos. Tranquil Shoes. We found our item. This is a decent item for Bone Shaper, too. At the start of your turn, if your initiative is 60 or higher and you're not performing a long rest, perform heal 1 on self. We deal ourselves damage with skeletons, so like we do have to heal sometimes. And also a lot of our cards are 60 initiative or higher. So I don't mind that a single bit. That seems pretty good. So Banner of Hope's 2 experience, and a Torchbearer is 2 experience. So I'll summon 1 this turn, the other one the next turn, and leave. Will I stream Slay the Spire 2 early access, got asked? Yeah. At least for like a day. Oh, it goes around the trap. I want to unsummon this. How do I do that? That one's on returned servant, is that right? Alright, this way I get the card back. And I can use top half of at all costs. Hype. I'm actually like almost out already. I definitely thought this would be a little bit tougher to get everything. I guess like one loot card goes a long way. Alright, a very strange way to play the mission. Usually as you went through these rooms, there would be enemies in them, right? But instead I just fought almost everything in the first room. And I'm spending a tremendous amount of time walking at the end of the mission, unfortunately. This for 2 experience. Four more gold, huge. What? What? No. Incorrect. I think it countered my banner or torchbearer as a thing that was escaping. Maybe. Hey Shaka! This is my first time trying a simul stream to YouTube in a while. It seems straightforward enough. I would like to be able to do it. It's a little bit of extra work. But if I can do it, I'm just going to try to change the turn somehow. So I'll try doing the grant loot this time. I wonder if the like banner is just voted as a hero or something. So I'm also going to unsummon these. So they are definitely not escaping. Alright, it doesn't say 4 out of 4 yet. Damn. Yeah, that's funny. I guess you can abuse that if you want to win the mission in spots where you shouldn't. I wonder how much the like theoretical max experience I can farm here is. It's 1 experience every time I summon a skeleton, and I can put them back in my discard pile. The party turns to the banner spear after the mission. Bone Shaper, have you lost weight and what have you done to your hair? A fair question. Alright, we're getting kind of low on things. I'm curious. 17 loot on this character. A lot of loot. I'm not allowed to summon a... Are you kidding? I lose Miser because of this loot bag? That's not... Nah. That's not correct. This tile is not in the room, so it shouldn't work that way. Okay. I can fix it! Door should count as both rooms. Door actually counts as neither room. But also the loot isn't in the room, therefore. Oh shit. I actually can't do it anymore because I lost Eternal Torment. Are you serious? Are you serious? Oh my god. I kind of want to go back all the way to get my thing back. It's fine, it's not that far back. Game is actually bullying. Uh-huh. I think this is the longest mission I've ever played. That's kind of wild. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, so I think this is before I lost the card that lets me loot with a summon. If it isn't, Banner Spear can maybe grab it. Yeah, Eternal Torment I still have. Alright, cool. Alright, so we just have to do this again. Escape! So brutal, though. It's okay. It's so much fun to get all the loot, and now I get to get it all again. All the little numbers come up on the screen. Oh, beautiful stuff. It's everything I ever dreamed of. It's unfortunate that the other characters aren't getting any loot. Maybe I should have thought about that. Probably fine. No, so I'm gonna short rest because I want to get out of the mission, please. That's fine. So no way for characters to share loot. All of the potion resources are shared. Always. It didn't even have loot in it, that bag. It failed my quest. It was empty. So inconsiderate. Wow. Wow is all I can say. Imagine if there was just like a loot bag here and I didn't see it, and the entire 5 turns had been for nothing. Probably should have checked that. How's my experience doing? I'm at 12. That is not even that much. Okay, whatever. Get me out, please. Am I allowed to play this? Did that give me an experience? No. Wasn't sure. A lot of the loot gets used to create buildings in town. So that kind of gets shared. If you find a random blueprint, which can happen in the loot deck, anybody can build that from your party. So that also kind of gets shared. Participation trophy for Deathwalker. Yeah, that sounds about right. Storm of Blades, Life Giver, the Silent Reaper. Very upsetting that I didn't get this. Like that Blinkblade ran through and escaped halfway through the mission. Blinkblade had a great time. Blinkblade loved that mission. I have not brought Bone Shaper on very many missions, huh? Aesthetic was the only one I failed last time. If you're curious about the spreadsheet, !Frosthaven will give you a link to it in Twitch chat. If you want to see all the mission history and stuff. Duelist. That might be the first time I've ever succeeded at Duelist. Overachiever, Miser, Bully. Win. 5 perk marks, I think. Bully, Miser, Duelist. So Deathwalker failed the Mastery and failed Overachiever. So we just don't have a perk for next mission, unfortunately. It is too bad. It's also 12:40 a.m. I think I can probably play another. We're up to 22 out of 150 on Bannersphere. I tried very deliberately to get more experience. We're at 48 out of 100 already on Bone Shaper. Holy. Okay. Well, Bone Shaper will be retired, like, soon. At that pace. Hey, Wireframe Weef. Raphael, hello. Once inside the cave, the sounds of battle soften, the thick ice-covered walls dampening the roars. As you look back, however, a single large figure stumbles back from the fray and calls to you. Warm bloods, the Algok says. It's one of the brawler Algoks, a fighter as tall as a horse. One of its arms is hanging loose by its side, and the fur on its stomach is matted with blood. All our enemies come to fall upon our heads, eh? Your look of confusion prompts the creature to speak further. Is it Australian? The snow speakers, he growls and gestures outside. Invaded our home.
They have killed many. Looms over you even from a distance. But perhaps you can help us fight back.
Until a second ago, you didn't even realize Algox could speak your language. I mean, kinda. And yet here one stands asking for your help. He moves his massive bulk to the side and waves a hand toward his dead comrades.
They kill us because we are ice speakers.
He taps himself on the chest as he says this, wincing slightly. The creature, despite his great size, is somehow made smaller by the gesture.
You can help us.
The offer is bizarre, certainly, but there's an advantage to be had here. Thoth had charged you to find a way to help stop the attacks, and it would seem one has presented itself. If you help this group defend their home from these snow speakers, you may be able to make peace with the victors. It's slow going at first. The Algox explains the situation further through labored breath. It seems this place, Snowscorn Mountain, holds religious significance to the Algox clans. Both factions want control of it because of the animosity. Only one can occupy it. When the residents of Ice Speakers returned battle-weary from their attack on Frosthaven, the Snow Speakers seized the opportunity and launched an invasion to take back the mountain. You're not sure which side you should take in this whole thing, but you know this information is valuable, so you follow this creature further into the cave, wondering whether this is what Satha had in mind. Ichiro gains a perk mark, but it's not enough. Drifter got Duelist once before I started logging in. Believable. Shall we double up? Double Duelist? What does it mean? Sure. I think Banner Sphere is pretty good at Duelist on this mission, actually. Perform no attack abilities on the first 3 rounds. I think that's doable on Deathwalker. A little painful, but doable. Never attack an enemy that has already acted in the round. Move no more than 2 hexes on each turn. Kill the last enemy to die in the quest. Slowpoke's kind of painful here. But I don't know about Vanguard. Vanguard seems very bad. Alright, we'll go Slowpoke. Wallflower? Wallflower seems fine. All the middle. 8 perk marks incoming. What do we think? Banner Spear is at high enough experience to get level 2, but doesn't actually get level 2 yet. Gifted is just get rid of 2 -1s. I am at some point going to upgrade my hide armor. But this is quite good. And I might want metal armor as well. I'll just take gifted. Slowpoke. Link Blade, very easy to revitalize. 1+2 regen self and a redraw card. This card is obscene. Very good card. Deathwalker doesn't have a perk, not even particularly close. Ooh. I think I was going Malediction, Bone Shaper. It seems like I like Inhumation a lot. Is that what I just said I was taking? This is your average damage on an attack for 3, but Bone Shaper doesn't make that many attacks for 3. It's more like attacks for 2. Still good for that. I guess skeletons with a Banner of Strength make attacks for 3. It's sorted on this. Yeah, I don't know. What is Inhumation? A +2 Channel Earth and Dark card. Oh, okay. I mean, I understand why it wants me to do that. It's because I'm valuing the elements pretty highly. Okay, sometimes when you add cards, the stats on that gets worse as you get a higher level. Like if we look at with 8 perks, those are all 3 in Humation, huh? Okay, fine. I don't hate it. I kind of wanted to take Malediction. And if you thought that curses were really, 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 really strong, you could. But, I mean, Inhumation's just not going to be bad, right? I don't think. Alright, cool. Let's do it. Little bug? The battle is near. Sounds of it. What? The central chamber opens like a cavernous maw. Ice and blood and bodies writhing in battle. In the center of the room hangs an enormous shard of pearlescent ice, and for a moment you simply stare at it. The shard rotates slowly in the air, held aloft by some otherworldly means. Clearly a great power does reign here. The middle of battle is no time to stand around. The Algox around you are locked in bitter combat, spells shooting out with terrible quickness and heavy fists swinging. Your Algox companion shakes off his injuries and steps forward. From the cheers that rise from the combatants when he enters the room, you gather he must be some sort of leader to the ice speakers. He concentrates in a thick whorl of ice, collects on his fists, solidifying into jagged, brutal-looking gauntlets. His weapons ready, the chieftain tilts his head up and releases a howl so loud and terrible that it cools the blood in your veins. Another terrifying howl tears through the air in response, and from the other side of the chamber, a blistering bolt of blue energy shoots out and crashes against the wall next to you. It's the Snow Speaker chieftain, standing almost a head taller than even your enormous companion, and she's wielding the snow itself as a weapon. The two chiefs charge and crash near the center of the room, blasting open a gap in the battle. Both are clearly more skilled than the other fighters, and each moves with a surety gained from authority. Thunder cracks around the Snow Speaker, and the Ice Speaker bludgeons the air and ground with brutal strikes. But then the sea of Algox condenses back around you, all of them looking angry and suspicious. If you want to get to the main fight, you'll have to fight your way through these combatants first. Hey, Raffle Mouse. I don't have, like, a strong aversion to streaming on YouTube as well. The reason I wasn't streaming on YouTube before was that I couldn't work out how to have music playing on Twitch if I did. Not that I'm doing that, but I am. Alright. Never exit a hex adjacent to an enemy, except through forced movement. So, same kind of thing as the last mission. Team Yellow, Team Red. Team Red stronger than Team Yellow in between us. A lot of value in making sure that Red and Yellow fight each other, and Yellow is never attacking us. So, first move is going to be Kinetic Transfer with the Blink Blade. This time, the Algox Scouts have 29 initiative as their fastest move, so I can go a little bit slower in turn 1 and not have to worry quite as much about everything. I don't suppose I could go slower. No. Probably not. I'm not going to burn Cascading Reaction in this room, so I guess I'll just use it. Deathwalker is not allowed to attack for the first 3 rounds, which makes our first 3 rounds pretty bad, because the only thing we really do is attack. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, actually, I'm kind of bad at killing these. I could use Eclipse and Anger of the Dead next turn to wound a bunch of them. I actually really like that. So this turn I would play Call to the Abyss, sure, but also let's move forward. And then next turn, we'll get 3 wounds on Algox guards, and that should basically solve the entire fight for us. Wonder if I can Endless Shroud. Just to remove at least one shadow each round. Like, maybe? I guess probably easier to go for Dawn's Harvest if this is my start, though. And we did fail Dawn's Harvest last time. We'd do it right at the end of the mission. Oh, I didn't change cards. I should have gotten Wave of Anguish. Wave of Anguish is absolutely gargantuan in this mission. I just straight up don't have it. Whoops. Okay, well, that's like minus 12 damage or something. Bone Shaper doesn't have a lot to do at the start. Go Decaying Will and put maybe the bottom half of Angry Spirits into play. If I were based in Germany, I'd have to pay license fees for playing music on stream. I would love to pay license fees to play music on stream. Genuinely impossible. I mean, not impossible. I could pay a very, very large amount of license fees. But not, like, possible in a reasonable way. So Banister is trying to do Guardian the Flag. Perform a banner summon ability on first turn, keep the banner alive and within 3 range of you for the entire quest. Not impossible, in my opinion. So we have a quest for Deathwalker, a quest for Banner Spear, all of our combat goals, and Blink Blade's only allowed to move 2 hexes per turn, and the Bone Shaper is a wolf. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright. Hey, Jason. Hello, chat. Hello, Twitch chat on YouTube chat. Maybe we should start like a rivalry. 54 is a Rancid Arrow for the Scouts, and 70 is Calculated Strike for the Guards. They are poisoning a bunch of guards. That's kind of useful. We're successfully going slower than the guards are. So even though this is going before the guards move in, it'll still choose to attack this guard because it tie breaks initiative based on who's first in the order. So, very important actually that I went very slow there. I think here's okay. Twitch chat is practicing our synchronized dancing and snapping. Nice. You have the Bone Shaver perk where it performs summon a turn 1 for free. Turns out you fail the mastery summon 1, have it kill 6, and keep it alive at the... What? Whoa. That was so much damage. So, it is good to let them hit each other. Because I would prefer, personally, to not have my party take 50 damage this turn. Oh my god. They are quite angry. How's it going, Tanzalai? I don't quite understand what you said, T-Draw. It sounds like you said you had the perk, but then it sounds like you said you didn't have the perk. And so I'm just confused. I have successfully ended each of my turns next to an obstacle so far. There's the perk where you get 1 free level 1 summon on turn 1. If you summon that one and summon another summon on turn 1, like the Unearthed Horror, the mastery only checks the first free level 1 summon, but not the Unearthed Horror also summoned. Interesting. I don't think that perk even summons on turn 1. I think it summons on turn 0. Like before turn 1. Kirsten, how are you? You're about to apply a lot of wounds. Just woke up so nothing can ruin your day yet. Nice. Love to hear it. I'm conceptually into the idea of making some summons now. Is One Shaper getting all the loot again? I think maybe. But I can't end any turns not next to a wall. So we'll work something out. These scouts are doing greed, which means they are moving and looting. Which I don't think successfully gets any loot for them, fortunately. Because they're going first. There's no loot on the ground yet. Okay. We're good. Good. You ever try Pentiment? I watched somebody else play a decent amount of Pentiment. They enjoyed it a lot. I didn't play all of it, so it's possible I would have liked it more had I seen all of it. Just need not to crit miss. Even a -2 is okay there. That is so many wounds. Like, wow. Think I would enjoy the full story. I believe it. Unfortunately, you're not allowed to unlock the next door in this mission. Which I think is like deliberate discrimination against me. I think this is clear. Frosthaven is out to get me. I am not used to the Algox guards winning by this much. Like, I'm used to them winning, but this is egregious. This is quite a lot. Ooh, tranquil shoes. Hey, I want a short name, please. Yeah, what do I do now? I'm not allowed to attack with Deathwalker again. I guess Sunless Apparition is a thing I could do this turn. I can move in and poison something and then summon a thing, and that's like kind of... I mean, I did okay. I tried my best. My thought here was that I could experimental adjust to immobilize these guards to give myself one more turn, or they became a huge issue. Maybe also muddle them? I mean, it feels like if I'm immobilizing them, I don't need to muddle them, but... I don't really know what else I'm doing with Overdrive. Also, they attack the scout anyway. Kind of rude. We want to go slow, so the scout's already dead, and the guards have already gone. Not sure what I'm doing. Just Dark Tidings. They will all die to their wounds in 12 turns. That might be long enough. I don't know. I'll go slow here too. Duelist is very restrictive. You can't move from here to here, even though you're not like leaving range of them. You are exiting a hex adjacent to an enemy, so you fail Duelist. It's a little bit brutal. Can Deathwalker go before Banner Spear? Let's do this. Alright, hasty assaults from the guards and rancid arrow again from the scouts. But I'm a little bit concerned they're going to be dead. Also, Blink Blade is a little in danger right now. How's Frost Crasher going? Is this actually my third mission of tonight? Oh, this is my third mission of tonight. That's why it took me 5 minutes to play the last, or 5 hours to play the last mission. Because it was actually 2 missions. Alright, well that makes a lot more sense all of a sudden. This is unfortunate. Especially since I can't use experimental adjustment anymore. Yikes. I could get Venom Shivved next turn as well. That's no good. One down. So Rosie, thanks for 5 months. Appreciate it. Since these still have a scout to hit for 1 more turn. How far is Banisher moving? 4. Not technically an attack. Summoning this is also not an attack. Hey! You're in the way. That's where Bannister is going. I guess it's actually okay still. No, it's not okay because I have to stay in range of this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess Bannister goes here then. Shaper is being kind of irritating. I have too many things in my party. I can't tell what's happening. There's just too much stuff. Oh, I'm not allowed to push that there? Sure. Probably Charles Reinforcement to tank a hit here is pretty good. I have a bunch of skeletons, but they don't necessarily need to be focused by enemies. I don't really have a bunch. I have 2. They are gonna get targeted by enemies. It was fine. Maybe actually I'm okay with them deliberately being the target of enemies this turn. I can just summon them again, right? Deathwalker's allowed to attack. Holy! Holy. Just hardcast Progenitus in standard and came straight here to tell us. I'm proud of you. 2 shadows on the map right now. I need to get 5 shadows on the map. I like my chances. The guards are parrying and thrusting. The scout is using rapid bolts. This one's dead. I don't think I've ever hardcast Progenitus. I have put it in play. Somewhat unfortunate. You know what I can do here? I can put curses in this deck. I believe that the red modifier deck gets used by the Frozen Fist. So this is good. Maybe. Or maybe not. Over there. Okay, I have dealt as much damage to them as they have dealt to me, almost. I mean, I can't do anything. Shit. I have a spear. The spear is so good on Blink Blade. Okay, this feels a bit more under control now. Ouch. Wait, what? That did not use the ability. I thought it did. What? Oh, it used calculated arrow. Oh, it used rapid bolts. No, I wrote that down. That was not my best moment. Okay, anyway. Dinosaur's going at 10, still full health. Should be fine. Kinda nice for skeletons to go early in the turn here, I think. Deathwalker wants 2 more kills. It's close, but I think I just barely get it. Blade can just long rest. It's actually completely safe. The skeleton here is always going to tank the hit from the guard. If there even is one. The guard is using a Venom Shiv. So not only is there a hit, but it's a heavy hit very early in the turn. Scout is moving and melee attacking. 40. I think it's really weird that the scouts are so slow. It's kind of weird, right? Well, I guess I'm not duelist anymore. Let's get out of here. Okay. Do you... Suddenly everything's done. There are 4 shadows now? Crit miss is bold, but okay, sure. Have to kill our buddy now? Yeah, it's one of those movies. I can't pick this up without using Eternal Torment. So I kind of have to use Eternal Torment twice to pick up the loot in this room, huh? Oh, I could use it? No, I can't use it now because I used the top half of it. Hey, Cow Utopia, how are you? Oh. Okay. I don't feel like I'm in that much of a hurry, but maybe I should? I don't know. I did use a banner. First time through my deck this time. Also used Call to the Abyss and Eclipse. Oh, I have to short rest here, actually, to get the mark applied to this before it's dead. Blade is just gonna keep walking. You're still hard at both platformers and combat after getting into Silk Song. Well, rest in peace. Bone Shaper is not going to contribute very much to the boss fight. Losing Lingering Rot's okay. I need the bottom half of Black Barrage, I guess. I just need to hit this with literally anything. Sure, I don't know. 35 greed? No. No. Well, I'm not okay with it picking up my loot. I think I want to deactivate this skeleton then. Slowpoke, Blinkblade, kind of funny. Yeah, I don't remember the other quest options being super easy. Certainly not my favorite. Solid crit miss, but I do get the loot, so it doesn't get the loot. Corpse cap and gold, alright. I sure have a bunch of cards for giving my summons extra stuff. I don't know. Should I go call the bosses or just like keep messing around in here? Messing around in here seems kind of sweet. My attempts to get behind Snowspeaker to push it in the doorway are going to be hampered somewhat. So the idea here is push Snowspeaker into the doorway so that all my summons and stuff from Bone Shaper can go kill it. Unfortunately, I move 2 tiles per turn. This is kind of the issue. Just might take a very long time to get the push done, that's all. Short rest here. It's fine. I do enjoy the Wraith, but I think that's fine. Sure. Use Returned Servant, actually. Probably doesn't matter much, though. Alright, I guess there is technically still an enemy. Going at 53 with nothing special. He's dead! There are fewer enemies to worry about now. Maybe Duelist is like the best combat goal in the game. I thought that it was a joke when I was saying that I was going to play Silksong Steel Soul without having played it before, but then I found out that it only takes people like 40 hours to finish, and now I just actually think I might do that. That's so doable. Good luck. Thank you. Sounds necessary. Look, song's been good. You played 2 hours of Hollow Knight in 2021, so no real influence from that. Huh. I didn't get all the way through Hollow Knight, but at some point I'll probably try it. There's got to be a reason everyone's so hyped about it, right? Can I speak faster? You're not used to watching at 1x speed. I'll see what I can do. But probably no. Unfortunate. Unfortunate, but true. Alright. We got some skeletons set up. Linkblade is walking into the room and probably just going invisible immediately. That seems right to me. Here we go. You move up into the main chamber to see the 2 chieftains locked in mortal combat around the massive crystal of ice in the center of the room. The Yoggoths behind you no longer give chase. They are waiting to see what you do, but you can afford to wait no longer. If you're going to buy security for Frosthaven, you'll have to help finish this fight. It's time to pick a side. We have an Ice Speaker Chieftain. It is moving 4 and then attacking for 16. At 36 initiative? I guess that's the last card in the boss deck that I didn't have yet. I think this is nothing special, probably. Alright, cool. So as it stands, it would prefer to hit me. And the Snow Speaker Chieftain is moving 4 and attacking for 5, while kiting backward. It better go invisible. Seems like a go invisible angle. Excuse me, sneezy. I am slightly concerned right now. We'll see how this goes, I guess. Okay, it moving there's actually a really big deal. Because it means that Snowspeaker doesn't walk up away from the doorway. I want to push Snowspeaker into this doorway so I can be on one side of it while Ice Speaker's on the other side of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First damage. The rules are, one of the bosses has to die, and we have to have dealt half of its health and damage to it when it dies. So, it's not like awful to deal 1 damage to Ice Speaker Chieftain, but likeliest outcome here is that Snow Speaker Chieftain is the one that dies. Continue working our way toward 100 gold on Bone Shaper. Silksong to Hollow Knight as Elden Ring was to Dark Souls 3. Ooh, I liked Elden Ring. That's the worst possible move. From Snowspeaker. Out of the 3 hexes it could go to, that's the furthest from the door that it can get, unfortunately. Alright, so maybe we have to go all the way through the door. I'm just going to use the 2 cards I have left on Blink Blade. It's like a bit of a tempo fight. If Ice Speaker attacks again and crits Snowspeaker, we're already in a situation where we have to kill Ice Speaker instead of Snowspeaker all of a sudden, which is doable. I'm not that worried about it. But, yeah, in terms of like how quickly tempo can matter here, doesn't necessarily take very long. I want to prevent the next 3 sources of damage to one of my summons, and make another one. Sphere needs to like move up here and start throwing javelins or something. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Just reach. What else am I gonna do? Sell Unbreakable Wall and save javelin for next turn, maybe. Alright. A melee attack from the Snowspeaker is fascinating. And Ice Speaker. Oh, they use different decks, I just remembered. Ice Speaker is attacking 2 targets for 15. Nice. I guess my skeleton's dead. Unless I... I could attack Deathwalker instead. Yeah. I want to save Shadow Step. I don't want to lose it. I just walk in. Does that attack Deathwalker now? I think it does, doesn't it? Do you have other cards? You don't have other cards, so you're losing 2 to that? I'm sure that's good for me. Yeah, I'm gonna move to a different tile. Actually, I guess I can move there. And then also move. Well, this is the same problem as before. Let's activate Fluid Knight, maybe? No, that fails my quest if I use it. Possible that the quest is not the biggest consideration right now, but I'm still a believer. Snowspeaker went the wrong way. Unfortunate. Well, not a crit. I could have used Warden's Robe to reduce that damage by 2. Just saying. I'm slow this turn, right? I sang this song at karaoke once. I was not prepared for how complicated it is before the part where you go, whoa, 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 whoa. over and over again. I am aware that that's not the melody, by the way. One, two, okay, here. Maybe I should play through Hollow Knight and then play Silk Song as well. Grant the next 3 sources of damage to one of your summons. Make another summon. Round 10. I want to go at 21 though. Because first, I want Blink Blade to Short Rest, and I need to push this to there. And then I can Javelin from... I can Javelin from here with my bow. Also I have Resolve Courage. Alright, so it's a Javelin for 5 damage. Cool. Seems like a short rest. This is fine. Hamburger! Hope you're well. Okay, so... one of the things that's going on here is Blink Blade is now in charge. Ooh, does that break everything if I lose that? I can make the attack from here. Be exactly there. Okay. What are you saying? Haven't had my camera on for a while, is that what I was saying? Maybe. I'm gonna go late on the turn and teleport to here and then hit it for 6. Boom. Oh, Blink Blade's in charge of tanking Ice Speaker Chieftain now. I think that was what I was talking about. Which is hopefully fine. The Snow Speaker Chieftain is going at 14. The Ice Speaker Chieftain is going at 79. Together with their powers combined, they are utterly and totally murdering Blink Blade. Abject and frankly quite upsetting destruction. But also this is kind of what Blink Blade signed up for. So nice crit. Perfect. Oh, that is unfortunate. Oh, it's unfortunate for 2 reasons. I can't make the attack anymore. Jorbs, thanks for the raid again. Hey, Pterodactyl, how are you? Yeah, unfortunately I got pushed. Oh, but wait, I can move here, right? You were talking about that. I just have to use the bow. Because I was planning to get +1 damage on my attack, and instead I am not, so it's an attack for 1 less, but I got a +1 modifier. That seems vaguely fine. Alright, yeah. Because Blinkblade got pushed, now Blinkblade's up here. And is taking another 15 damage. Welcome to +4 difficulty. Yeah. And is stunned. Having a chill time with the Frosthaven streams. Nice. I feel like I'm like kind of getting okay at the game now. It's taken a while. I definitely feel like I'm getting there. Hello! Surprise! Oh, that's such a cool animation. Alright, nice hit. We'll be short resting here with Banner Spear. Like, what I actually want to do is just short rest and Strength of the Abyss again. But maybe I shouldn't do that. I'll use Shadow Step, which is a somewhat lower damage attack. There's no loot left in the room. Possibly should rest. So I can do a better thing this turn. Kind of feels like it, yeah. Snowspeaker has a bunch of things which AoE attack. Unfortunately. Blinkblade is stunned. So I can click cards, but I can't actually use them. What's this song? The one about I don't like music on the radio? Oh, it's literally called Music on the Radio by Empire of the Sun. There you go. Okay, need Javelin. I don't know how I'm ever playing Javelin, actually. Because I used my bow, and I didn't long rest to get it back. I need to stay within 3 of this. I guess I can walk forward and just not be within 2 of it. It means I don't get the +1 damage anymore. It's kind of okay. Ice Speaker Chieftain is murdering Blinkblade again. Snow Speaker Chieftain is doing the AoE attack, which I was just saying we didn't want. I think probably I do enough damage to it before that happens, so we're okay. Okay, attacking with advantage +4 damage there. Oh, friend Blinkblade. Oh, friend Blinkblade. Okay, it's going well. It's going well. I didn't get stunned that turn. I can choose to create dark or life. I could use this to, like, move a skeleton out of the AoE. It would be kind of nice if this didn't move. So How's my +2 card, by the way? Death walking. What I could actually do is I could move here with Deathwalker, and then it will move that way and attack only Deathwalker. This seems a bit better than hitting all the skeletons. Blade gets to click all the cards despite not being allowed to do anything. Very fun. Honestly, seems kind of fine. So an issue that I notice is that there's a very large thing in the way of the treasure chest, which I would like to get. Try to do something about that, I don't know. Short resting. This mission ends immediately. Well, it ends at the end of the round when Snowspeaker Chieftain dies. Hopefully. That's the goal. So to keep that in mind, I got 3 of my summons and attack. It's only 2 things, but it's okay. In order to get to the chest, Blinkblade is going to have to push this out of the way and then walk toward the chest. Then I'll lose a card. And then next turn, I will short rest and be able to pick up the chest unless I take even more damage. I mean, probably I take even more damage. I don't know if there's a way to get this item unless I... Oh, also I got stunned. I can push it to here and step here, and it still attacks me. Oh shit! The flying shoes! I mean, I don't really want to kill Deathwalker either, though. Was Bone Shaper moving the summons at all? I can, yeah. Okay, I can make it hit a skeleton. This is gonna push the skeletons, though? Does that mean I can't anymore? No, I think I still can. If I put this... Actually, if I put this here. That way this will attack it and a skeleton. That seems fine. Oh shit, then it pushes it back again. Then Blinkblade's back to dying. So I guess I have to put it like here. Did not move more than 2 hexes again. Aw, this doesn't quite work. Do I need to push it to a different tile? I'm okay with pushing it to a different tile if I needed to. Those people are more polite than they seem. Is that true? Can I just use loot on Liquid's bottom to loot the chest? Loot activated abilities don't loot chests, unfortunately. I would have been able to otherwise, though. The problem is I want to get my Deathwalker quest done next turn. But as it stands, I'm not seeing how I can... Here maybe? No, if it walks up? That's the issue, I can't have it walk up. I definitely don't trust that I'm dealing 10 damage to it this turn. Javelin has pull on it? 1, 2, 3. Javelin has pull on it. Alright, I think I can go here then. We'll find out if that's true or not. What are they using the huge dildo in the room for? That is a religious object, which, ironically, is what archaeologists often call dildos when they find them. Why didn't it move? Oh, it doesn't move. Okay, whatever. I'm back. Wow, good damage from the skeletons there. Very nice, very nice. Why does it say 3 of your summons and then you can only click on one thing? Oh, maybe you have to do one at a time. Ah, because you can only consume the dark once. How many more bad modifiers do I have? +0. You know what? We'll take it. And we send Huey over here. Tank for us. And like, I'm really close to feeling safe about this. The problem is that this can go at like 11 initiative. I think it's its fastest with an attack which attacks 3 targets, which would allow it to like walk here and then attack these 2, and then it could crit and end my run. So I think I have to use Javelin, pull you here. And now I believe we're pretty much safe. That was a lot of -1s. I think if the modifiers had been 0s, it would be dead right now, maybe? I don't know. Oh my god, it's standing in the way of Deathwalker? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's okay, it's okay. Probably 2 more turns anyway. Because I have to... Getting it to 44 is cool, but in order for it to die, I have to get it to 0, obviously. So I need to deal another 19 damage. Well, short rest, we can definitely potentially lose the thing we need. This decaying will and command the wretched. Just as much damage as possible on Bone Shaper. Here, Blinkblade can open the chest. Blinkblade's been having a grand adventure. And we need a short rest here. I want to reroll that. I have to lose Anger of the Dead. Alright, I failed again as Deathwalker. Feels bad. I got close. Maybe I could have been greedier. I don't know. And I continue pulling this into this room. Dealing as much damage to it as we can. I think teleporting to a Shadow Hex and using Strength of the Abyss again seems pretty good. This skeleton's gonna tank for another turn or two. It's doing its push attack again. Because the bosses have different decks, my tracking has been all off. I'm just gonna stop tracking at this point. The lyric was looking like Anne Hathaway? Okay. So close. I failed Duelist by doing that. We can undo maybe. $42 out of 44. It's actually better anyway. Remember when I thought that I had put curses in their decks? Clearly untrue. It's immobilized. Okay. Oh, it's not immobilized anymore. Weird. Now that we're failing Deathwalker's quest anyway, like, this stuff doesn't matter that much now. Bone Shaper can kind of like walk away to make sure it doesn't die, and if we just let these two kill each other, we win the mission now. I'm curious, does this have... It doesn't have curses in its deck. Oh, they've changed the way the mission works. Fair enough. Blinkblade did it! Slowpoke success, by the way. I feel like Blinkblade did fine. Horn of Command Blueprints, kinda nice for Bone Shaper. Is loot not looting chests a bug in Frosthaven Digital? Loot X should loot treasure tiles within the range. I think a chest isn't a treasure tile. Loot 32. Loot all loot tokens and treasure tiles. Huh. I guess that's a bug. The more you know. out of summons, huh? Oh, I still have one! Way to go, little skeleton. Chance that it gets, like, survives long enough to take a turn? I don't know. Maybe not very high. I guess Blinkblade should actually go fast and try to go faster than the skeleton to convince Ice Speaker Chieftain to come kill Blinkblade instead of the skeleton. Since the skeleton here is somewhat more relevant than Blinkblade, actually. Okay. It's moving and stunning. Blinkblade has just had a great mission. It's just been a good mission to be Blinkblade for. I am kind of overwhelmed by how bad these modifier draws have been. Skeleton's dead to Snow Speaker anyway at this point. Hey! An enemy failed to crit somebody. Neat. Plus 0 will take these days. I guess if I wanted the dark elements, could have gotten it actually. It's bad to attack because if I +2, I don't get the loot. I think. I believe. +2 or crit hit both make me lose 1 loot. So fucking proud of Blinkblade. Who said Blinkblade couldn't tank? This does kind of seem like my best attack. Alright, so we have 2 characters left, basically. They're just gonna deal as much damage as they possibly can. And we are going to hope that at some point in here the enemy dies. They're getting pushed away and immobilized. That's kind of insane. Honestly, kind of insane. I mean, I guess I'm done. I don't... like... Okay. Maybe it'll all come down to Ice Speaker Chieftain. I hope I still get Slowpoke. It seems like I would. Banner Spear is also dead. I don't know if I get, Guardian of the Banner. I don't, right? Because it's dead before the end of the mission. That is kind of frustrating. Okay. Operation Not Die now in session. Because I'm actually down to only Bone Shaper, basically. So it dies at the end of the turn. I can't get the loot. -1 loot. Failed a couple of things at the end of that mission. Okay, I'm glad I didn't let the ice speaker hit it again. Man. 1 card short on Banner Spear. I'm getting the mastery done. That's too bad. Blinkblade has just barely failed to hit level 2. The rest of the gang is leveled up. We did get every battle goal, but we failed every mastery again. We have our 2 Algox guards dead. We have 52 out of 100 gold. Generally solid stuff. Banner Spear dealt the most damage. I did not suspect that. Is that because of Incendiary Throw early, maybe? Might be. I don't know if Incendiary Throw credits the person who applied the wound with all of the damage the enemies take from wound. At least getting every combat goal is good. Actually, yeah, these are all 2 perk mark combat goals even, so that's excellent. That didn't work. Plus 8 perk marks. And I've successfully made it so I still have the mastery quests for later. Gigabrain. What were Blinkblade's stats? I'm curious. Still dealt the 2nd most damage. Yeah, Frozen Fist hits for a very large amount of damage at level 4. A blood-curdling howl, a bitter shift in the air, one last fading flurry from the Snow Speaker, and the battle is over. The aged Snow Speaker chief collapses to the ground, lifeless, and the chamber grows still. Sweat evaporates from your forehead, and all around the battle-worn Ice Speakers look on, and the surviving Snow Speakers flee. A low voice rises up. A good fight, Warmbloods, the voice says, resounding off the icy walls. It's the Ice Speaker chief, looking much worse for wear. He grabs his rib, most of his weight settled on one leg. His face, though, shows not pain, but curiosity. You helped us defeat these invaders, and for that, I am thankful. But why did you do it? Why would you set foot in our sacred mountain and risk the wrath of our god Guryu? It's the first chance you've really had to think about it, but you figure honesty is the best option here. You explain that you've been sent from Frosthaven on a mission to secure the town's safety, and that you'd hoped by fighting in the battle you might forge some sort of treaty with his tribe. No, Chief Alland! The humans defiled the sacred clearing! One of the Algox roars, incredulous. These are their strongest warriors, shouts a priest. We can kill them easily! Guryu has brought them to help us defend our home, Alland shouts back at his surviving kin. To kill them now would be to go against his will. In return for their aid, we will allow their town to stand for now.
With this proclamation, the entire mountain rumbles, and a fear crosses Alan's face. They're at the summit! An Algox scout rushes into the cavern in pure panic. A powerful snow speaker is performing a ritual! They intend to bring down the whole mountain! Alan turns to you. This clan is not on your side. But with continued help, maybe they can be. So you must climb, the chief growls. You must go up to the peak and find this snow speaker. Cast them down so the wolves may eat their flesh. It will take them some time, so you may leave and prepare. You will stop them from leaving the peak until you return to prove your friendship. He nods at the rightness of his words, and then, considering you for a moment longer, decides on something else. He claps an enormous hand down on your shoulder, nearly bringing you to the ground. And I shall send a champion to aid in this trial, he says, his eyes wide and fiery, to ensure it is successful. Finished with the Algox Mountain, you head back to Frosthaven to plan your next move. There you find Satha speaking with the downtrodden populace, still reeling from the latest attack they barely survived. A few new support beams here and there patch up some of the walls, and will be sure as snow in no time, you'll see, she says with a wink. No frost or fire in the world will keep us down for long. Her enthusiasm is met with minimal recognition as the residents continue to sift through the rubble. You grab the mare long enough to make a report of your time with the Algox. See, have mercy, she snorts, slightly surprised. This internal struggle with the Algox explains a lot, but at least it sounds like you've made some strong progress towards getting at least one group to stop attacking us, so that's something. We've had some troubling developments of our own while you've been gone, the mayor continues. Some of the watchmen have reported lurkers of all things on the outskirts of the territory. I reckon since you made it safely back to town, you might go out and check on those damned crabs for me. Better get a handle on them before they show up at our door. She punches you on the arm and then begins to walk away. Oh, actually, she stops and turns back. There's one more thing. A scouting party came back recently and reported seeing some strange metal constructs marching through the wastes. The scouts tracked them east through the Whitefire Wood and then into some frozen valley, but couldn't follow beyond that, so you might as well have a look at that too. You rub some of your bruises from the altercation and nod. Good, Satha chirps. And while you're doing that, we'll keep rebuilding the town. I'm sure you can already tell, but the north isn't exactly hospitable, so we need to get Frosthaven back on its feet as soon as we can. That means we need all the resources we can find. So while you're out there, see if you can collect some lumber, metal, and hides to help us out. Oak willing, we'll be able to rebuild this outpost before winter, because if we don't, then there's no hope for any of us. You're able to retire your Frozen Fist, and his retirement message said he wants to go explore. Oh, I'm not reading that. I have never done that. Don't spoil. We've unlocked the Horn of Command. We have 3 new missions. We've unlocked the Frozen Fist. We gained a morale, which we can immediately lose. We've unlocked a new campaign event. Good shit. He claps you on the shoulder, take 34 damage. Oh my.
Is unwrapping a package wrapped in brocade in his workshop.
Come take a look. Can't believe it. One of the guards just dropped this off. Says he found it on the hillside.
Blinkblade?
Out from the cloth comes what looks like a long metallic purple blade.
Remarkable. Believe it or not, this is an antler from a Bromix. Quatler settlers brought them here over a century ago, but they all
We can
died
take
out, or so I thought.
crafting material from this, but I think we just take the Deathproof
You
charm.
return several
Oh no,
hours
I gain
later
another
from
morale.
winter.
No, it's a disaster. I needed to have exactly 2. Telescope's pretty important on Banner Spear. I think I can put this on Deathwalker or Blinkblade. Blinkblade has the merchant quest to try to retire if we get enough items. So we put it on Blinkblade. Also, can we acknowledge for a second the loot distribution in this party after 2 missions? Way to go, Bone Shaper. Good bone shaping. Well bone shaped. Okay. It is 2 a.m. now. Kind of feels like we can play one more though. Crystal Trench is pretty easy. 2 perks here and a level up. 2 perks here and a level up. 1 perk here and a level up. Unlucky. Grant one of your summons poison all enemies. Is that good? That's kind of good. AoE poison? I never really considered the power of the bottom half of Unearthed Horror before. But that is kind of good. It's clunky, but this character is clunky. Like, that's just kind of this character, I think. Can't end on a win streak. Oh, good point. I might try out Unearthed Horror for a change. So in total, the party has 1 more metal, 2 wood, and 1 hide. So 5, 8, 5 resources. We've got a lot of metal. So maybe I don't need to go for the mine first. I think these take a lot of lumber to build, if I remember right. Yeah, it's 10 lumber total, and I only have 5 right now. So I think I'll build the logging camp first. Why is Blinkblade on missions? Oh, because I had to get a push. Okay, I don't think Blinkblade's coming on the next mission. But I will bring Blinkblade to Crabs. Crab Rave requires a Blinkblade, for sure. There's no reason that Bone Shaper actually needs the material resources, so we can just spend all of those like so. I'm just picking up the loot because I need gold. Trying to get to 100 gold pretty rapidly. Alright, let's hit build there. At the Craftsman. Banner Spear is missing a hat. I really think Spyglass is crucial here to get Incendiary Throw hitting more reliably. Blinkblade's actually full items. Cool. Deathwalker has nothing. Okay. Yikes. Well, we'll have to work on that. But I think a traveling cloak for now is okay. And then Bone Shaper. I've never actually been rich enough to try building a simple charm before. Oh, we take flexible slippers for even more looting. It's so greedy. I already have tranquil shoes, I guess. Let's go for a Horn of Command. During one of your summon's turns, decide how it performs its abilities. I think this is, like, worth having just barely. I don't know, I've kind of come around on it. It does end up being expensive. It's so expensive to do this. And there's like no metal at all on the next mission I go on, so I won't have metal to build anything next time. But, hold on. This only requires 1 metal, though. I think I don't want to use the wood. I think I need the wood to build stuff next time. Alright, let's take out a simple charm. It seems like the obvious head item for Bone Shaper out of the starting head items. Just makes your summons hit slightly harder and lets you find your +2s and curses more quickly. I have never built it before because it costs 2 metal, which is hard to come by at the start of the game in my experience. For the next mission, I'm not bringing Blinkblade. Blinkblade doesn't really need to be on missions that much. I mean, getting loot for this is great, obviously, but Bone Shaper is picking up all the loot right now anyway. So, you know. Oh, interesting. Deathwalker also doesn't have to be on this next mission. Who's my Frozen Fist? Frozen Fist. I feel like somebody bribed me more convincingly than somebody else. We'll go Black Ops for our Frozen Fest. I can't really take another person who wants all the loot. Also, I have to bring my character on so many missions to get this done. I think I'll go for the Easter Outpost, which means I have to do a fairly challenging mission chain. Probably Frozen Fist just never actually comes on a mission. I have enjoyed Poison Dagger Heater Shield relatively well. To be honest, I haven't. But I'm going to do it again anyway. Alright, so you're not coming on missions in general. Your thing is just get different people's names in outpost phases. That's going to happen on its own. We don't have to bring on any missions for that. So who wants a mission? You want a mission to get toward 150 experience. You kind of want a mission for loot to become a merchant. You don't care, you don't care, you don't care. I guess just these four are the only ones who actually want to go on missions for their quest. Like, Deathwalker can, but only when they're claw crushers or bolt shooters. Which, for what it's worth, it doesn't take that long to find claw crushers and bolt shooters. I could have this done pretty quickly. I have it done 3 missions from here. Geminate just has to exist to get credit for the outpost events. Yeah, and they're bugged as well. We get more credit than we should. I'm pretty sure. Okay. So that's some sort of team. I could try an Iron Will. No. I don't know. It's 2 perks that don't help against crabs. So I think my answer is no. I have greatly enjoyed getting Technique into the deck. +1 and redraw cards. There is some question as to whether Overwhelm is better than a +2 or not. I think it might not be. Get our techniques done. And new card. I just always take Meat Grinder. I'm a little lower on Meat Grinder than I was the last time I picked it. It's actually kind of hard to set up this template to make the attack work. I don't think this party is better at it than other parties have played either. I could try Pinning Charge one time. It's just kind of bad. Why do you want +1 damage for each ally adjacent to the target and for it to immobilize the target? Like, don't you want to immobilize a target that doesn't have your allies adjacent to it? Hmm? Seems like it to me. And 3 allies within 4 range, a move of 2. Just gonna go meat grinder again. In order to make room for meat grinder, we drop be resolved courage now that we have a telescope. Immobilize the enemy and then have those adjacent to it move away. That's a lot of stuff that you're doing. I think that is not that easy to do. Let's try out Unearthed Horror. Usually I've just been taking Bone Dagger. A big part of why I like Bone Dagger is that it has a bottom half of a card that does literally anything. But this is the bottom half of a card that does literally anything, I guess. Yeah, that could actually be... I'm starting to think about this more, and it feels like it could be pretty good. We have combos like Command the Wretched to move the summon, and then on the same turn, bottom half of Unearthed Horror applies poison to, like... It wouldn't be that hard to apply poison to 3 things with that pretty regularly, I think. This is an escape mission, so I definitely want Malicious Conversion. I definitely want Return Servant. I kind of want Dark Tidings. I might drop Dark Tidings for Unearthed Horror. The only thing I care about on this is the move 4, really. Plans for Silk Song? You're the first person who's requested that I play it. I think most people either want to play it themselves or watch somebody who is better at games like Silksong than I am play it. But I suppose maybe people are like finishing it now and then looking for somebody else to watch play it. I don't know, maybe I'll play it in like a week. Works even better with the Horn of Command. True. Joe, Frozen Grimjow, and Chinjo, and Tijo. We're on a 3 streak of names with J's in them. I have to decide which potions to make now. How does one make a stamina potion? Arrowvine, Snow Thistle. I want a stamina potion for Blinkblade. Blinkblade already has a potion. Fucking Blinkblade, man. I think I'm still doing it. Arrowvine, Snow Thistle, Research, Stamina Potion, Blinkblade. We are trying to become a merchant, so the extra small item isn't completely wasted. The only problem is, like, it isn't a potion somebody else can use. Arrowvine Rockroot is Power Potion. That's a good potion. Let's do that. Is it really? That's not Axnot, that's Rockroot? Oh, no, I was wrong. I was looking at Axnot. This is Healing Potion, which is more what I was expecting. Arrowvine Corpse Cap is Cure Potion, which I don't like very much, and Corpse Cap Rockroot is... Stone Skin Potion, which I also don't like. Alright, so we'll go Arrowvine Rockroot for Healing Potion, which goes on... maybe Banner Spear. I'd usually think Bone Shaper for sure, but with Tranquil Shoes, I don't feel like it's as important. Okay. Our logging camp is building, and on the world map, we're going to go to the Crystal Trench, which is a very winnable mission. Yeah, I don't know. It's winnable. That's what I have to say about it. Whoa! I wish the map didn't scroll when my cursor was out of the game window. Alright. There are the enemies. Hounds, polar bears, and snow imps. I used all this. I think I used all that. Before I even go, just in case I forget during an event or something, this is my first time using the Drifter on this campaign. I like dropping Unbreakable and grabbing Fortitude. Fortitude is important in my experience. Drifter's goal is to get 8 lumber cards, and there are 5 on this mission, so I could do an awful lot toward that right now. Yeah, Drifter, Blinkblade, and Bone Shaper all want loot. Up the time that we lost because enemies wouldn't stop critting us. Have I lost Crystal Trench? If I remember right, share notes of your travels doesn't do very much here until you've gone to missions in all sorts of different places, at which point it does something to the event. But I don't think we care about that yet. It would give me like 3 gold or something. But instead of doing that, I can get an inspiration. Wait, an inspiration is only... An inspiration doesn't do anything. Okay, I guess I just want 3 gold. 3 shared gold. Got it, Bone Shaper. Hell yeah. Did I get blocked by the hounds with Snowspeaker and died? Oh yeah! I forgot about that. I don't really count that as the mission killing me. I kind of count that as Snowspeaker killing me. Like fewer loot bags than any other hero. I think Assistant's a lot better. Not I mean open a door in the same turn. This has killed me before on this mission. It's not a very good mission to do this on. Have 3 or fewer total cards in your hand. Discard file will also be exhausted at the end of the quest. That's like pretty manageable. Because we had to decide when to escape on an escape mission. The enemy with an attack that would have caused... Nope, never. Be targeted by attacks from 3 or more enemies in the same round. Be the first to kill a monster during the quest. Kill an enemy with an attack that would have caused at least 4 more points of damage than necessary. These are like very hard to do. We'll try Pincushion, and maybe we can do that at the end of the mission if we're healthy. Yeah, there's like the good ones, and then there are these ones, and this time we got these ones, I guess. I'll try Specialist on Banner Sphere. That's not impossible. Do I need to change cards for that? It does make my template attacks a little bit worse, because sometimes I use them just for a basic attack when I can't set them up. It makes regroup quite a lot worse. Yeah, it's fine. The enemies crit us 5 times in the span of 2 turns. That seems literally impossible. They can only crit you once a turn, pretty much. I don't believe you. But I do believe that they crit us a lot. Probably several times. That seems plausible. I already fixed your stuff. Let's start. Let's go. You travel east from Frosthaven, passing over the frozen wastes and into the Whitefire Wood, hoping to sort out the mystery of the wandering mechanical beings reported by Satha's scouts. You've heard of such contraptions before, but no one in the north seems capable of building such things. There's no place for delicate machinery up here, not where the air peels your heat away and frost can lock your weapon tight in its scabbard. Surely the scouts must have been mistaken. Hey, Thomas. How long have I got into the game with my friend group? I'll answer those questions after this. But machines aside, there are other sorts of creatures that do thrive in this climate, and one of them just dashed across your trail. Wild hounds. You've been so occupied by your thoughts that you didn't notice them until just now, and there's movement all around you. An entire pack is stalking you, and now they're closing in like a vice. Your position is terrible. It's too narrow in this forest for a close fight, and there's hardly enough light to see by. You'll need to get out of here, so you run. The trail is thick with roots and stones and fallen trees. Still, you run, and the wolves give chase, much more adept at moving through these woods than your group. Your shadows flicker between the thick brush, and their snarls are close. Suddenly there's daylight. You break out of the forest and into the open, the trees giving way to ice and snow. However, this escape wasn't quite what you'd hoped for. On either side of you stand great walls of ice and rock, and behind you the pack of beasts. It's an alley. Perfect place to funnel prey, and you just ran right into it. I guess they could crit 5 times with blessings, but they did not have any blessings. How long have I gotten in the game with my friend group? Mission 5, I think. The last mission we played was this one. The next mission we were playing is tomorrow. We were playing the Derelict Elevator. I'm very excited. I have a few models to paint still, but I have the models. I even bought some like spray primer to help me with painting them. And I'm gonna set it up on like 12 magazines or something so that every turn I can remove a magazine and the elevator is like descending. I think that'll be super sweet. A solid gimmick. We're gonna start with Incendiary Throw because Banner Sphere. Also, I learned a thing. I learned that Banner Sphere needs to be on this tile because when the imps comes forward, they'll go here, attack, and then this one will go to like here. But then if your lowest initiative character is here, this is as close to it as this. And then again, if it goes here, this is as close to it as this. And because you can't choose ambiguities, you want it to go here so you can incendiary throw a chunk of them at once. We want our lowest initiative character to be standing right here. That, it turns out, is important. I'm not entirely sure what Blinkblade's doing. Actually, using models you paint? Yeah. I've been using 3D printed stuff. I think if I use sap speed, there's a decent chance that I get a couple of attacks. Maybe use cascading reaction too. I'm probably not going to use the top half of that card this rust cycle. Unless we move 3, 1, 2, 3, hit both. I mean, 75 is the initiative to like go slower than. Or go faster than, rather, with Banner Sphere. And Drifter will successfully go slower than Banner Spear, no trouble. We like Crushing Weight, we like Relentless. I don't think I'm going for Drifting on the Edge this mission. Or sorry, I don't think I'm going for Move Fast, Hit Hard on this mission. I think Drifting on the Edge I do if I'm doing really well toward the end of a quest. I just like, okay, it's time to get Drifting on the Edge, I think to myself. I have Continuous Health, next 6 heals, Sustained Momentum, next 6 moves, Crushing Weight, next 6 melee attacks, Relentless, next 6 enemy attacks against you. And then Bone Shaper has to go slower than Blinkblade so that Blinkblade can get out of the way before we summon a thing. Trees are cool, but they sure obscure a lot of the actual game board. Yeah, they do. It'll happen. Alright, let's make some sort of summon. And then I'll say the next thing that kills a summon takes 2 damage. How about that? I've been using the bottom half of Angry Spirits a lot more recently. I don't know. I guess I stopped liking the top half for whatever reason. We'll see what they do. Interesting. The Snobs are phasing out. And the Polar Bear's moving at 80. Well, this is kind of awkward. You know what? Actually, it's still a really good incendiary throw. This card is so good. So stupefyingly good. I go here. Use my bow to attack from far enough away that this can't hit me. I use my spyglass. Perfect. 3 wounds. There you go. Our player group just finished the campaign and now you're waiting on the opportunity to purchase 2nd edition. For Gloomhaven, you mean? Pretty hype. This is fine. Royal Lotus had a new album come out this month. Last month. Because of the passage of time. Okay. Awful lot of enemies still alive, though. It kind of feels like walking backwards is the right thing to do. I don't want the snow imps to all get attacks on me. Blink Blade can go invisible, deal a bunch of AoE damage, and be like in there for next turn, you know? I get to go fast next turn as well, so I can potentially kill some stuff with Twin Strike and Temporal Displacement there. But yeah, everybody else, like, what are we even doing? I don't have the card that gives me bottom half 2 shield against ranged attacks for a turn. Maybe I should have that on my deck for this mission. It does seem like at this exact moment it would be kind of good. Whoops. Well, I don't really want to let all the snow imps attack Banner Spear, so I think I'm walking backwards. And then, like, Drifter is going to go as slow as possible. But I am happy to do some violence with Drifter when we do get a turn. In Bone Shaper, I also want to go pretty slow. Slower than Banner Spear for sure. And I was just going to go for this thing. Command the Wretched, Unearthed Horror. See how many things we can poison. I don't know. It just seems like kind of cool. Is it good? Who knows? Maybe I should just summon another skeleton. I might just summon another skeleton. That does seem kind of better. I'll just summon another skeleton. Well, let's do something cool next time, though. You know, I can still use the bottom half of Unearthed Horror. We'll poison the polar bear. Almost for sure. Just need to work out what else I'm doing with Banner Spear. I don't have to go this fast, actually. 37 is the initiative value where the snow imps become an issue. So... I did not consider trying to disarm this. Yeah, I don't think I'm doing that. For Specialist, I can't, like... For Specialist, I really have to save my move cards. Because I have so few of them. And I'm immediately making a move backwards, which isn't helping with that at all. Try this. Okay, the polar bear is taking its turn to do nothing. The imps are going at 76. That's very, very slow. They're moving 2 and attacking at 3 range. As long as we're behind this, we're safe. My skeleton's gonna die. What a weird way for this room to play. Oh, it healed its... healed its wound off. I have a stamina potion. I could experimental adjustment again next turn. Probably not what I'm gonna do. Yeah? I don't know. The skeleton's going wandering. Oh, other way. No. Other way. Other way. Other way. Back. This way it makes an attack and it can apply poison. And then die. But, you know. At least first it made an attack. I can even use the Horn of Command. I guess I could have done that to keep it alive. I forgot. It's fine. I'm just gonna do the poisoning. Also makes Earth for me. I wonder how big a deal that is. That's cool. I already like that more than Bone Dagger, I think. New strat unlocked. Alright, Drifter's doing fuck all. Good drifting. Oh yeah, and it deals 2 damage when it dies. Outstanding. God, that's so much stuff. Imagine if I had, like, AoE or something. Or, like, literally anything. They're still not dead. Power Leak is pretty good here. And Temporal Displacement, I think. Deals with those and a lot of damage to this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we're going at 17 and needing someone else to help to tank. So I guess that's a Drifter's lot in life. I'm good with making another skeleton. I don't know. Skeletons seem good. 1881, also a good year. Maybe. Don't know what house. Don't know what was happening then either. If I go slightly after 18, I can maybe disarm the polar bear with rallying cry. Seems like we're doing a pretty good job at killing the imps already. Yeah. Unless the skeleton goes to here instead of here. I could still move here and pull this. It would actually be even easier that way. Oh wait, never mind. Alright, going pretty early this turn. 1981 was the best of times and the worst of times. What happened in 1981? Very specific choice. Is this book related? No, that's 1984. Alright, well, get in there. I think I'm just gonna grab a shield and another retaliate. The crit! Good grief. That was just unnecessary. Pope Jean-Paul was shot and wounded. Holy shit. How could they do that? My boy John. Oops. That's not the potion I thought I had. I thought I had a healing potion. Okay, I don't actually want to do this. I'm gonna undo. So I don't believe it matters which tile the skeleton goes to. Sure. Be targeted by attacks from 3 or more enemies in the same round. Wild idea. I feel like Banner Sphere gets to be highest level in the party and then just doesn't do that much. Banner Sphere is pretty good at not doing that much, but I feel like Banner Sphere already doesn't do that much at level 1. I'm not sure if we really get a lot better at it at like level more than that. Oh, it got out of range, so it still only took 2 retaliate. Wow, this was a little iffy. Hey, to be honest, I thought that was going to be better than it was. We've got bottom half of at all costs to tank the polar bear this turn. I don't really know why I clicked on regroup. I guess because I want to go at 25. Sure. And I guess I'll like heal my Bone Shaper or something. Bone Shaper wants to go as quickly as possible and give summons attacks. Hopefully the summons can do some work. Link Blade's going at 54. I think that's what I'm doing. Use the bottom half of Twin Strike to heal, top half of... Kinetic Transfer to attack, maybe? I don't know if I need to be worrying about creating Frost element for them. Bottom half of Vial Assault moves me and gets rid of Brittle, and then I can get something. And I'm at 27 initiative, so my skeletons will tank. Skeletons do really well tanking. China's population hit 1 billion. Damn. Nothing special again, and nothing special from the polar bear too. All right, we're going to move you up here. And I guess I'm gonna move you forward because I don't have anything else to do really. Move Drifter. Oh, I did it backwards. How bad. I'm using the top half of this one. Oh, this doesn't work at all because Charles Reinforcement. Oops. Well, Charles Reinforcement can do something next turn, I guess. It's hitting for 5 plus a wound. I think that's fine. Bannister's at full health and has a meat grinder. I will use Horn of Command. I want the skeleton go here and attack the snob. Bobulated! That is not a terrible turn. And grant this a move and attack. Why do I feel like Bone Shaper is so much better than every other time I've ever played Bone Shaper? Is it because I'm not making a Wraith on turn 1 maybe? It could be because I'm not making a Wraith on turn 1. Roar! Alright. Drifter, Blink Blade, and Bone Shaper all kind of need loot. Somebody has to kill the polar bear, I guess. My skeleton's gonna do that. Maybe my skeleton's gonna do that. Somebody has to pick up the loot from the polar bear after it dies. There you go. Snow Imp Elite is still alive. Hey, that's not so bad. Ouch. Oh, this kills an enemy attacked by any of my allies earlier in the same round. Assuming it kills. Assistant done, very nice. That was not too bad in a 4-player game. Like it's kind of harder not to get it. I want my skeletons to be going first so that they'll tank the polar bear. Top half of Fell Remedy looks pretty good here too. I have Earth from somebody. Probably by the time Drifter goes, Violent Inheritance will get some loot. Seems like a safe plan. And here, probably want to heal 2. Just kind of chilling. Go slow. Polar bear is moving quick. So resetting their deck with Hasty Assault. So that's a pretty dead skeleton, I would imagine. It actually wasn't dead without the +1. Brutal. Healing seems better than like giving the skeleton another attack. Pretty sure we've already got the enemy dead there. Gold? No gold. My plan to use Violent Inheritance is not looking very good here. Okay, new idea. Banner Spear kills it with Unbreakable Wall. Which means we can actually go here to pick up that loot. Although the loot deck's already missing... How much? The loot deck's already missing some lumber. And lumber is the one that I care about. No, the 8 gold! It's on the wrong person! 1 lumber, 1 hide. Gone so far. Okay. Oh, I can't move Charles Reinforcement because I have to Unbreakable Wall. My bad. The redraw! So I'm not going to pick that up with Banner Spear. I'm just going to walk past. Bone Shaper is going to collect it by having a summon loot. And we are going to get ready to open the next door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess we leave Charles Reinforcement alive when we rest here. Just gonna long rest. I did use some items. Here, I guess we have another turn until we have to rest. Here we're gonna long rest. And here, grant one of your summons loot. Perfect. Boom. Got it. I thought I had to rest before I had that, actually, but I don't. Perfect, perfect, perfect. But probably I have to short rest next turn, which means I don't get the Horn of Command back. I guess I also have precision aim if I wanted. I was meant to go to bed 2 hours ago. As of 3 a.m. It's fine. Give me the gold. More lumber. I'm getting the loot on the wrong people. Distressing. Get out of there, Charles. Just losing something that doesn't let me move would be pretty good. Just lose combined effort. Okay. And next turn we are through the door. I think the way I like this is moving in with experimental adjustment, letting them kind of like move around in the wrong ways, and then going slow with the rest of the team to take advantage of however they mess up. Get Incendiary Throw ready to go. I don't know if I'm quite long resting here. That seems a little extreme. Maybe that's a short rest. It's a short rest too. I mean, I could long rest, honestly. I'd be getting long rests with 2 characters. It's health as well on Drifter. It's okay. I have to reroll. Prudent prop. Oh no. Oh no. No, no. That's unfortunate. So yeah, let's move in fairly late in the turn. And to make our last remaining skeleton. And next turn maybe we go really fast and get Flow of the Black River plus Unearthed Horror to apply poison with said skeleton. I don't know. Something like that though. I don't have Horn of Command, unfortunately. Wait, do I not have Horn of Command? I used it. Okay. And here... just like going pretty slow and using, I think Fortitude is fine. Could use Deathly Shot. No, I want to go at low initiative. Or high initiative, rather. Let's do it, Blink Blade. Oh no, there's loot there. Oh no. Oh no. Do I want to change everything to pick up one loot? Almost. I think Bannersphere can probably get it. Just when you think you've outrun them, the howling starts again. You glance behind you to see the hounds emerging from the shadows of the forest, shaggy silhouettes coalescing into fur and fang. There are too many to fight, so your only choice is to keep running. Polar bears are only moving 2, and the snow imps are moving 3 for the elite, 2 with the other ones, and then attacking at range 3. Perfect example. I can walk in here and go invisible, and the enemies entirely miss with their turn. Did banners for a long rest? Yes. Yo! The bow has been really good, actually, on Banner Spear. Like, kind of gross how good it's been. Oh, wait, I'm not ready for how good the bow is this turn. I am not, like, prepared for this. Go here. The bow gives us 1 more range on Incendiary Throw. We use Telescope. +1 works. That was +1 a lot of times. One of the cool things it is possible to do here is brick a bunch of polar bear attacks by leaving Blinkblade there next turn and setting up here and here. So that this polar bear just can't make an attack. Oh, wait. Drifter's not moving on. If I move in, I just get killed by the polar bears. Okay, my bad. The polar bears didn't move yet, so I can't go. Yeah. Wondering right now if we're in good enough shape for me to lock in sustained momentum as a bonus thing and like run through the door up to here next turn and start killing stuff. I'm only at 6 health. I'm level 1. Feels like there are other characters who might be better at that. Kind of incredible that Bone Shaper's exactly 1 initiative slower than they are. What about I pick up the loot? That's fine. $4 gold. How dare you? I'd be targeted by attacks from 3 or more enemies in the same round. It kind of feels like I could make that happen right now. Ever perform a basic action is still working at the moment. If I wanted to move in with Javelin, I could move here, pull this to me, and then Unbreakable Wall both of them and push them both back. If I'm moving in some other way, which is like maybe better, because probably we don't want to kill the polar bears before the snow imps are dealt with. Probably snow imps are like the priority, right? I don't know. I could do something else. Blinkblade's gonna kill 1.5 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4. Banister could maybe get the other one dead with Driving Inspiration. And then if I'm moving, I have to use like bottom half of Javelin or bottom half of Meat Grinder. These are my only moves. X. So with those two together, with a bit of luck, these are both dead. More likely not, though. I think just moving in with Drifter and using Draining Arrows is probably okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 with Jump, maybe. 23 initiative is going to let Skeleton tank for me. And we try Unearthed Horror? The problem is polar bears can easily move faster than 18. But it would be pretty cool to poison them. There aren't a lot of bottom halves of cards that I care about here more than that. It just absolutely 100% fails sometimes. I can use Banner Spear's shoes to fix it, actually. There's also a hound back here now. The hounds are approaching. Yeah, but Banner Spear's shoes can fix it. I can make Banner Spear go fastest of anyone. Move in. Pull it here. And they will all attack Banner Spear, which is okay. I don't know. It's fine. It's iffy, but it's okay. Maybe I don't use Javelin then? No, I think so. We want Meat Grinder after this. Okay. Blinkblade's doing violence. Is there better violence Blinkblade can do? I don't think so. Drifter is going here and doing moderate violence. Okay. They just used Dark Charm last turn, by the way, into Rampage. So the decks are reset. $41 on the Bears. Nothing special. 37 on the Snow Umps. Nothing special. And 72 on the Hound. It's pretty good. It's a -2 move. So not getting to me as quickly. Can't tell what I want to do here. The skeleton's hitting that is good. I can go before or after the skeleton. Does it matter for any reason? I don't feel like it matters. So I just will save my shoes then. -1's okay because I used kinetic transfer. And plus 0 I'm pretty happy about too, actually. Next turn I have a bunch of different stuff. I don't think I have to use stamina potion. Run the reinforcement away from the hound. Go here, pull this to me. Actually, why? Why pull it to me? Yeah, never mind. I don't want to do that at all. Oh my god. Really? Okay, I apologize. Wow. Speechless. I've just realized that this doesn't work for the same reason as like all the other things. Twitch chat, why didn't you tell me that? I might go attack something with my dagger. That might just be the best play right now. Damn. Oh! That's some pretty incredible stuff. Oh my god. I've just rolled on the imps. Crit miss -2, -2 crit miss. No big deal, no big deal. That's completely fine. Alright. Fortunately, they're just imps, I guess. Hey. Turns out that they can also miss me. Well, I have one move card left on Banner Spear. Maybe I should regroup, actually, this turn to try to go earlier and get Rallying Cry to disarm the Polar Bear. Blinkblade is probably going to stand in the Hourglass for 8 damage. It's not 8 damage though, is it? Because these two are dead, basically. This one's not dead. Going early enough that my skeletons can attack here would be nice. Polar bears don't have anything between 29 and 60 in their deck right now, though. I can Decaying Will, and that's fine. Oh, I have to care about the Snow Imp. Snow Imp has a 37 that matters. Alright. I think Blinkblade's other cards are jealous of Sand the Hourglass for getting the spotlight in the YouTube video. What are Blinkblade's other cards? Wouldn't know. Never heard of them. Blinkblade has other cards. Sounds pretty good. The problem is Banner Spear is... Oh, we're not moving. Okay, cool. Yeah. We're giving allies moves if we want. A little bit concerned that Banner Spear is going to get, like, tracked down by wolves here. Moving kind of slow. Lock it in. Okay, the Hounds are using Gripping Teeth now. Gripping Teeth is the most dangerous card in their deck. Move and attack with Immobilize at 6 initiative. It's a move -1, but still. River's going at 29, which does beat Bone Shaper just barely. So now I'm just going at 76. So yeah, it's scary that they use that every time they use it because it's a terrifying attack, but it's very good that they used it right then instead of at a different time where it would have done more. I think Blade's looking a little worse for wear, huh? We do beat the polar bears with Banner Spear. Does it move? Doesn't move. What's your thing? Kind of a funny way to solve the situation. Oh, except... Pound 7, 8, retaliate, and it's at 1 health. So actually it just doesn't work. How many cards does Bone Shaper have left? Okay. Somewhat different turn here. This way my skeletons stay alive. But it does cost me Bone Shaper losing a card. But I think Bone Shaper losing a card to keep 2 skeletons alive is pretty good here. -2. Unfortunately, I have to... It also wins, so I'd have to lose a card anyway. Oh, it was Brittle. Brittle makes a wound deal more damage. Okay, okay, okay. Undo. 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 I think the way to describe which things I'm okay with undoing is I'm okay with undoing things which wouldn't have happened if I was playing the game tabletop. So like that wouldn't have happened if I was playing the game tabletop. Because if I realized that it would die to Brittle, I would have done a different thing. So it's like, do I realize that the thing is happening at the decision-making point is kind of the thing I care about. Eternal Torment seems kind of terrible here. So actually I need to do a different thing again. Yeah, okay. Okay, I found the line. Wait, which skeleton is that? It attacks the one that's wounded? Nice. Nice. Already want this turn. Somebody does have to kill this polar bear that's on 4 health still. Like, it isn't actually dead yet. I'll go ahead and receive 8 damage. Oh, Blink Blade kills it. Sand in the hourglass. Nice. No enemies have died this round, so I guess I just walk away, actually. Oh shit! I can turn... I can do both. Can I really? Wait, does this work? I don't think this works. Can I turn sun into dark and then also turn dark into sun? No. Okay. That would have been a bit much, I guess. I want a stamina potion. I can be fast next turn. It's fine, whatever. Arrovine. Might have gotten all 3 herbs already. We're meat grinding, we're unbreakable walling. We're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, potentially losing cards to pack hunting. Yeah, if it happens, it happens. I want to go fast with Bone Shaper. That's not very fast. I want to heal more with Blink Blade, but I guess I can't do that right now either. You have Violent Inheritance? You do. So I can pick up the loot on my way out. A little bit of it. I don't know. Bannister's in a slightly iffy situation. I think we'll be okay. The goal now is just kind of run out while picking up the loot as much as possible. This polar bear is wounded. This one's dead. This one can hibernate, I guess. The imps are too tanky. He's too tanky. Yeah, I don't know. This is mostly just a passing turn with Blink Blade, I guess. Which I don't have to do. I could go full stuff. This bear will attack that, so just 2 hounds. But they are in range to pack hunt. And if they pack hunt, I think I lose 2 cards. Okay, I might have to rust. That's a bit too bad. Pack hunting is at 29 initiative. One, two, three, 4. Kind of a lot of stuff in the way. That's not an obstacle. Could maybe unsummon the skeleton, but it feels likely that I need it. Alright. 83 for the hounds. Not an issue. 14 for the polar bears. That feels a little bit more irritating. I guess it's actually good though, because this one dies before I go. Is that true? Hold on. 4, taking 6? How does that even make sense? Aren't I brittle? I was a -1. So I should be taking 3. Brittle makes it 6. I think this should make it only take 2 damage, not take 4 damage. How will Twitch Jorbs feed his Jorblings? Usually lactation. Actually, if I poison it... Hibernation. Well, hibernation still cleanses the wound, I guess. Yeah, whatever. Let's keep leaving. I have a decent amount of respect for the hounds. Alright, we got a lumber on our Sacred Soil quest character. That's nice. There's just so many of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pack hunting is getting in range of Drifter here. We're leaving 2 loot. I don't know. Is that right? Bone Shaper might be able to get it. Or we could try to farm the hounds for a while and get loot that way. Because I am, like, I've lost basically 0 cards. Let's go for that. A long rest here. Long rest here, I think. It's fine. The hounds are moving very rapidly, but not actually attacking. That one's fine. Polar bear deck is reshuffling. So I know that there's a polar bear in the next room who was doing this now. I could think about just opening the door. I don't think I want to do though. Fire 2 looks wild. Yeah, they've added quite a lot of stuff. Sweet. And a long rest. Can probably lose Blurry Jab. I don't really know. And a long rest. I said I was trying to do this, so I probably shouldn't lose sustained momentum. I've gotten a lot better at this game, huh? Wait. Kind of feels like I should have kept my healing card if I'm trying to heal 5 times. Yasith. It's going very well, I think. We'll find out shortly. How many move cards left? Nope. Alright, so if I'd like to move, I have to short rest for it. Oh, I guess I used 2 move cards on the same turn. Shouldn't have done that. Blinkblade is going to do a murder. We want to do a murder after Drifter does a murder, though, because Drifter will be able to poison the enemy. Which helps a lot here. Getting out before 29 is a good idea, too. Alright. Short resting there is fine. Short resting here is fine. Meat Grinder, that kind of feels like a redraw. Tip of the Spear. Nice. My other move card. I only need to move 2 more times, though. Mostly alright. Bone Shaper's gonna go in even before Drifter to set up our tank for the skeleton fight. AKA Huey, the skeleton, which has been summoned 6 turns in the last hour. 6 times in the last hour. Being Huey is not a rewarding life. But it is a life. Alright, everybody's going for 429, so we don't get surrounded by hounds. Too bad. They did... Oh, pack hunting's 19. Wow, that's like written right there. I could have just read it. 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I just rested with Drifter, right? Okay, that's a relief. Yeah, Drifter's about to lose 2 cards, probably. I could help with Bone Shaper, but I don't think I want to. What's hibernating? Okay. There's been a recent change in Twitch's commercial structure. You just got an ad about someone doing something in Minnesota to give their farm to their kids, and you live in Norway. Don't know. Don't know. One of the ways in which I enjoy privilege in my life is that when I see an ad on Twitch, I either stop watching the channel or I subscribe to the channel so that I never see an ad again on it. It is somewhat unfortunate that I'm losing 2 cards here. But hey, I got some of the stacks of my Retaliate power off, so maybe that's good. It's gonna retaliate against Blinkblade an awful lot with how I've set this turn up. Wait, I was gonna have you go first, and then what exactly happened? Oh no. So if I go here, they can go at 8 and surround me, and I, like, die? So maybe I'm just going to go all the way to here. When I'm set up like this, the hounds are no longer particularly scary. If you're watching Twitch on an Android tablet, keeping the chat open prevents the banner ads say would otherwise show on the left every couple minutes. Simply keep chat open. There you go. Problem solved. Ow. Spear again. I just feel like the spear is so consistently worth having. I probably want a twin strike again next turn, huh? It's kind of very easily my best damage against a single target with poison on it. Interesting that after I used Stamina Potion, I wasn't allowed to escape anymore. I don't know if you noticed that. Kind of weird though. I can't move anymore. So I'll get my Banner of Hope down. Banner of Hope makes it so allies have to heal. Put continuous health down. I guess I'm not opposed to killing the polar bear before it kills me. Would be theoretically okay. You could put the Unearthed Horror down. I've never seen this model, I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. This beats Polar Bear Initiative. Good. The hounds are pack hunting again. Polar Bear is going at 61 with claw swipes. That does attack 2 targets, but I think it'll be dead by then. They should have a thing which tells you what modifier you got on average in the mission or something like that at the end of the mission. So it's fine. And now none of the other hounds move because they don't have a way to make an attack. Alright. So the main thing I'm trying to do is get my drifter drifting on the edge. I will also happily accept the loot. I don't know if this is doable or not. I still didn't even put sustained momentum in play. Crushing weight I've almost done. Relentless I have to get attacked 2 more times. But I don't want to get attacked this turn because I have no health. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go poison that. Maybe give them curse. Slugblade's not the best character to try to kill things from range with. Hopefully this is fine. We go just barely after Bone Shaper, so Bone Shaper can actually move back this way. What retirement quests are all the characters working towards? We have Banner Spear trying to get 150 experience, Drifter trying to get 8 lumber cards and then complete a mission chain, Bone Shaper trying to get 100 gold, and Bloodblade trying to get a merchant quest, like 3 of each item type and 4 small items. The hounds didn't attack me. It'd be harder to get the retaliates done if we don't even get attacked. Potentially. Interesting. Okay. I think the skeleton being there is actually good, because this will come up and kill it, and there'll still be room for another one to move up. I've gotten so much better. Why was this so good? Mission was just clean. I guess they didn't like attack me very much at the start. So because of the banner, I have a forced heal at the start of each of my turns, which uses up 1 thing on continuous health. So continuous health will run out. That's not too hard. And now I have the move card in play. The move card I can get rid of. Another lumber, nice. The move card I can get rid of by giving moves with Banner Spear. Had been my idea, but I don't have any. I lost regroup and combined effort already. Okay. So it's actually impossible then, I think. Because I only have 2 turns of combat left. Yeah, it's impossible. Well, whoops. I still need to do this zealot thing, so it's not like the end of the world that I'm still here, I guess. And there's still a lot of loot, probably. 2, 0, 7, and 2 loot. So I have 11 loot out of a 19 loot deck. I'm not gonna get that much more, but it would be nice to get like 4 more or something. I don't know if that's doable. Maybe Blinkblade will go get this. Feels like Blinkblade could do that. Still have experimental adjustment? Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna send Blinkblade on a secret mission. Even have winged shoes. Alright, cool. This will be fun. Secret Agent Blinkblade. Except there's going to be a hound right here if I go this slow. Oh, I have jump shoes. I forgot. Also, they have gripping teeth at 6 initiative. I mean, that can actually kill me. We'll see. I think Blinkblade's excited about being a secret agent. Almost for sure, yeah. They're actually going so slow that they go after Blinkblade. That is wild. That is wild. Blinkblade went first! 82 initiative. First move of the turn, obviously. Is Blinkblade going behind enemy lines? Absolutely. You better believe it. There's loot out there. And the loot's not gonna pick itself up. Oh my god, at Hound Elite. Ouch. I remember Banner Spear isn't allowed to use any basic actions, so I kind of only have 1 card left. And unfortunately, Drifter messed up with. Drifter has to leave. The Drifter again, we gotta remember, they can immobilize us 1 time. Alright, short resting, and then we're going on our secret mission. Bone Shaper still has as many cards left as Banner Spear started the mission with. Card balance is so weird. Have I completed Drifting on the Edge before? Yes. But not in this campaign, obviously. So Power Leak's a move 7. I was thinking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Next turn, move 2 and loot at the end of the turn. Temporal Displacement and Sand the Hourglass. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 gets me back again. But I don't have my flying shoes anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. That'd be kinetic transfer and temporal displacement, which I think is fine. Because they already used calculated strikes. The slowest they can go is 72 and temporal displacement is 74. Alright. So we need... Oh, I don't have Blurry Jab anymore. Shoot. 1 movement short then. I think it's still Fine, I just have to use experimental adjustment another time. Wow, I'm really, like, making a choice right now. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. As long as I'm here and not immobilized, I can get out. And I guess even if they go at 6 and all attack me and immobilize me, I'm still going to get experimental adjustment off, and then I'll be invisible, and the next turn I can get out with power leak. Probably. Probably. The blade is about to bleed for this loot. An extra hound is getting in, huh? Oops. I use the top half of experimental adjustment to move to and loot. That's the bottom half. Top half of kinetic transfer would have let me move. Well, I've used that here instead. I don't know about this. I am making a choice. I'm pretty sure I can always bail. Still have my potion, right? That says I don't have my potion. Crit. It's like a crit. It's not like a crit, but... The wolves get hurt so sadly. Yeah, the game, quite early on, answers the question of whether or not you can pet the dog. And perhaps not the way that the people are hoping. The crit. Okay. Drifter has 1 turn left. I don't think I'm in danger, though. Hey, Satharoth! Imagine the other 3 players at the board game night giving Jorbs a look when he announces this secret loot plan. Yeah, most of the things that I've done with Blinkblade would get me kicked out of a gaming group immediately if I did them in a gaming group. That's a legit observation, I think. I believe that is true. Okay, we want temporal displacement is our loot, and cascading reaction is our move 3. So we're going to get 74, which is slower than all of their moves. What I really want is for them to use gripping teeth this turn, so they can't next turn. Because it's kind of scary if they do it next turn. But I still think I'm okay. Maybe. Oh, I don't think this is the Minecraft maneuver at all. I think this is pretty doable. Bone Shaper still has to do Pincushion. I sure have enough cards to do it. I'm just gonna have to, like, sit there waiting for the enemies to all attack me. I guess I can do that. I don't know. Like, sure, I suppose. No! I needed that X! Alright, stuff has gotten a little bit tougher. It's also a 1 in 4 that they Gripping Teeth next turn at this point. I am functioning on the perhaps misguided belief that I would be okay if that happened. Who knows if that's true or not. It sure feels like Drifter is not achieving anything before leaving next turn. But hey, we stood here for a long time. Way to go, Drifter. Actually, I got a bunch of experience from healing myself. Kinda funny. If they Gripping Teeth, it's only 3 of them. I should probably short rest though. Maybe a moment for Eternal Torment to give a curse to that hound, which will also, of course, give a curse to the other stuff. Ooh, that's my loot card. Reroll, I think. Okay. I want to use the top half of Temporal Displacement and the bottom half of Power Leak, which gets in before Pack Hunting, but not before Gripping Teeth. If they Gripping Teeth, like, good for them. I don't know. Gripping Teeth, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's only 2 of them hitting me, actually. I think it's fine. Pack Hunting. It was also only ever a 1 in 4 to begin with. One more loot, please. How do I get rid of this? Returned servant. Do I have the enemy deck spreadsheet open on board game night? I actually mostly have it memorized. There were a lot of crabs, Sephiroth. Interesting. It might actually be worse for me if Blinkblade gets Arrowing held next turn. But also, now it's only a 1 in 8. And even if it happens, I don't think it kills me. Good job, Blinkblade. Might be time for you to leave. Does feel like I'm getting a little bit low here. I don't know, we'll just keep playing until we actually have to go. I don't have to go here, so I won't, I guess. Did I have to, like, also all crit me or something? Shit, is that even true? I think the play is long rest? No, you can't long rest with only one card in your discard. Alright, I would need all 3 of them to deal more than 7 damage to me. That's, like, not going to happen. But I do want to go weirdly slow here, I think. It's very weird. No, because pack hunting might actually be able to kill me if I go slow. So if I go fast, the next turn, what do I do? Oh man. I'm imagining that they go Gripping Teeth into pack hunting. It's like the worst they can possibly do to me. If they do that, what I want to do is actually go slow this turn so I can be fast next turn and get out before pack hunting happens. But if I go slow this turn and they pack hunting this turn, and they crit the first attack and then roll at least a +1 on the other 2, I'm dead. That's not going to happen. Whatever. They're not going to do that. The simple answer is like no. That can't happen. It's impossible. It's a 1 in 4 followed by a 1 in... Honestly, that's not that many cards. Okay, but... Ooh, wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Their modifier decks. Worse for this than I was expecting. Still, it's very unlikely. It's not likely to happen. At some point, Bone Shaper should walk into the finish square. sometime soonish, probably. Okay. Can Bannersphere actually, like, guarantee that this is okay to not leave this turn? I don't know if I can. I'm gonna do this instead. They went with nothing special. That one's fine. They can't possibly kill Blinkblade on that one. Special Operative Blinkblade has survived. Actually, if I may, no. I'm just thinking I could walk up with Bone Shaper and then I get attacked 3 times, quest done. And then next turn I would try to leave, but I don't think I want that this way. The way I'm gonna finish that quest is Bone Shaper's just gonna stand at the end of the mission alone for a while, and then all the hounds are gonna arrive. I have a feeling that it will work. And maybe one of them will die and give me loot. Escape. Oh, I had leather armor. I think I was okay anyway. It would have been very difficult to get unlucky enough. No, actually, I can just leather armor the first one and it's impossible for me to die. Okay, cool. As it played out, I didn't lose a single card. So, neat. That went so well that I kind of want to stay. I gotta relax a little bit, probably. Let's escape. I mean, the loot does stuff, is the thing. Resting here, so I have a bunch of cards in hand. Alright, the important thing is just to walk into the exit. Other stuff doesn't matter that much. I have to worry about somehow getting 100 to 0'd, I guess. I want to go early in the turn, so I can walk here. Actually, I do want to use Life and Death this turn, because there is a world where I want to play the bottom half of it this turn. And if I don't have to play the bottom half of it this turn, I'm probably just fine. This is the world in which I want to play it. This is the bad card. I should have lost a card to the +2 attack. That was kind of bad. Alright, but this one can't get there. Believe it or not, I'm actually okay here. They can't surround me to the point where I can't get into the exit. They do have an attack which hits twice, but it's 83 initiative. So if I just do this, I'm guaranteed out. They can attack me 5 times. It doesn't kill me. There's one escape tile I can go to. They can't Gripping Teeth twice in a row. Really big deal for working this kind of stuff out. If Gripping Teeth re-rolled, you could potentially just lose the entire mission, I guess, without ever moving. You're just Gripping Teeth every time. He scant. He's Psyche Soma. Okay. So we'll call that good then, I think. Kinda cut it close. I did get Pincushion though. Me out of here. Woo! Played 4 missions in one stream. The last thing they saw. The shield of Frosthaven. Crit happens. Even if they didn't full surround, at least they didn't cover the exit. Yeah, if they had full surrounded, I was dead. But they couldn't, so... that one. Banner Spear, Bone Shaper, Blink Blade, and we brought a Drifter. Completed every goal, Specialist, Zealot, Cushion, Assistant. It's interesting that a lot of the goals feel like they succeed if you play the mission well. Like, the important thing isn't necessarily to play the mission in order to succeed the goal, it's to play the mission well so that at the end you have leeway to complete the goal. I guess that's not true for like Specialist. Specialist I had to do the things for, obviously. We're at 2 out of 8 lumber cards, 15 out of 100 gold, 37 out of 150 experience. Blade is working on becoming a merchant. How much loot did I get total? 7, 4, 4. 15 loot. I think last time I did this mission I got 17, so... okay. Everybody took a bunch of damage. Great work. Great work, team. I didn't get both herbs. I missed one. And I got all the gold on the wrong character. And all the lumber on the wrong character, too. If I could have traded these two, that would have been awesome. 3 hides for Blink Blade. I think you get, like, collective hides or something from this mission. So I guess I should think about who needs that. I don't really know what I use lumber for right now on anybody. Blink Blade obviously doesn't need more hides. Drifter has flying shoes, Banner Spear has shoes as well. Everybody has shoes? Everybody has shoes. It feels like the only thing I use hides for. I guess I could use one to make a protective scepter on Bone Shaper. And one for something else. Stuff from debate. You got hides from hiding in the enemy lines. There you go. You're sad because you just got here? Well, there's an 8.5 hour VOD for you to chug through. The pack is far behind you now. Their snarls and barks fading far into the distance. And so, finally, you let yourself slow to a march. The cold for once comes as a reprieve. You let it wash over and steal away the heat of battle, evaporating your sweat and taking the sting from your wounds. A long time after that you march. The valley extends onward into the icy expanse of the north, finally opening into a vast field crowded with towering icy spikes. It looks almost like another forest, huge frozen pillars all gathered together, but these are no kind of tree you've seen. They are raw, frozen obelisks, enormous ice spears shot forth from the ground like huge monuments to some forgotten god. I doubt this is what Satha was imagining when she sent you this way, but these things can't be ignored. You scan the horizon and notice that deep in the expanse, one structure stands apart. Larger and darker in color than the others, it's less a spike than a spire, and it reigns over the landscape like a lord's keep. You have the choice. You can either march to the massive spire or opt for a closer target. You do notice one not too distant spike that does look a little curious. It is shorter than the rest, but also wider. It might be worth a cursory investigation before venturing too deep into this unknown field. Shared wood, 2 shared hides. We've unlocked Ancient Spire and Derelict Elevator. YouTube's a quarter of a second behind. Oh, well, I guess I haven't been streaming quite as long on YouTube then. Actually, that's not true. I started like a minute or two earlier on YouTube. Honestly, average, thanks for 31 months. Appreciate it. The Spire Monka. Yep. I could give Drifter hides to make hide armor. Sure. Bannister has a bow, which in theory it might be nice to upgrade at some points. I guess I can give you wood. I don't actually know if you need wood to upgrade a bow. Probably not. But I don't think I need it on anybody else. What's happening in town?
A pretentious-looking visitor scolds Captain Olmsted, shouting for all to hear in the barracks yard.
Shameful! Just shameful! Is this how you greet an emissary from the White Oak? It's a wonder you survived this long at all. The condition of this camp.
Outpost, sir.
Captain Olmsted interrupts. The visitor looks flustered, then spots your ragtag group.
And look at these miserable guards. They aren't even wearing standard issue armor.
So if I do the bottom half, the event says all characters without armor gain 1 chest item crafted from 1 or 2 material resources. If I do the top half, it gives me 15 collective gold. $15 collective gold. Give me that shit. Alright. How close are we? 74 out of 100. And 4 quests. Not bad. Prosperity is at 3 out of 5. When we get to 5 out of 5 prosperity, it goes up to 120 gold required, technically speaking. Shared gold. Very quotation marks, yeah. We have a perk on Banner Spear, 2 perks on Blink Blade. Because we leveled and got the, yeah, combat goal. Another perk on Bone Shaper. I could get my final inhumation. Feels kind of reasonable to me. Oh, Blink Blade's gonna take Revitalize. Drifter did get a perk mark. And we got to 19 out of 45 experience. Drifter is gonna have to 1v1 a Chaos Lieutenant at level 1, I think. Is that right? Well, I don't know. Last time I did Edge of the World next. I do feel a little bit like the elevator might be easier. But I do have my party kind of perfectly set up for Edge of the World. My party for Edge of the World just drops Drifter. For you. Oh, and drops Crow's Tongue for this. This is how I've been playing Edge of the World. It's worked, like, okay. I don't believe in Blink Blade anymore? Blink Blade's here. Oh, for dueling the Chaos Lieutenant. No. Absolutely not. Leave with you, leave with you. Put the people with items back. I think the thing I'm light on right now is metal, right? But actually, I'm so light on metal that I can't even build this. It requires 2 metal to build. So, I guess I will build a hunting lodge. I wonder if Simple Charm did well that mission. There's no way to know. You're a merchant, so I don't want to use your stuff if I don't have to. I guess. Spend your gold. Your gold is the least valuable. Alright, hunting lodge is building. We go to the logging camp with our merchant. We got a little bit closer to having all the items that I need. Edge of the World only has 3 metal in the loot deck. Man, I think it's fine. I got Blink Blade already and everything. If I go to the elevator, my party's not going to be at the right level anymore. Oh wait. Poor Banisphere gave all the rest of our loot, only has 1 plank of lumber. Banisphere has not been picking up loot. Because everybody else in the party has loot pickup retirement quests, and Banisphere just doesn't. This requires a bunch of loot to build the items. This requires a bunch of loot to get 100 gold. This requires literally 8 lumber loot cards. So. Yeah. Deathwalker has to kill 2 Lurker Claw Crushers. I think there are only 3 on the mission. And I don't know when the next time you run into them is. Alright, it's 4:30 a.m. This has been a really good stream. I hope you enjoyed the YouTube co-stream if you were watching there. I may not be here tomorrow because I'm hosting people to play Frosthaven in real life. It's possible I will stream before or after that, but I'm not going to promise. I streamed yesterday, right? Yeah, I think so. It was only for like 5 hours though. Only. Also, I might have dinner plans on Thursday. I will definitely be here on Friday for a good long solid stream. I might not be here for as long on Thursday, and I might not be here at all on Wednesday this week, but I'll try to be. Appreciate you all. Hope you're doing well. I will see you next time.